Hello everybody, good morning, good afternoon, and welcome back to another fun-packed day in the world of Brawl. My name is Ark, this is my co-host Woody, and we welcome you all to another really crazy day of exciting Brawl. How are you doing, Woody?
I'm doing great. We had an awesome day yesterday with some amazing competition. We saw some of the best teams in the world return once again to the global stage and show off their skills, but we have got another great day coming today. I am really looking forward to this LATAM and North American regional finals. There's 6 amazing teams that are going to be competing today, and we've got some updates for you on the most picked and highest win rate brawlers based upon what we saw yesterday. We saw a really big surge in Brock usage. He's a brawler now with an over 50% win rate that was used in quite a few mirror matches. What do you think is the story for the day, Ark?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it's going to be close. We saw a lot of upsets and changes yesterday in the way that teams were kind of like, using the meta to their advantage. I think that INTZ have got a really, really strong chance to do well today, as they've shown so far in the championship. But again, we saw ZERØZONE in EU yesterday come, kind of new to the scene and made some really amazing plays and made a big impact, I felt. So a lot of room for change. And here we see the schedule for today. INTZ versus CLASH. LATAM will be up first. And then we're going to see ZERØZONE LATAM as well make an appearance in the second game.
Yeah, ZERØZONE was a newcomer to the Brawl Stars Championship monthly finals, but made a huge splash, picking up wins against some pro teams that have been around for a very long time. So if their compatriots in LATAM have been practicing with them, we would have great things to expect from them as well. As you mentioned, though, we know that the big dogs in LATAM South right now are INTZ with 110 points on the leaderboard, the closest to qualifying for the World Finals. They'll be going up against CLASH LATAM first, another really well-known team that is also vying for that top spot. They've got 20 points right now in the global leaderboard competition.
Yeah, that's right, Woody. We'll be getting some bans in just a minute as well. And just to remind you guys, if you're unfamiliar with the format that we're using today, it will be a best of 3, best of 5. So 3 sets, 3 games, for each set, 5 sets. What kind of brawlers are you looking to see today, Woody? We saw a big change, like I mentioned earlier, in the meta, and I'm just kind of curious what you think we're going to see today.
Well, with the introduction of Sprout, we've come to see him quite a few times. I think that he's performed really well yesterday, and if he's not banned, expect to see him in the arena a lot, especially in Brawl Ball. Very helpful on defense, blocking out incoming goals. In addition to him, I would say Ems is another really big favorite among the pro players. She was actually banned, sometimes double banned by teams yesterday, so I think that they really have grown to respect her a lot. And then Daryl and Brock are my kind of A-tier picks below that, maybe top S-tier you'd call it. Daryl and Brock both picking up above 50% win rates yesterday and seeing a surge in usage thanks to their popularity on the maps that are loaded in this month.
Absolutely, yeah. Feel free to get a pen at home, write some things down. These are obviously really good pieces of information to take into your own playing experience at home on ladder. Brock and Daryl, definitely for me. Oh, look at that. Double Sprout bans straight off the bat. Both INTZ and CLASH. I'm taking no chances to expect the other team to kind of take the lead on it, and they've just both gone out and done it. I think that's probably wise for me.
That's right, Art. Grab the weed whacker, because we are not going to have any new sprouts sprouting up in this arena today. INTZ and CLASH are going to be kicking it April style, and we're not going to have that brand new brawler. But that leaves room for a lot of others. The fact that we have a double ban now means that there's an additional slot open for any player to pick whatever other brawlers that they want besides Sprout. So in Canal Grande, expect to see some long-range brawlers picked here. We've seen Tick and Brock work really well in the past, so we'll see if that comes to fruition once again. Bounty is a game mode where you have to rack up as many wins as possible. There's always that early jockeying for who's going to get that star in the center, but then it becomes a pushing struggle throughout the next couple of minutes to see who can get the upper hand, grab that center control of the middle area, and use it to get the kills that you need to win.
Yeah, for me, getting Sprouts out of the equation is absolutely the right call. Yesterday, we saw the comp repeating of Sprout, Poco, and Rosa, and that is off the cards. Long-range brawlers are definitely going to be the go-to, I feel, for this particular game mode.
All right, all three INTZ players creeping in over on the right side. We see a sneaky play over here from Guzer. He actually manages to get that star, so it's going to be an advantage for Clash, leading off now with that first star. An aggressive play from Alchemical, not going to be rewarded. He's going to be forced back into the left side bush, but all the INTZ players are now stacked up over on that right side bush. A big super from Brock now is going to wipe out the bush over on the left side. That's going to be crucial in keeping Rosa pressure off of them.
Yeah, I gotta say, I like INTZ's comp. I think this is the better comp, the one that I expect to play. Clash have kind of gone with a similar kind of hybrid as we saw yesterday using Sprout. They've swapped out Sprout, taken in Jackie, and gone with the double tank heal approach. But INTZ have got that range, and I think that that is going to be in their favor if Marcel keeps hitting these shots on that Rosa and being consistent in that respect. This could be going to Clash, I feel.
Clash are playing very carefully right now. Just dodged a hook there from Guido SM. That's going to keep him, Guido SM rather, it's going to keep him a little bit further away, but that's going to force the INTZ team back now. The big sandwich that you're looking for here is Alchemical and Alonso going to be trying to move in, and they do manage to get the pincer move, getting 2 kills there. Clash is going to be moving far ahead now with 6 stars to 2.
That was a great pinch, I'm not gonna lie. Alon Ciso did a fantastic job of getting in there when it mattered most, and now INTZ on the back foot, 30 seconds left, and they're trying to get the pinch on. I like the pressure from Guido on the left, and gets the pull on the Rosa and the takedown. That's gonna reduce the star gap to 4 to 6, and this is a great position for INTZ if they can keep this up.
That's right, the Clash team really needs to get in there deep and dirty if they want to get those shots off. 6 to 6 tie game right now, but Clash has really got their backs up against the ropes. They're trying their best to get back in there, but it looks like INTZ is not going to push it this time. The draw will stand 6 stars to 6 stars. This is going to be a game over with a draw start, Ark.
Yeah, bit of a slow start. It was kind of interesting to see whether INTZ were going to go all in at the end or whether they were going to kind of be satisfied with that draw. They got the draw. There wasn't really much that they needed to go in and risk. So we're going to do a replay of that particular game. And but one thing you got to mention as well and point out is that both teams have now shown their cards. We know what they're thinking in terms of comps, and that might change in the next game.
Yeah, it's true. Oftentimes these teams will mix up maybe 1 or 2 brawlers in the comp, or maybe just throw the whole playbook out the window and start with something completely different. I would expect to see pretty similar brawler comps, though. Maybe a change here or there. Unlikely to see a change on, I think that was the Clash side up on top, right, where they were playing Jackie with Rosa and Poco. That combination of 3 brawlers seems to work really well. I think Tridd yesterday called it like a tank sandwich or something, having 2 really big, heavy-hitting brawlers moving in from the sides with a Poco to heal right in the corner there is very helpful. On the other side, though, INTZ, I think, has a bit more opportunity to mix things up if they so choose. They're a lot more long-range, heavy damage-oriented comp. So what do you think might be the change here in game number 2, or rather game number 1 replayed? Yeah,
for me, the Rosa pick for Clash is important because the gadget's use of Rosa allowing to generate bushes through the middle area, and vice versa on the side of INTZ, having the Brock pick is very important to break those bushes. So I think we're going to see those 2 brawlers be consistent. And as we go in, we're going to see what those comps are. It's actually going to be no changes to either team here.
Okay.
We're not sure yet about star powers, but at the moment, no changes for each team.
Amazing shots there from Marcel, using that rocket number 4 to get a ton of shots off on that Clash team. Not able to grab any kills, but coming very close and even getting that supercharged up. However, they've been pushed out of the right side bush. Not a good spot for them to be in because they've already blown up the left side bush, and we're really hoping to hold on to that right side position on the field. Alchemical is looking awfully dangerous, moving on in, but it's going to retreat back into the bushes. INTZ doesn't know that, though. They can't see their opponents when they're hiding in those bushes. Keep that in mind. So they're going to have to continue firing away, hoping to land a hit here and try to push back this really heavy team.
I gotta say, I really like what INTZ are doing. You've got Gene able to disperse those shots to get an idea as to where the enemy are lying, and Marcel's being very accurate with those Brock shots, and Matthias again just trying to scope out and get just one tick of damage to display whether the other team are. And I feel like at the moment, as long as INTZ keep hitting these shots and being consistent, it's a matter of time before they can whistle Clash. And a great pull, and takedown as well on that left side, giving INTZ the lead.
An attempted punish by GoZero is denied as well. Clash will be pushed back, and that's going to be a lead for INTZ, 2-1 with only 38 seconds left. A very defensively oriented game number 2 here right now as we're watching these two pro teams vie for the lead right now in the first set. Alchemical making a play over on the left side, but the feint has been pushed back. It's going to be the INTZ taking a ton of hits, though, as GoZero's charging in. A kill from Alonzo. It's going to bring the total up to 5-2. Now tied at 5-5 as INTZ counterattack. Can GoZero get another shot in, though? No, he'll be pushed back, and it's a drawn game once again, Ark.
My goodness me, that pinch was so strong. I actually thought they would give the lead to Clash. However, we got to draw the cards. If nothing changes in the next 3 seconds, both of these two teams can't decide which is going to take it. We're going to be replaying this game again, Woody.
Wow, and you can just see how evenly matched they are, how cautious they are to not move in when they don't feel confident that they can get a kill. You know, they say fortune favors the bold, but it's a lot better to avoid losses than it is to make a risky play for a theoretical win if you're not sure that you can get that up on the board. So it's going to remain a 0-0 draw between INTZ and Clash.
There's a lot to play for, a lot of money, a lot of points, and both these two teams are taking it very seriously. For me, I think it might be time to kind of maybe mix up one of the brawlers, though.
Okay, what's your change? If you're on the pro scene here.
Something daring, you know, something that's going to be able to counter the Rosa hard, or...
You just want to see sparks fly. You just want to see the fireworks go off. Something daring, he says. Get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, INTZ have got range, and that's really important, but what they don't have is the ability to counter that spawn trap with any kind of pushback force, and I think that's going against them. It's the second time. They are going to make a change, however. We're going to see B. I like that change. I think that the
is that daring enough for you?
Yeah, that is kind of daring for me enough, because it's going to allow the slow effect, and there you go, straight off the bat, already working out better for INTZ.
Wow, yeah, already grabbing that first kill, nicely done to them. Great shots from Guido, got to hand it to him. And also, we've got GoZero now pushed into the side corner. I expected to see a kill there, but it looks like he's going to manage to escape after all. Clash did get that center star, though, so they're only down by 1. And it's going to be a really aggressive play now from Alchemical, trying to push this blue team back. They're going to be down into their spawn area now, and it looks like the defense will hold an advantage still for INTZ, but not having center control of the map. They're not in a very strong position.
Yeah, and the thing now that they've got, though, again, is that ability to be able to push back hard when it comes to spawn traps. If Guido stays alive and is able to consistently hit those shots, he is going to be able to even counter the Rosa very easily. That poker goes down there as well. 4 stars already to INTZ, and despite the spawn trap, I feel like they're in a comfortable position here with that new brawler switch up.
INTZ is playing like a snapping turtle right now. They can move back into their spawn and dish out so much damage in a really short amount of time to anyone who comes close to them. It's just, you got to find a way to crack into that shell. Clash found an inroad last game when they were able to finally push them back down to that corner and smack them on the head, but it seems like they're having trouble doing it this game. So many supers coming out from INTZ. Another shot from that ticket's going to finish off that Rosa, and a big lead for INTZ. Is going to be really hard to shut down. GoZero's doing his best, though. Sends in the shots. Marcel is down.
Look at this, though. Look at this.
Another kill. Another one. The shell has been shattered, but INTZ's counterattack is good enough to get the tied game once again. 10-10. It looks like 3 drawn games in a row, Ark.
My goodness me, 3 games in, and we are still no closer to deciding who is going to take this first set. For me, Alonso there did exactly what was needed of him. Jackie's a very, very tanky brawler. Do not underestimate her. And getting that spawn trap in the way that he did when he did there was very, very crucial to allow Clash to equalize and level up. There was no way he was going to get out of that situation, but just getting those kills was the most important play there for me.
Yeah, it's a bit of a downside about Jackie that in order to get her damage and she has to get really up close and personal, so when your opponents are in their own spawn area, you kill them, and before you can escape, they're already back and firing straight back in your face. So, nice job there getting those shots off, but couldn't keep the star advantage. It's once again going to be another tie. We'll see if one of these teams can pull ahead in our, what is this, game number 4 now?
Yeah, game number 4 and no points on the cards. One thing to mention about Jackie going into Spawn Trap, though, is that you can use the gadgets to get that additional speed boost to be able to sort of get out faster. We are going to see, however, Mr. P making an appearance for Clash, and that is going to be a stronger hold in terms of Spawn Trapping for them as well. And they're actually going to go with the Gene pick over the Rosa pick. Interesting switch-ups here, Woody.
We see an incendiary star power now from the Brock up top. Go0 is getting lots of shots off and has managed to get the first kill here in this match. Also grabbing the Cinder Star in the middle of the range. It's going to give Clash the lead for one of the first times in this set. That's going to be a big advantage for them as they've been playing mostly aggressively, trying to catch back up against INTZ, but not this game. A 5-0 lead now in the first minute is going to give Clash the upper hand and a dominant one at that.
Yeah, I think the tides might be changing a bit now, and now Clash have the high ground, Woody, and this is the thing. They've been waiting a lot to get those final Spawn Trap kills, but now holding them in control has given them a massive advantage. 7 stars on the cards now, and INTZ in trouble.
Really nice use of that gadget by Marcel, able to hop out right when it looked like he was about to go down. He's going to be moving back in to cover now and fires off a super. Doesn't land any hits, but he will clear out those bushes and give himself a little bit more of an opportunity to move in against this Mr. P, who has just been oppressive. That handle with care star power is going to allow that attack to bounce even when it misses. So that has really given him a lot more range and made it a lot easier to be able to contend with the likes of a Brock.
Yeah, Clash just needs to be a little bit cautious now, but they're doing a great job of pushing back INTZ with only 10 seconds now. I think that Clash might have this one in the bag. They've just got to be calm and collected and not get pinched too quickly. They are going down, though. There's only 3 stars separating the hell. No, they can't quite do it. It was close. INTZ tried. It wasn't quite enough. And Clash then will take the first game of this set.
A laudable attempt coming back from the depths of 0 to, what was that, 0 to 10 stars, 0 to 9 stars. They managed to put 6 up on the board, but couldn't follow through. Marcel getting hooked by Alonso and then being eliminated soon thereafter, left the Clash team far ahead, and INTZ, unable to catch back up, is finally going to get the first win on the board for our red team here in our LATAM South region.
Yeah, seems to be, these two teams are very closely matched. I actually felt like Clash, just they were able to get back at the right time. I think that if INTZ pushed them back into their spawns, maybe just like a little bit sooner, they might have been able to get that Brock kill at the end to kind of even up that score. And, but I think we've seen enough evening up our scores now, and I think that the next game might even tie this up, wrap up this this set if Clash can continue this this streak.
Agree with you there. I do want to harken back and remember INTZ's performance in months past. They actually were able to pick up a win over Space Station Gaming, but it was a really contentious, really tight one. So even though they are in first place in this region right now, it's not a decisive lead by any means. We actually saw them go to a 3-2 result in Bounty the last time that they played. So this might not be their best game mode, but if they want to have a chance against Clash, they're going to have to bring the fire once again and try to get this thing tied up.
I love this. INTZ just completely switching up, and for the first time showing the double tank heal combo, which we've seen Clash showing more so. Good pull. Actually thought that maybe could have got some kills there as Poco, but quick takedown and Clash holding their ground here, and INTZ a bit on the back foot early on. But I like the kind of the brawler change up. I think that will keep Clash on their toes for sure.
Alonso can really only use that hook on Marcel, though. If he manages to hook either Matthias or Guido, he's going to be in a lot of trouble, and you're seeing right now that up-close and personal damage from these two big brawlers on the INTZ side is nothing to sneeze at. A big lead now has been converted into just a small one. INTZ up 7 stars to 6, while the counterattack from Clash is coming back in full force into the center of the arena.
What an amazing pinch, and that is why Rosa is such a... Oh my goodness, Big Queen is staying alive on 2 HP there. Oh my goodness. I felt like the Gene shot was going to finish him off, but he stayed alive. So INTZ then still in the lead, but that would have been a big turning point if Clash were just able to secure that kill, but not quite close enough.
Wow, Guido popping that super right when he needed it most, only able to escape with 2 hit points. But hey, whether it's 2 or 2,000, you're still alive, and that's what matters. Clash picking up another kill as Matthias gets caught out of position. No one on the INTZ team to help him out when they were distracted with that Mr. P Robo Porter. They're in dire straits now, trying their best to push back up into this Clash team, but having no hit points to do so. Guido lost his teammate now, and Jackie's down, charging into the enemy, but no one to help him. It's going to be a Pyrrhic victory, even if he does manage to get a kill, because the Clash team have done it. A 12-7 result, and Matthias is burying underground now in shame. Victory for Team Clash in set number 1.
Oh, INTZ must be shaking their heads. So they had it under control. They had the lead, and it was just that kill towards the end, which just changed the tide. And given the fact that the timer was getting towards the end of the game, they were able just to kind of go quickly back into spawn, and they're going to take that first set now then. And Bounty is very much with Clash then.
I don't know if you were watching kind of in that mid-game position when Matthias was really low on hit points and wound up going down. I wonder if Guido could have provided a bit more blocking support out in front to prevent Matthias from dying. That would have kept the lead on INTZ's side of the arena and let them play defense rather than having to push back into Clash. Was that the crucial exchange there in that kind of 45-second remaining moment?
Yeah, definitely. That was the moment which swung the game. And as soon as then Clash had that lead, INTZ were always going to be struggling to bring it back, because they have to go on the aggressive, and you want that. You want to be in the lead in those final moments, so you can just kind of let people push you and try to use your range in that respect to kind of like counter. So next up then, Stone Fort. And yeah, I'm really curious to see what comps the teams will be bringing to this map.
I am too. But you know, INTZ, I gotta say, Gym Grab might be their worst map overall. When they played up against Space Station Gaming, they lost on an 0-3 sweep. So unless they've taken that lesson back to the drawing board, we're gonna potentially see Clash pushing their lead even further ahead now. INTZ, the top-ranked team in LATAM South, is facing a monster challenge from these newcomers in Clash LATAM, facing off for the first time in the monthly finals here. And yeah, as it seems right now, Clash holding on to the center, relatively uncontested. Matthias and Guido trying to pressure from the edges, but getting pushed back, not able to grab any gems yet so far.
Yeah, Guido using that gadget. I've got to say, my least favorite gadget, I think, of all the brawlers is Bees. Just using it, however, defensively to tank a shot there. Gets the lane. That's going to be really important for INTZ to keep holding this mid control with Marcel collecting these gems. But worth pointing out, however, that Clash do have a Gene Pull to hand, a M Super to hand, and they're going to be looking to push in the center pretty soon to try to retake these gems.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see Alonso get so many gems and then just back right off. Once he hit that 4 mark, he stopped contesting the center of the arena, instead relying upon his teammates to kind of reclaim that area before he moved back in. Didn't want to give up any gems, and as a result, you see Marcel now moving far ahead, almost double the number of gems as on Clash's side, and it looks like the blue team have really come back swinging hard.
Yeah, Alonso so ideally wants to get the pull on Marcel, but he's just delaying that, holding that off, and I think they might even change things up and try to get one of the lane sides taken down, and that might give them a bit more options when it comes to controlling this mid. But INTZ have lost control, and it is definitely now Clash who have the advantage as we approach this potential countdown.
Well, with that Robo Porter set up in the center, it's been Clash all along. They've been able to hold on to the center long enough to get those 10 gems, and the countdown is going strong. The push now from Marcel and Matthias into the center. A shot off from Guido, taken down Alonzik, so the countdown has been restarted. But all the gems are up for grabs right there in the center of the arena. It's going to be a countdown once again for Clash, as they've been able to hold on, and a full pushback. INTZ are now in the last moments of this game. Can they get that countdown stopped again?
That M Super there for me was the turning point. A pull here could be good, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough here, as I describe it is going to be Clash who take the first game.
A massive amount of damage being dished out by Matthias, but a little bit too little, and unfortunately too late for our INTZ team. Clash will push their advantage with that set 1 win. They'll pick up the first game in Gym Grab. You don't often see draws in Gym Grab. In fact, I don't even think it's possible. So glad to see a decisive victory now for Clash as we move into the second of our best of 3 set.
There is a little funny thing about Gem Grab that if you are able to, I think, take the timer beyond 8 minutes, it is possible to have a weird glitch that we did by just kind of delaying. It's a very hard thing to do to not collect gems whilst in ladder, but yeah, I did a video on it once. But yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing any drills today, and Clash are in a great spot. I mean, you know, INTZ came in a really good place today, and definitely now need to consider what they're going to do to try to turn things around quickly.
All right. Well, the terror of ladder and of many of the competitors yesterday, Ems is back in the arena and dishing out a ton of damage here for Clash. She's going to be moving in along with Mr. P and Gene on the top side to try to cement the win in the second set, but not able to get control of the middle. Clash is kind of struggling to get their super set up and find that positioning that they need. So far, it's INTZ with all 4 gems in their hands.
Yeah, this is what we saw last time, though, wasn't it? With INTZ just getting that early control and Clash just being patient to turn it around later on. And I think if Marcel and they can get the pinch, they get the takedown there, this could make a big difference in regaining this mid control here. The Pam turret going down as well for INTZ will be able to provide a nice amount of healing to push back on this center control.
Yeah, that is really, really helpful for Marcel there. He was taking a few unlucky shots from Alonso and Alchemical, both able to get some cornering hits or launch their attacks over walls. So it's difficult to get that health back up. With that healing turret, though, they might finally have the shot that they need. A big gem advantage already 5-2 and looking to push it even further with those 2 gems spawned in the middle. No team able to claim them yet. It looks like Clash is just pushed up into a corner right now. They painted themselves into this edge and they haven't been able to get out. Finally, though, breaking through and taking down Guido is going to give them an opportunity to push back. Holding out of the center now with that Mr. P super. They've almost taken down Marcel. He's going to barely escape by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, Guffair did a great job there of just making sure to push back INTZ. I do feel like INTZ do need to take out Ems here. It worked out well for them before. If they can just get that takedown, they might be able to get him. Also very low here as well. And Clash about to take countdown. A terrible spot for INTZ to find themselves in.
Not yet killing Marcel, but Gazira has done it finally with that super and stacked right on top. That's going to be enough to get that countdown going. Alonso with plenty of support from all of his teammates. There is no hope for INTZ. Clash have taken the second set and are on their way to a match sweep.
My goodness me, 1 set away are Clash then from being victorious against INTZ, and I don't think that we maybe saw this as being as one-sided as it's looking. I mean, they're close games, but I do feel like INTZ is starting to show signs of weakness and need to collect themselves if they're going to be able to fight back. They need to sweep now, Woody.
Bounty and Gem Grab are not the game modes for INTZ. I said it as those matches were starting, and I think that we might finally start to see this match evening up. I gotta say, Brawl Ball has been really good for INTZ in the past, as has Siege, a bit more iffy on that count, but nevertheless, INTZ is ready to come back swinging. I know this is a team that doesn't give up. They have got that #1 spot in the region for a really good reason, and I think that you're about to see it now, Ark.
I would love to see the sweep, Woody. We haven't really, I don't think, seen a proper sweep yet so far. So I think if any team can do it, then INTZ are the team to do it. And, you know, in Heist especially, it does bring a little bit more, I don't want to say randomness, but you can get some faster games in Heist. I think it can turn very quickly dependent upon your decision-making process to whether to defend or go on the full-on aggressive.
All right, well, we're about to find out. The change up in the metagame has certainly shaken these teams, but it looks like Clash is starting to rise to the top as a result. But can INTZ leverage that long-term experience that they've had, that gameplay knowledge that they've been building up for many, many months? You know, Consti, as a content creator, is someone who is immersed deep within the competitive scene, knows everyone worth knowing, has been playing this game for so long, and is not willing to give up without a fight. I think that Heist is going to be, as you mentioned, a much more fast-paced game mode, and will leverage that opportunity for the quick calls that you see from a leader like him to finally get that win.
Yep. Consti is no stranger to the competitive scene. I think, arguably the first kind of instance of a Brawl Stars competitive tournament was the ESL Red Bull MEO in Dortmund, and as we know, Consti won that event with Wiley and I think it was Styrex back in that time. So he'll be looking to just to try to bring his team back to life here. The comp they're going to be running in order to do that is going to be Nita, Brock, and Barley. Good for me, but they got to be aware of the Daryl role. I think really needs to be very cautious to keep that Daryl at bay, or that might be 3 versus 2 very quickly.
All right, well, Cinder Control is held by INTZ. It's going to be up to Clash now to try to bust through and get that damage in on the backside. It's going to be Alchemical and Matthias playing the Nita role here. That Hyper Bear can dish out a ton of damage in a very short amount of time. Advantage, though, to start off for Clash, as they've been able to crack into that safe and get a few more shots. Not able to leverage the fact that they were able to get those brawler kills. INTZ is now finally pushing back into the enemy safe and will pull ahead now. Big shots from Marcel, and the Hyper Bear is going wild. Hit points down to 50% now as Clash have finally taken a big hit on the chin. INTZ looking to grab the first win in this set.
I feel like we need some kind of siren to slam on the desk when there's a Hyper Bear inbound, because it makes all the difference. And now look at this amount of damage that INTZ have been able to put. I think the Barley pick is working out really well for them as well. And look at this. I think we're about to see, surely, yes, they will take their first game today, and surely that will give them a bit of a boost.
Yeah, you can't push back when you're that low in hit points, down to like the teens and percentiles. It's pretty much already over at that point. You'd have to get multiple team wipes off of your enemies in order to make a comeback at that point. When you've got that Hyper Bear just wailing away on the safe like that, look, it peeled off maybe 20% of its total health. That's too much to take that early in the game, Mark.
It's just such an interesting thing that when we saw those second star powers come into the meta, I don't think we would ever have played Nita in Heist. I think it would have been laughable, in fact, to play Nita in Heist. And that's what I love about Brawl Stars so much, is that things can change, new mechanics can come into the game, as we've just seen with gadgets as well. Nita's gadget is very, very strong, and it can completely change how a brawler can be played to great effect. And I love it. Hyper Bear all day long.
And yet no Nita up on the side for Team Clash. They're relying upon that Buster ability now from BB and Rosa to just force their way past this seemingly impregnable line of defense from INTZ. So much damage being dished out by Guido and Marcel right up and personal, but it looks like it's been working so far. Marcel getting really far down and now trying to bait Clash into making an attack in here. It looks like they have finally managed to push them back, but at what cost? They're safe going down 27%. Not a good start for INTZ.
It's going to be a tricky comp now to counter. Clash have gone with the more kind of speed, agility, tankiness approach, and then with the range behind it from Lanciso. And I think that's a really, really good strategy. We saw it being used in Bounty earlier, and INTZ have really got to land those shots, be consistent. If they can do that, then they can still come out on top.
It just takes so many hits to take down BB and Rosa. Combined, their hit point pool, it just takes so much time. I don't know if INTZ can power through and get the damage off that they need to in order to justify these more long-range picks in Brock and Barley.
Absolutely, and there you see Matthias using Hyper Bear. I feel like he could probably use it a bit sooner, but he's getting good value cycling it, Woody, and the gadget might go down as well, but in the meantime, we are seeing Clash get damage at the same time. It's Matthias on its own. He needs to get another Hyper Bear quickly, Woody, if we're going to be able to see this damage go down on the Clash safe.
It just doesn't seem to be coming in fast enough. That Hyper Bear can work wonders, but you got to be able to get the damage off on Brawlers to charge it up first. Matthias gets the safe down to 65%, but his own is at 10% now, and it looks like this is just going to be a walk away from Clash. As soon as they can break through this line, it's going to be all over, Ark.
They've got to break for that line first, though. Long Caesar's trying for it, and I think this could be the moment there. The super going down. That is going to be it. Clash will take the second game, and we're tied up now.
Tied up, and that Brawler swap from Clash was the crucial change to make it happen. INTZ seemed to have a really good edge in game number 1, but game number 2 seemed to be over before it barely even started. What do you think INTZ could do in terms of Brawler changes in order to counter this massive amount of damage coming in from Clash?
Yeah, we saw the B pick coming in, and I think that worked out really, really well in order to tank down, a lot of these tanky brawlers, BB, Rosa. Like you said, it's the time it takes to get the takedown, and B can drastically cut that down. So I think that they might even bring B within a good win ratio for B as a brawler. It's a bit of a risky one to pick for Heist, but that's what I would be considering, or something like a Shelly, something a bit like up close and personal in that respect. But I think we do need to see a bit of a change because Clash, they're on match point now.
A tank buster like Shelly could come in really handy. I'm also thinking maybe potentially someone like Bull could have a shot at being able to push him off, but not seeing either of those. It's going to be this the Rosa coming in from Matthias to try to push back these heavy hitters and fight fire with fire.
We are going to see double Rosa then, and yeah, just trying to kind of match the same idea, I guess, but Clash do seem to be more comfortable with this comp as they did make the first move, and there we see Alchemical going on that save, getting in some early damage for Clash, and yeah, I think INTZ now struggling to defend this.
You can't justify that much damage this early in the game. Ark, Clash able to get INTZ now down below half hit points. And it seems like, once again, it's all over before it's even started. That much of a hit this early is super hard to come back from. And so I got to say, INTZ, I don't want to count them out yet, but this is going to be a really tough game for them now.
Yeah, it was like a 50-50 call whether to match the comp or to counter the comp, and to counter is always more of a risk than just copying. And now, look at the damage raining down from Cole.
Wow.
This could be it. This could all be over. INTZ desperately trying to tank those shots there, and it is the defense, but surely this cannot go on for much longer, Woody.
It is not a good sign when you're purposefully letting yourself get hit in order to protect your safe. Guido and Matthias doing their best on a heroic charge into the enemy zone, but Clash have once again recouped their losses and pushed back even further in. Alchemical making his play for the final hit here. The coup de grace about to be delivered by BB. Clash have done it, a 3-0 sweep of the top-ranked team in LATAM South. Clash LATAM ascendant in this region.
Wow, Clash so dominant today, and INTZ were only able to obtain one round, one game, and that's got to put them into place now, moving on in this group to kind of like to reflect upon that and see whether they can come out today at least a little bit more on top than they currently are. But wow, what a display from Clash LATAM.
Congratulations to them, and taking a look at the damage dealt, it's so obvious that INTZ were heavily focused on getting brawler kills. 24 kills, over double what Clash did, and the same story on the damage totals, but Clash focusing that firepower on the saves was able to get them the win in the end. Well played to them. We'll see them moving on, I'm sure, in future months, but we're also going to get to see them play again next up against ZERØZONE.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing those games and then seeing how ZERØZONE and what they bring to the table today. But we saw that again yesterday with those stats as well. Like a lot of teams that go for more kills over safe damage don't tend to do very well. It just goes to show that the other team are being more aggressive, and they're not able to sort of break through that defensive line.
Right. Well, Ark, you're never able to rest on your laurels in the Brawl Stars Championship. Regardless of the lead you may hold, there's always going to be another team nipping at your heels and trying to overtake you. Clash LATAM are the team to have done that today, defeating these monsters in the LATAM region. They're going to be playing next up against ZERØZONE. But hey, the story from yesterday was that ZERØZONE was the team that came out of absolutely nowhere. We'll see if they get a chance to do that again. But first, we're going to toss it over to Falcone.
Thank you, Ark and Woody. Wow, a very dominant start from Clash LATAM, who, very much like their EU cousins, are doing an amazing job at the start of the bracket. But of course, it is that time, as I'm sure you have grown to love. It's time to announce the MVP of the last match. And it's Alchemical. Are you surprised? I'm guessing probably not. What an amazing player here, rocking the Rosa, the Mr. P, and a little bit of Nita in that last match. Alchemical has not even quite been playing Brawl Stars for 2 years, and his main strategy, he said, going into the qualifiers, was to look for combos that deal with stronger combos. And we saw him doing a lot of work here. Just look at that Rosa bashing away at the safe over and over again, not giving the other team any time to recoup. and finishing blows were done. So huge congratulations to Alchemical and to Clash LATAM for taking that first one down. We have a bracket which we are going to look at to give us some idea of how today is going. Obviously, we've had one match so far. INTZ sadly sitting on the bottom with a 0-1 match score and 0-3 set score, but Clash LATAM looking strong. Woody was saying just a moment though, yesterday was sort of the story, at least in the EU, of ZERØZONE EU and how they almost toppled the Goliath that was Clash EU. We're going to have a very similar rivalry coming up a little bit later, but this next match is going to be ZERØZONE LATAM versus Clash LATAM. It's going to be the Clash of the Titans. You thought I was finished using that one, but as we're going to see more Clash today, we are going to see more horrible lines from me. Let's get to know these players just a little bit more. Starting with the first team, which is going to be ZERØZONE LATAM. Eptic is the captain of this team, and his favorite brawler is Mortis. I am sure that Tridd might have a thing or two to say about that one, as Tridd, not the biggest fan of Mortis. I think that's fair to say. Moving on, though, it's going to be Clash LATAM coming up next. Again, not to be confused with Clash EU, who won the EU bracket yesterday. We did ask the players what their strategy was in the online qualifier, and Gazera said the strategy is mine. And I won't say it because I don't want other people to know. Now, frankly, I think that that is very mean, but I'm hoping that we are going to see this strategy firsthand. Let's get over to match number 2.
Thank you very much, Falcone. I've swapped in for Ark, but I'm going to be joined by Woody yet again. That's our second match of the day, and hopefully we don't have as many draws as we had last time, because map number 1, well, it was exciting, but Woody, 3 draws is a little bit ridiculous, is it not?
It was ridiculous, but it was some ridiculous fun, Tridd. I got to tell you what, we came real close 3 games in a row to having one team pull ahead until finally a breakout lead for our Clash team. Now, we're going to be hopping back into Bounty once again. Clash is going to be facing off against ZERØZONE. I think that the story here is that these are both teams that have been kind of on the periphery of taking that top spot from INTZ. Finally, Clash has broken through, but ZERØZONE is just about in the same position. You might have known them as Rysix in past competitions. They've actually gotten to that 3rd position in LATAM South, so they are no strangers to competitive Brawl Stars. We're going to see if they've taken some of the lessons from their teammates in Europe and might have a chance to break up the party that Clash LATAM has started.
Well, same as the first match, we've got no Sprout being shown here today as it's both been banned out by both teams. We're jumping into the action on Triple Dribble. So our Brawl Ball map to kick things off, but already Imam up ahead and leaving some pressure with the Frank. Going to drop down the super to clear out the terrain. Goes for a shot on target. Won't find anything as the counterattack now comes in from Clash.
Yeah, unfortunate that he wasn't able to get any hits with that super, but he does clear out some of those obstacles, as you mentioned. It looks like ZERØZONE are having a bit of difficulty finishing off enemy brawlers with just too many great pets coming out, so much damage being dished out. Finally,
oh no, that's
able to get a kill.
He pulled Frank into the back line, didn't get the kill, and now Imam's coming back in to try and help out his team. Everything's going to press forward, pass over to the center, but the respawn, the super on shot, and Imam gets that first goal.
Very well done to Imam there. So many hit points on that spongy Frank. Able to drill it past those lines of defenses, even taking shots all the while, and the super landing true. Another big hit on Gazera, and wow, it looks like Clash is finally finding some difficulty here up against this ZERØZONE team, which is just oppressive in their attacks.
All standing on the goal line. Great stun there by Alchemical to delay Kurto's super. Whoa. He will still get out. And Eptic, max range on the Poco Tunes, manages to get it. Here's the super. Great cancel by the gadget from Alonziso. As they're going to try and get Gozera to get out of this spawn room and play further downfield. Imam stunned up by the gadget. We'll try and turn.
Will Imam ever die? He's taken so many hits and stalled this entire team out. It seems like finally when they manage to get the kill, it's gonna be Imam coming back right out of the spawn to shut him down again.
The big mass of energy that is Emon blocking this goal, not allowing anyone from Clash LATAM to even attempt to get a shot. And it's okay. The ZERØZONE have got the lead. They can hold on to this ball. They don't have to score that second goal. They just have to stop Clash from scoring their first.
I've been waiting for the past minute and a half for you to make some sort of absolute reference unit reference about this Frank, because it seems like he just is the biggest, heaviest guy on the stage right now. He got the first goal and has been blocking Clash's attempts ever since.
Yeah, dishonest attacks from M seem to be the only way to take this man down. Eptic also feeling that hurt, but here's the super being popped by GoZero to slow everything down. Alonziso bounces off the barrels, trying to get an angle on the goal.
Oh my goodness! 1 second left!
The
They make it into overtime!
The wind-up time from the super of Imam wasn't enough. It took too long to shut him down. In the last second, they forced out the overtime. You're right, Woody. There's no terrain and 45 seconds on the clock for one of these teams to score.
What seemed like a walk-away win from ZERØZONE has gotten a lot more interesting. Alchemical going in, he dribbles it straight past the goal line. Clash have done it. The comeback reverse sweep from an 0-1 deficit to start off. They have taken the first game.
That beautiful gene pool at the end there just to open up the goal for the easiest of shots. Clash LATAM was showing some true grit in this first game of Brawl Ball.
Wow, hot off their win in the first set against INTZ. They were not going to take that first goal without a fight, drilling it back past, not even tearing down those obstacles for their first goal, just dribbling it past the line. They said, you know what, you might have more hit points, but we have got the damage to dish out and the juke and moves to move around you and finally get it past the line. Wow, that was really impressive to watch, Tridd.
Absolutely. I think the Frank worked out massively for ZERØZONE, though. They really made that pick work against this particular comp. It's just at the end they caught out by a magic hand coming in from Gene, and 1 second in it, Woody. You rarely see it. We like to use it as an expression, but you rarely actually see the 1 second difference come into a game like that.
Well, it was all that mattered in that last game. ZERØZONE about to pick up the win, but not if Clash had anything to say about it. And hey, it comes down to the wire quite often in these really high stakes games. Clash proving once again that persistence pays off.
Let's jump into the next game then. And it's going to be bringing Eptic on the Gene this time around to try and match the composition. So it is a mirror altogether in this second game.
Yeah, it seems like they have found a comp that works and they're not going to be deviating from it. Clash and ZERØZONE both taking this Nita Gene M setup, but wow, Clash are really getting pushed back up into the corner there. ZERØZONE doing their best to finish off, and in the beginning, wow, they were able to get the pull and finish off all three barrels, blocking the goal. A big advantage now for ZERØZONE, and another pull! This Eptic cannot be stopped!
2 birds, 1 stone, and he decides to throw the second stone anyway to get an extra kill out of it. This man, actually insane on the Gene right now. They're getting some good clearance outside the goal, but the ball is not in line of sight just yet, as Bruce is going on the hunt for Kurto, pushing him downfield. Eptic will take possession as he tries to help his team from the bear. They're all going to press up to the center, but it's ZERØZONE who have control of the ball until they just decide to pass it away. Like they are. Eptic again with the pull, bullying in another member of Clash LATAM, making this a 3v2 again! He just doesn't miss, Woody!
Clash playing defense this entire time, though, and it seems like an echo from game number 1. ZERØZONE trying to push in and get that goal finally, but haven't been able to find it yet. Lots of shots in the center field now as both teams are vying for control of the mid. Ball is sitting there right by the ZERØZONE line of defense, but it seems like both teams are going to kind of regroup and try to recoup their losses, heal back up for the next push.
Bruce removed just as quickly as he came into this life, unfortunately. Woody Eptic has the ball, passes it out before it's in line of sight. A lot of conflict in the middle. They're being forced into their goal. This is not looking good for ZERØZONE. The walk-in is there, and GoZero will score the first goal of this game.
Well played to Clash. The team wipe of ZERØZONE was exactly what they needed there. Great positioning by that Clash team, spreading out all along the left and mid to finally get that last shot that they needed. But can ZERØZONE do what they just saw from Clash last game and hold on even in the hardest of times? They've got the 1 kill, the second's down, they finished off Gene, that's gonna be it! Dribble it in and tie it up, Tridd!
8 seconds remaining as well. We're definitely going to overtime in this one, Woody. No terrain, and a magic hand blown already from us on Ziso. It's going to be Emom to walk in with his ultimate. There is the stun onto Alchemical. He'll be able to get the bear out just in time. Open goal for Kurdo. Knocked back and denied possession by GoZero's gadget. He's not going to be able to do that too many more times, but the Bruce is making sure it's a 2v2, keeping it alive for Clash LATAM.
That gadget might have made all the difference right there, denying the shot from Kurto and sending them back. The ball sitting up in the top left corner as we see Clash now making one more move toward the goal. They fired the ball off, though, and not going to get a chance to take a shot until they wipe that enemy team out. Kurto is moving back up with Eptic. Imam goes down, though, and this is going to be more midfield play as one team finally needs to get ahead if they want to take a shot on goal. It's defense now for Clash as the last moves are being played. ZERØZONE. Can they make this shot happen, Tridd?
Eptic has the super. They're trying to hold on to that one so we can go for a super pass. They're going to cross it along the line. No, they've given it straight to the enemy in Clash LATAM. No one's on the ball right now. 4 seconds remaining. They're trying to deny them. Ems can't get there. The shot will be denied. And it's a tied game between Clash and ZERØZONE.
No penalty kicks in Brawl Ball. We're just going to have to run it back again, but really well played to both of these teams. Coming out fighting in game number 2, ZERØZONE and Clash have both shown that they are deserving this top spot in LATAM South. We're going to get right back into the next game. It's already underway.
No hesitations here from either of these teams as they're back into the field. And they're going to be shooting out the M's, dust, damaging each other, the clouds being stronger. Zero going to force away Eptic into line of sight! And that's going to be an easy pickup there for Clash LATAM, bouncing it off the backboard as they're trying to clear them more out. Alonziso has an open shot on goal! Eptic, great denial with his gadget, and they're going to stabilize for ZERØZONE.
Not a careful play there from Clash, but very good use of that gadget to push them back out. ZERØZONE in dire straits, but finally managed to get the defense that they needed there to pull off a victory. Eptic now getting a hook, but Alonzito gets a hook as well, pulling Kurdo back up into the top zone. That's going to be a goal for ZERØZONE. No way to stop this much firepower from coming on in. Come on.
Oh, great pull as well to seal the deal. They're holding on to it. Eptic unable to get in target. They weren't able to get a good line of sight on the goal, Woody, and now the respawns have come in. It shut it down, but the clearance is good from ZERØZONE. They're still getting the kills, removing people on the board, and they should be able to walk this one in. Imam to be the recipient of that goal.
I gotta say, it was a bit of a sloppy follow-up from ZERØZONE, but hey, a goal is a goal, and they put it up on the board. Mark it down, 1-0 lead for ZERØZONE now as they're hoping to tie this set up against the Clash team that doesn't back down.
And the mid control is given over to Clash LATAM in this attempt with 1 minute left. Eptic sitting on the magic hand, pulls out Chemical in to make it a 3v2. They have to give away possession. GoZero using his own super to slow everything down and try and get control of the ball and the territory. But it bought enough time for the first respawn to come in, but now it's a 3v1 as they charge it upfield. They may not be able to get in line in time to get this goal as the respawns are in, but they're still going to make sure a full-strength Clash LATAM isn't coming at them.
Imam is free rolling on this attack, sending the ball straight into the enemy zone, not even trying to get a goal at this point, just trying to stall Clash and keep them away from their own goal. 26 seconds left in this game, and that's all the time that's left for Clash to make another goal happen and put this into overtime again. They've done it before. Can they pull off another impressive victory? It doesn't look likely. ZERØZONE's defenses are holding up strong, Tridd.
Well, they got Eptic. They're trying to clear some space now. 10 seconds remaining. They've got a 3v2. Imam still has possession of the ball, and he can keep this away from Clash LATAM to run down the clock. It's essentially like taking a knee, Woody. It means that ZERØZONE are going to force out another game as they tie up the map.
Very well played to ZERØZONE there, pushing super hard into Clash. It seems like ZERØZONE's advantage is in their defense, though. They were able to keep Alonziso from getting that goal early on in the game, and from that point on, it never seemed like Clash had an opportunity to take the shot. Kurto pushing in and able to grab that goal for ZERØZONE, even if it was a bit sloppy. It still counts, and we're going to finally get a game number 3 tiebreaker to come up very soon.
A lot of Gene play coming in here. I think actually the strength reason why we're seeing a lot of Gene and a lot of M's is their ability to have that clearance with their gadget, and particularly with Brawl Ball. We've seen how impactful it can be over the past couple of maps, able to just knock back enemies and deny them possession, because it's not just a displacement, it's a guaranteed drop of the ball for you to be able to pass out quickly and get some clearance on, which comes in clutch in these ZERØZONE defenses.
You're exactly right about that, Tridd. They've got really great consistent damage output. Gene also able to bust down boxes if he gets a clever pull onto an enemy. But that knockback ability from their gadgets has been very, very handy in the most, trying circumstances. Wow, we might see an opportunity for Imam to just dribble it in. No, instead takes the shot, and it's deflected by Alchemical. That's going to be a defense now for Clash up top.
Able to stabilize for the time being. Kurto and Eptic sitting on supers. They're going to hold on to those until they can make it work, unless they're forced to by Clash LATAM. Emon now back on the field. The ball's in their half of the field, but they're unable to move much further out right now because of the angles being taken by Clash LATAM to keep them in this center field.
Ducking for position at the center, trying to grab hold of the ball. It's going to be an advantage for Clash as they get another pull, and Kurto is taking a ton of hits. Alonso is moving in. Take the shot, Gozira. No, he fires it off into the barrels, and that's not going to be a goal this time. Imam doing his best to keep it off. It looks like the defenses will hold, and the game is still at a 0-0 tie.
Get that ball out of your half, away from the goal, and release some of the pressure that Clash LATAM have been placing onto you for most of this one.
Oh, wow.
Great pull by Eptic. Gozira will lose his life. 3v2. They've now got a power play scenario, Woody. They need to move forward as Kurto looking to get the ball even closer to that goal. Another pull by Eptic. The Bears on the field, though. A great stun comes in to keep them, but they immediately know where their reflexes have to go. The ball, I can't see it because of the dust, Woody, but Gozira's got possession again.
As the dust settles, Clash's goalie has done miracles before, and Gozira will play that defensive clutch spot again. Clash are finally making another play into the enemy field, but it looks like it's going to be all up to overtime to decide the victory here. We need these boxes to come down in order to get a clear shot on goal. Kurto is going to be moving back in, but with Gozira's gadget use, unexpectedly they're pushing both of those brawlers back. It's going to be a restabilization at midfield now. 25 seconds remain, Tridd.
Wanted to clear some space to make sure he stayed alive, potentially escape from that drastic pull that came in. Alchemical, he's not going to be able to do anything like that as well, as he will drop. Kurto and Gozira trading their own supers. Just keep everyone at bay. Overtime is all but certain at this point. Woody Alonso pulled into the midfield by Eptic.
Oh.
It's a 3v1. The pass to Kurto. He's got the angle. Take it. Take it, you madman. But he's stunned up by the bear. And overtime will go into effect.
If that overhead time had come just seconds sooner, you would have guaranteed seen a shot from Kurto. Instead, he held on to it and tried to dribble it in, but pushed back by that Clash team. It looks like they're going to barely hold on to defense here. ZERØZONE grabs the ball and fires it away, just trying to buy some time for Eptic to push back up. It's going to be a midfield match, and both teams are coming in hot. All three have spawned back up, and they're moving in to make their last chance shot.
30 seconds remaining. Alonso toying with the idea of using the magic hat. Eptic's going to blow and miss his, so that means we got one in possession for Clash LATAM to open up this goal, or even go for the super shot. They pass it into the field. 15 seconds remaining as they push themselves into the half of ZERØZONE. Kurto trying to slow it down with his super and compact them into the corner. The bear is there. 2 deaths. They got Kurto on the run. The super pass over Eptic. He can shoot on goal. And Eptic will get that goal, and it means ZERØZONE will walk away with map number 1.
Congratulations to ZERØZONE. They were looking really strong in game number 1, but dropped it against a Clash team that could not quit. ZERØZONE coming back with the reverse sweep in this first set now. They seem to be far ahead in every game, but finally have put the last nail in the coffin for this Brawl Ball competition. Congratulations to them picking up the victory over a Clash team that seemed to be ascended and the number 1 spot in this LATAM South. We're going to have to rewrite that book right now, Tridd.
Lots of consequences, shall we say, from this monthly final being drawn up of where these teams are going to be standing in their respective power levels. But the stats there, a lot more kills coming in for ZERØZONE than they were for Clash. But the damage, fairly equal, only 30,000 in it in favor of Clash. And that's not a significant amount, Woody. It's just that ZERØZONE were able to execute more of those kills.
Yeah, almost 1.5 times as many kills for ZERØZONE. A really interesting stat, and I think it is very explanatory as to why they got the win. They were able to take down enemies rather than just dish out the damage. They were playing fantastic defense and, you know, took a lot of hits, but weren't having to be pushed back into their spawn, and that's why they got the win there ultimately.
Well, we're moving extremely fast as we're on to Siege again, and now Chemical's bringing out the Frank this time, and the Primo seems to be the tank option for Kurto as he's pulled into range of the Ike. He won't be getting away from that one as Zero comes in with the BB to finish up.
We haven't seen Siege yet today, so as a reminder to all y'all watching at home, it's whoever busts down that Ike turret that is right around your spawn area that will get the victory. It's going to be Siege bots spawning in the center based upon which team has more bolts. So the first one is going to ZERØZONE, charging on in, but don't expect to see too much damage off of this first Siege bot. It always comes in heavier later in the game.
It's just all about getting that early pressure in mid. If you're defending, you can't be collecting these bolts, and while Clash LATAM, they've got 3 in the pocket already. Alchemical's going to try and make sure they don't get any more. Daryl being pulled into range of the Ike. That's going to deal a hefty amount of damage and shut him down. And Clash LATAM have given themselves a substantial bolt lead moving in for the next Siege.
Yeah, an aggressive play there by Kurto is hard punished. Nice use of the gadget by Alchemical X there. I don't know if you noticed that, but Eptic got a Gene pull and he hit Frank, but because Frank's gadget was up, it didn't move him back into that ZERØZONE spawn area. A big bot now coming on in from Clash, level 8, and that's just about as much as you would expect from the second bot of the game. Kurto pushing back up as best as he can, but that bot is now on the Ike and punching away. That's going to be a walloping amount of damage, Tridd.
Yeah, it's a dry robot though, Woody. There's no members of Clash LATAM able to hit the Ike as well, so it's going to only be its raw damage, which is still impactful if left unattended, but not as disastrous as it could be if you comboed it. Daryl actually cancelling out the super from Alchemical, finishes off with a kill, but loses his life as he's pulled into Ike range. It is still Clash LATAM with the bolt lead as all this action is unfolding. They're still capitalizing. That is until ZERØZONE start to level the playing field. Eptic will go down, not recovering that bolt at the end, so it's neck and neck. Who's going to get it? Clash LATAM get that final bot of the game.
It's going to be Clash moving in for the coup de grace. ZERØZONE have got no chance of coming back at this point. They're way too far down on hit points, and this is going to be the killing blow from Clash LATAM. Victory in this first game of Siege. Well done to them.
They have it. They walk away with the first game, but we saw that happen in our last map, so I don't know if that's going to be the pattern that we continue seeing. I'm going to say, these players are extremely efficient at getting into game fast. And I don't want to jinx that right now. I'm touching wood right now, Woody. Because they were just rolling through the Brawl Ball. They jumped into Siege before we even had time to gather our thoughts about what was coming next.
Look, everyone knows that it's the alpha play to just be sitting there waiting in chat for your opponents to accept the game. When all of your team is ready and the other team is, over here whispering, trying to strategize, huddled up and trying to decide what to do, you know that you're already at the psychological point of advantage.
Yeah, because you're calm and collected, and we hope to see more of that as we jump into our second game of this map. And this time, they're keeping with the BB, the Gene, and the El Primo, identical compositions to what we saw in Game 1, so it's execution they weren't happy with this time.
Yeah, cheeky early grab there from Imam. That's going to be an advantage once again for ZERØZONE, but I don't know if this bot is going to be decisive this early in the game. We do see that 2-bolt lead for ZERØZONE once again, but Clash are right about to catch up. We're going to see the first bot coming out from ZERØZONE once again, but only at level 2. It's pretty easy to shut down, so not a decisive lead for either team just yet at this point.
They said it's about getting that mid control with this early bot. You still have to defend it even though it's level 2. See, the attempt at the pull on Alchemical doesn't quite land, just a little bit too far out of range. You won't be affected by that one.
Nice pull. Wow,
but
I think so.
Imam doesn't have the super. Well, Imam doesn't have the capacity to be able to get out of that one, so he's going to die in the Ike. Oh, he's going to be over the top of the stun, unaffected by Alchemical. He even goes for the suplex and finishes off the kill. Kurto just working Alchemical in the neutral.
Denying that super from Frank. Kurto jumps in and takes out Frank. That's going to be a big lead for ZERØZONE now, pushing into the second Siege bot. They've got a 7-bolt advantage over Clash right now, moving in now with that level 7. This is going to be a bit harder to stop. Expect to see ZERØZONE going for that steamroller push. They're going to be backing up this bot from a little bit further away, but moving back to the mid now. As they see, it's taking quite a bit of damage. It's all about that final Siege bot that's going to determine who picks up the win, Tridd.
And 5% of damage can be dealt without the use of a Siege bot, Woody. So even if it goes to the last Siege and you don't have the bot, as long as you can defend, there is still a chance that you can actually draw this one out. Zero gonna not keep hold of that bolt though. It's going to be on on Ziso to pick up 3 bolts and cycle them through, giving Clash the lead for the last siege. And he can deal with Kurto, provided he just aims up a little bit and he stays alive. This is surely going to be Clash LATAM win the last siege.
Looks like they're getting the last siege, and that's going to be the game for them. Fantastic defenses against those first 2 siege bots, and they've managed to bank up a ton of bolts. That bolt economy working well in their favor as they've pushed 4 into this game now and already have the lead over ZERØZONE. Those additional punches are just going to be the icing on the cake, Tridd.
Yeah, Clash LATAM gonna go ahead and walk away with map number 2. So they're already bouncing back from the extremely close Brawl Ball to tie out the series, meaning we're definitely gonna be seeing another 2 maps. Isn't that great, Woody?
You'll love to see it, Tridd. 2 really tightly contested teams fighting for their lives now. Clash pulling it back to a match draw point 1-1 against ZERØZONE. And you're right, well, we're going to see at least 2 more maps, but I have a feeling that this is going to go down to the final set.
It seems to be the trend. This is, this is very jarring for my head to get around, Woody, because yesterday we watched Asia and Europe, and for the most part, it was very one-sided. Very fast games, 3-0s across the board. We just saw Clash LATAM go up against INTZ, and now they're going up against ZERØZONE, and these games are, even with the results, they're very split down the middle, right? They're not games you could definitively look at and go, oh, that was a domination, that was a wash, right? They're just not. And I love to see it because that's all we got yesterday.
Yeah, I'd say for the most part that is the story from yesterday. Certainly the matches with PSG Esports, I think got pretty close with Jupiter, but overall, I'd agree with you on that point. Very close so far in this first match and now second match between ZERØZONE and Clash, and I'm really excited to see how it plays out in set number 3.
We're going over to Deeper Danger as our 3rd map, moving over to Bounty. As you'd expect, we're going through the set. And if you were here at the beginning of the broadcast and you saw how close these games have been, Bounty may provide a few draws. And I'll be curious to see if that's still the case, if that's just a Clash LATAM thing, or maybe it's just a regional thing that comes through. The word you were looking for earlier, Woody, with the composition with 2 beefy brawlers and a healer, I started calling it the Slambulance.
Ah.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, it comes in hot and fast, driving straight into the action, and plenty of heals in the back end, I guess. Yeah. I like that. Slambulance, yeah.
Yeah. Let's go with that, shall we?
All right. Sounds good to me. Set number 3 is now underway. It's going to be a bounty game mode, and hey, you liked calling it the Slambulance. It's back in action again. ZERØZONE, however, moving in with 2 heavy brawlers, BB and Rosa, and a sneaky play from Imam moving up into the top right side of the map now, forcing Clash back. They were really not expecting that aggressive of a play this early on in the match, but that's going to give center control to ZERØZONE, despite the fact that Clash grabbed that first star.
Yeah, that's what's going to highlight, Woody. It's that they had the pressure, but somehow gave over the first star to Clash LATAM. So actually, Clash have all the pressure when you think about it because they have the score advantage, and in Bounty, whoever has the lead controls where the game is played. And if you're a range composition like Clash LATAM, you play further back, create as much space as possible, and just try and chip away at the HP pools of these beefy brawlers.
Well, it's not going to be any aggressive plays yet from either team. Clash happy to kind of sit on their laurels now, that 1-star advantage. Oh, wow, an aggressive play from Gazero, actually, moving over into the right side bush and trying to bait out Imam. He knows that he can pull back and maybe get some support from Alexixo if he needs it. But it's all up to ZERØZONE, really, to make this play happen. What they might be doing is waiting until the last minute ticks down. As we get closer to overtime, they might make that play charging on in hot to try to get a kill or 2, and then as Clash are respawning, they'll just try to retreat and hold on to that star advantage. It seems like that's going to be the move here, Tridd. Oh, a big super coming in from Clash. I couldn't agree with
your assessment more, Woody. It's just clearing out territory, making it harder for them to get up, right? Because like you said, they time. Oh, no, Kono! Oh, great use of the gadget there by Gazero to get away, but they're going to take more territory with that bush. There's no sight. Kono trying it. It's actually failed. They're not going to be able to do this one. 20 seconds remaining. I don't know if they've got the respawns to try and go for it. It's all on Imam to close this gap. He's been pulled into the middle and absolutely deleted. Clash LATAM surely going to be walking away with this first game.
Wow, what a dominant play. And you got to respect it, too. These heavy handed brawlers that ZERØZONE brought have a ton of hit points and are hard to knock down. You basically have to land every single shot if you're a team like Clash LATAM running Brock, Gene, and B. They can deal a lot of damage, but there's very little room for error with this sort of comp. But Clash have managed to get the job done. Clever positioning and a nice use of the gadget there from GoZero, as you just noted, able to jump out of range of Kurto. And yeah, just luring them in, making them think that they could get a kill, and then singling them out. That epic pull from ZERØZONE at the very end was what put the final nail in the coffin for ZERØZONE. Very nice job there to Clash.
I like the thought process from ZERØZONE there. We already touched on it a little bit in the actual game, is that let's burn down the clock, let's make it a one-push fight, essentially, not an elongated battle. Let's just go in there in a burst. 20 seconds, no retaliation. As long as we get more kills than they do in that brief window of time, then we're going to be winning. And when you do that, you really do decrease the margin for success. Because if you mess up even in the slightest point of view, like there, we saw them fall into the trap that GoZero was setting, there's no coming back from it because you haven't left yourself time to create something to come back into the game. You're trapped with the outcome of whatever that one fight is. So they have to be very mindful of that when they attempt to do this again.
Well, ZERØZONE will abandon that Slambulance comp. Instead, they're going to go for that long-range damage as well, and using Tick this time to try to get that additional coverage into the center of the arena. But it's going to be a one-star advantage once again for Clash, as they're going to pull off the advantage going into this second game. We're going to see continued fight for the mid-control of this arena, though, as both teams are vying for their spot. But it doesn't look like either team is really pulling ahead just yet, Tridd.
I also think Kurto is missing a trick here. He's opted to go for the 4th rocket instead of having the incendiary on his star power for Brock, which is very atypical. We usually see Brock players religiously go for incendiary because it has that extra area of denial. So I'm wondering whether Kurto's actually going to find value from that in this game.
Yeah, you know, you say it's religious, but it's a bit unorthodox, but it has worked out quite well. In match number 1, we actually saw rocket number 4 coming in handy in the bounty map. And once again, Kurto is going to be coming back again with rocket number 4. I think that the reason that they're doing that is because Tick's attack already provides some area denial to access the parts of the map that Clash are really trying to get into. And so maybe that additional bit of burst damage that Kurto has from that rocket number 4 is what he's really looking for to get that finishing blow.
Still only 1 star in favor of GoZero, despite not playing as beefy a composition. They're still running down the clock, essentially, trying to find the correct fight. Eptic has the super online, so he could get a pull that will change the tide of battle if he gets it at the last couple of seconds. I think Clash LATAM are going to be mindful of that because I think LATAM is looking to use his as well should anyone aggress. They've got 15 seconds. It's going to come down to one fight again, buddy.
Yeah, they're all banking on this last 10 seconds. The turtle move here by Clash has pushed them all the way up into their spawn. We need a kill here from either team. We definitely need a move from ZERØZONE if they want to pull ahead. The bomb goes off. That's it, a 2-1 win for ZERØZONE. That epic shot from Imam at the last second, the super going off and getting the only kill of the entire game.
You were looking at the left, Woody. I was looking at the mid. Eptic missed the shot between GoZero and ZERØZONE, and I thought that was the game. But you called it. The bomb's coming in on the left-hand side. Cat caught them off in the back left corner and just gave them the star advantage they needed. The other 2 members of the team too focused on dodging the magic hand that was about to come out, and you saw the retaliation attempt, but they didn't have enough time to capitalize on the kill that ZERØZONE was able to pick up with his own magic hand.
Look, a turtle can snap back real hard, but if you've got so much damage coming in straight at you from a guy like Tick, there's just no way to stop it. B did a really great job dropping that totem to try to distract the incoming super, but it just wasn't enough in the end. Retreated away from the corner, and as Tick's super made its way in, it made a beeline for B, in fact, and got the only kill of that game. ZERØZONE playing very carefully there and did exactly what they needed and nothing more to get the win. You actually even saw a hook at the very last second there from ZERØZONE pulling in one of the ZERØZONE players, but not able to get the kill quickly enough. That was just a masterclass in performance from ZERØZONE.
B's going to return to the hive, and now Mr. P has come out of his igloo, so we're going to see him on the field instead, helping out the rest of the boys as they go on to this deciding game of the map. Mr. P is going to launch out those briefcases and get his porter on the field as soon as he can, I imagine.
This is a big advantage for Clash. it seems like every game starts off with an advantage for Clash, and it's up to ZERØZONE to try to push back into it. But not just the center star this time, but an additional kill thanks to a really nice play from Alan Zixo early on in the game. Kurto is doing his best to try to send those rockets in, but he's really relying on Imam to get that area denial, and they have just not been able to push Clash out of the center of this map. Clash playing eternal, strategy for the first couple of games, but really not.
Oh, that's another kill though. Kurto removed off the field by the rocket rain, so this has all gone wrong for ZERØZONE. They're so used to being able to hold this mid-ground and wait for time, but now the onus has been put onto them to act more aggressively because they're going to have to claim it all. This lead keeps increasing for Clash LATAM.
It was Sun Tzu in The Art of War who said that when your opponent expects you to attack, that's when you should defend. I think that Clash expected that ZERØZONE was going to push straight into them, thinking that Clash would defend as they had in the past, but instead Clash went straight up into their face, shoving all the damage that they had with this Mr. P, Gene, and Brock comp right back at them, and it worked really, really well. ZERØZONE has been reeling ever since that first exchange and haven't been able to come back. It looks like this set number 2 is going to Clash, and they will pull ahead in this match, Tridd.
ZERØZONE have to do something aggressive. They got the opportunity to do so. Eptic has the magic hand, but you're right, Woody, with 3 seconds on the clock, they're not going to find the 2 kills they need minimum. And that's going to be Clash LATAM going 2-1 in the series, heading into our 4th map.
Very well done to Clash. It was a complete rewrite of the script from games 1 and 2, which seemed to be really slow and contemplative even, with both teams playing really defensively oriented strategies. But finally, Clash decided, you know what, this has been a bit too slow. We're happy to play the fast game. We have got the quick reaction time necessary to pull off a win. And as you can see, it bore out really obviously in the damage dealt and kills in the stat lineup. That game number 2 was really close between ZERØZONE and Clash. That's the only kill that ZERØZONE was ever able to put up on the board in this set, though.
Yeah, and I think that's a consequence of the game 1 patient style. Game 2, just losing control early and burning down the clock, and then game 3, just having the fight taken to their doorstep when they weren't expecting it. So Clash LATAM, I think they had them read every step of the way in that map.
Well, we're going to be moving on next into set number 4 in just 30 short seconds. Tridd, do you have any last thoughts from that bounty map before we move into Sandy Gems?
I think that we've seen a lot of the Slambulance, the 2 tanky brawlers. So in most instances, we're seeing Rosa and BB comboed with a Poco. I think we're seeing more of that this month, and I think some teams can do it well, and others are really struggling with it. I think that ZERØZONE, from the limited sample size we've seen, couldn't deal with Clash's response to it. So I'll be curious to see in ZERØZONE's next match against INTZ whether they try something similar and find different levels of success.
Well said. Well, I think that moving into this 4th set, the lesson that I've got from watching Clash so far this month is that they are a really highly adaptive team. They are not the sort of team that you can get a predictive sort of strategy on them and just play it out in the game. You really have to be able to think on your feet and make that call in the heat of the moment. Not an easy thing to do, as we've seen ZERØZONE now struggling behind in this match, score 1-2 against a Clash team that's looking to close it out. They've got a really strong comp, especially for a game mode like Heist, which, as we've seen before, can end really quickly. They've got great communication on their side. I think Clash have got the advantage here and might be able to pull it out with the 3-1.
They pull it out with a 3-1, Woody. That also means that they would walk away with 1st place because they've won both of their games. No one could possibly catch up to them with the 2-0 scoreline. So it does mean, you win this and you win you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about the next match. It's inconsequential to you as you look down at it from your ivory tower.
Well, that's one way of putting it. They've only got 20 points on the leaderboard right now, so Clash are trying to catch up to INTZ in the global ranking. So the fact that they are able to get that first win and are pushing now for their second bodes really well for them in global finals qualification overall.
An unironic Colt pick.
Yeah, we very rarely see Colt, but I guess they figure that they might be able to get a good angled shot in on it. We're going to see a base race now as teams are going to be pushing into each other. It's going to be Rosa punching away at the safe on the bottom. Finally going to see a respawn here from Kurto to try to push her back off.
My God.
A big advantage
That max value bubble from BB on the Clash LATAM safe was unreal there because it's so the proximity between the cover and the backboard is so large, and no one's bothered to stop Alchemical. He's just been sat in this base the entire time dealing damage, and it's becoming a race against time as Clash LATAM are committing resources to the offense, but they're unable to match the damage output of one lone Rosa.
Clash. Obvious win for Clash. ZERØZONE made a really risky play there, ignoring Alchemical and instead trying to push in for the final blow on a 3-2 power play, but not able to get the job done. Nice defense to Clash up there to keep their save at that 20% mark, and at that point, it was all over, Tridd.
You talked it could be a dominant heist map. It looking like it could be, Woody. If they're going to be that fast, then Clash may as well go ahead and take first place right now, because that was the fastest map and the most dominant map we've seen this entire series.
Clash has really highlighted their preparation in this match, and it's really showing off very well, both in that match number 1 and now in number 2 against ZERØZONE. The ability to be able to play on the fly and make those quick adaptive changes is really crucial. And not just to be able to have someone make that call for the team, but for everyone on the team to know what their role is and to be able to play it out in real time is extremely difficult. It's what makes Brawl Stars so interesting to watch at this really high level. You know, the decision there from Alchemical to not play defense and instead to just continue wailing away at that safe, I think is what really gave Clash the advantage there. We'll see if they can pull it off again in this second game.
Yeah, the confidence to commit to a game plan and change it when it doesn't working. Well, their plan certainly worked this time, Woody, and I think the Colt was great at bursting through targets, providing that consistent damage at range, when considering that, for the most part, despite Clash LATAM winning, the people playing more aggressively were actually ZERØZONE in this instance. They were trying to use Max to get BD in range of the safe and get that bounce off with the bubble. The Colt's able to just stay out of the range of it and go, okay, I'll just shoot you from here. It's fine. It's safe. We're going to jump into game number 2 on Heist right now. And this is do or die for ZERØZONE. They could be slipping away from victory with this next map.
Match point now, and we're very soon going to see how it plays out. Alchemical taking a few shots over the right side from Eptic. It looks like he's going to be going down first, and Eptic is going to get the chance to charge up into the Clash safe. We'll see if he tries to play out the same story that we saw in that last game. He's moving in, but he's not actually going to go for the safe shots just off the bat. It's going to be a defense now for Clash up top as they push Eptic off. Instead, ZERØZONE is going to be playing a bit more cautiously than Clash did last time, and I don't think that's going to work out for them. It looks like Clash is really moving far ahead, Tridd.
Already drops it down to 58%. The more defensive style for ZERØZONE still isn't working. They've got Kurto on the ends this time to try and help them with that. As Alchemical moves in with the shield, and he's just pummeling the safe, able to milk every last bit of damage. A 60% lead, and the pressure doesn't stop. Now the terrain has been broken. Alexinzio can go ahead and get some shots on safe from afar, and the Colt pick really showing its strength right now.
The long-range damage cannot be stopped. Finally, Eptic pushes them off, but down to the teens on their hit points. Health that safe is about to get busted, and this is an easy win for Clash. They're about to walk away unless something really extraordinary happens on the ZERØZONE side of the field.
I don't think there's any comeback for this one. Alchemical still going to stick around on the left-hand side. Kurto chasing him down with the super to try and slow him. He turns it back around to try and deal some damage, but they haven't removed that cheeky little tick from the corner. He's going to keep on drawing pressure over and stopping them from going on the offense and closing this gap. Because Zero trying to get in range. He's got the first kill. He's toggling his super. He wants to go in a range on this one, but he's waiting for some HP to come back to maximize the value from it.
Alchemical was a thorn in their side, and now it's Zero drilling in hard for the final blow. Alchemical gets the last punch, and it's victory for Clash, defeating ZERØZONE, and they are now on a 2-0 win streak in this LATAM South region. They are the team to watch going in for this region this month.
2-0 win streak, Woody. Well, you know what that means in our single round robin competition. They walk away with first place at this monthly final for LATAM South. And they've got to be loving that and trying to etch away at that difference in standing that stands between them and INTZ. It was a fantastic month for them, and they should be proud. But INTZ and ZERØZONE, they've got one more match to play. That's going to be coming up shortly after this. There's the stats from this game. The damage being dealt from ZERØZONE, just unable to keep up with Clash LATAM, who just really showed their domination in the final map.
Congratulations to Clash LATAM. The team from Chile have done it. They are victorious in this region for our May monthly final. That's going to earn them a lot of points and a big prize to boot on top of that. They are now in contention with INTZ for that spot. Remember, there's only one team from LATAM South that will advance to the World Finals at the end of the year. So I think it's going to be a really interesting fight between Clash and INTZ going forward. Congratulations to both of these teams. But remember, if you want to compete too, there is still time to make it up and get the points on the board. You got to find two great friends to play with in the game, though. But we've got monthly finals coming up all the time, straight through to November. So best of luck to you. I'm going to be hopping away from the desk as Tridd's going to be joined with Ark for this match number 3. But it's been a pleasure casting so far, and we'll see you again soon. Let's send it over to Falcone.
Well, there you go. Clash do it again. Although there's something to be said between the rivalry of Clash and ZERØZONE based on the last 2 days, but Clash took it down both times. They've won both series, and it's MVP time. Our most valuable player for that match was Alon Zixo. Alon Zixo has picked Gene 9 times and Colt twice. I'm going to just tell you, behind the scenes, there was a little bit of a debate between the various players. A lot of the casters wanted to go with Alchemical again, but Alon Zixo gets our MVP this time, and we're going to take a look at some of the very best performances this time around. You're going to see a very nice walk-in dribble followed by just amazing siege gameplay there. Alon Zixo getting those pulls, dealing that damage, being a huge part of the team's success. But I think it's worth saying one more time that the entirety of Clash LATAM have been playing brilliantly. I want to agree with what the casters have been saying. These have been today some really close matches, and I cannot wait to see if it continues with this next match, which is going to be the final match of this group. After we take a look at the score, Clash LATAM clearly sitting on top, but the final match is going to be between those bottom 2 teams, and that means it's an important one. One of these teams is going to be fighting for second place. The other team is going to be going home. Bottom of the group. Let's take a look at what this match is and who the players are. It is going to be ZERØZONE LATAM once more, with Kurto, Eptic, and Imams up against INTZ with Matthias Consti, Guido, and Marcel. And honestly, I am looking forward to this match. Again, it's been such close matches today. I cannot wait to see if this one is just as close. But taking a look at the players one last time in this group, it is ZERØZONE LATAM. All of these guys are really keen on training. They love to train. They train together. And Kurto and Eptic described their teammates as great players and friends, but Imam described their teammate as family. Isn't that nice? Family on the team. Their superpowers are study, so I'm expecting the very best meta calls from them as we take a look at the next team. It's INTZ. Each member of this team, when asked who they think the strongest team in Brawl Stars is, they said Clash. And they all agreed that it's due to Clash's amazing synergy, Clash EU that is. Consti's role on this team is just to give Poco heals to everyone. Oh, way to give the game away. I hope that doesn't include the opponents. Let's send it back to the casters for the next match.
Thank you very much, Falcone. I've swapped out Woody for Ark, and we're going to bring you this final game of Latin America South. Like we said, it's going to be Clash LATAM walking away with the first place finish, but there's still all to play for because second and third come with their own rewards. Isn't that right, Ark?
Yeah, absolutely. Everything's still to play for. I mean, ZERØZONE haven't had the best of days, as have INTZ. So I think that now, it's about kind of which of these two teams is going to shine. Again, bans, both are going to be Sprout. I would say that's probably a wise thing. Sprout is still relatively new to Brawl. We're still kind of like trying to feel him out a little bit as to how and where he fits in the competitive scene. So to eradicate him, I think is a good brawler to get out of the way. First up is going to be Siege, some assembly required. And what do you think we can expect to see here, Tridd, in terms of brawlers?
We've been seeing a lot of... I mean, I was surprised to see Frank last series. I don't know if we'll see that again, but it could be another pick that comes on crawling through. A lot of Gene we've been seeing on the Siege map so far as well, so could be a combination of that. you put it down to the fact that the Brawler's new. I'm actually just going to blame it on cowardice from these two teams. The fact that they're not letting Sprout through. The fact that everyone has found Sprout in LATAM. Disappointing to say the least. You're better than this, guys.
Going off that left-hand side lane with the Primo gadget early on, getting Guido out the picture, but I do feel like that could be back to hurt. But at the same time, no, the amount of aggression from that Primo pick, I'm really enjoying. And now look at this, a tie for the first round. However, ZERØZONE greatly in control right now.
They're going to be holding possession for the time being, that they were the ones who were going to get the bolt lead on the side of ZERØZONE as they just keep flooding into their own little bank account there for the bolts. Going to throw out the head first, but it's nothing for a Primo at point-blank range. You can go ahead and pummel that down. Marcel over-committing into the fight and being removed yet again as INTZ are now forced to retreat. It's a 10-2 bolt lead so far, and we still got 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Eptic missed a little pull there. It's not often that you see him missing pulls. He's been very accurate all day long, but look at this. 14 bolts already in the pocket of ZERØZONE, and this could be a one push right now here, Tridd. This is going to be a big, fast, powerful robot coming in now that INTZ are going to have to defend.
Yeah, it's going to go storming down. Marcel's pulled into the middle. Can't even get the super off. Already been deleted. He'll come back with an invulnerability shield. They're buying so much time right now. Consti can't exactly tank this, so Marcel has to come in. The super pulls them together. They delete another version of him. Very mitigated damage for INTZ. All in all, great defense.
Gotta say, an amazing defense. 30% damage on a level 15 bot is honestly a godsend for INTZ now, who are probably going to get a level 10 if they can keep up this control here, but Eptic says no with a great pull, and it's going to stop INTZ in their tracks, but I still think they will get this round, and a bit of defending on the cards for ZERØZONE, but not quite as much as if they had given up that control.
Absolutely. Well, the 7 bolts don't mean anything right now because this is the final siege, but Kurto going in to deal as much damage as he can. He gets it down to 55%, but he will respawn in time for the defense. That could have been the game changer in this fight if this initial defense goes south. Going to use the invulnerability shield to tank up the damage. Eptic clearing some space as Guido goes in for the attack, but he dropped it below 55%. INTZ will claim game number 1.
Wow, I thought they might have been able to defend that, but it didn't seem to be the case. I liked Kurtu jumping in to try and get some additional damage prior to that push, and I did feel like the gene pool could have been used on the bot. I didn't quite see what happened there, but nevertheless, a great push by INTZ, a great defense, most importantly, by INTZ, and they will take this first game.
Okay, so no Frank, a little bit of Gene. But the Jackie, the Tick, and the BB coming in. And we saw a couple of times BB's value coming in with the bubble because he's being bounced off the backboard in the terrain to try and go through the Ike for some safe damage. Maybe a few more opportunities to use that could chip away more at the Ikes and give you that early edge. But all in all, impressive use of the Brawlers so far. Not many changes coming through as we jump into game number 2.
Yeah, BB's bubble can be really quite devastating if you're able to cycle here. If you're able to get actually down that little 3-tile piece of wall at the front, you're able to be able to keep doing that quite effectively. And Kurto, if he breaks that could open up the opportunity for ZERØZONE to be able to continuously get even more damage. But there's the ball out there by Imam there as well, getting damage already for ZERØZONE as this first bot comes in, which will have to be defended by INTZ.
Well, Guido going to move forward to try and get rid of that bot, but he's gone down. He'll come back with a shield. Jackie's all the same as well. So they got a 3-bolt lead and the first bot coming in. Kurto from the top rope will connect and already drop the Ike down to 52%. What a devastating first push for ZZL.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta add it to ZERØZONE. I mean, and it just goes to show how a good defense can go such a long way, because we had a level 15 bot last game and that did 30% damage. Now look what a great spot ZERØZONE are in. If they can keep up that strategy of just jumping in with the Primo and getting as much done without really a care in the world, it's gonna go a long way here for ZERØZONE as another bot is coming in now at level 7.
Yeah, suplexing Marcel out of the way, getting him further away from this, so his death comes later in the day. Won't be able to use the invulnerability shield. Forced back by the bot, and a great connection coming in. Here comes Kurto from the far. Beautiful play will give ZERØZONE the equalizer on this map.
It's working out really well. That just jumping in with Primo is going such a long way for ZERØZONE. And yeah, I don't think they're going to be changing that brawler pick anytime soon, as we've seen it just doing wonders on ZERØZONE's offense.
Yeah, the knockback as well. I love what Emom did there, just to clear some space between the Siege bot and the Jackie, getting that maximum swing, just to create some space between the Siege bot, allowing them to connect with the Ike and start dealing damage earlier. I don't think duration really mattered that much with the way things played out, because they just destroyed the Ike to begin with. But if there was a better defense, that time difference could have made all the difference, shall we say, when it came down to a percentage battle, assuming they didn't finish off the Ike.
INTZ are doing a great job when it comes to the pushes. They're just not able to establish the control in order to get the bolts, to get those pushes in the first place. And that's what ZERØZONE are showing to great effect. So are we going to see any change up there? We are going to see a change up here. Constance can go with Rosa, and I think that that's important. The Primo pick, the tankiness of Kurto is actually going quite a long way, and INTZ have picked up on that and made changes accordingly.
Greedy got isolated there by Emom in the back right corner. It's going to be taken up to the bolt control. Certainly going over to INTZ right now. Emom trying to create more of that space, sending the bubble in to get those bounces, and also dealing a little bit of damage to the Siege bot early. Great pull by Eptic. Going to clear off one of the offenders from INTZ as the bot is now entering into Ike territory.
This is better from INTZ for sure, and now they need to hold the mid control. Maybe get some kills. So BB Bull does go in and get some damage. Constantly going to go in with Super as well to try and get some damage and delay the push from ZERØZONE. A pull from Marcel is good, and this is a much more confident INTZ, as Marcel somehow almost survived that pull as well. But a much better start, some confidence, and that could go a long way here.
Kurto not fast enough to get the cancellation on that bolt being banked. 55% health for them. Great pull there. Will kill Eptic and donate a bolt over to Marcel for free, as Emom going to clear them off for this one on the left-hand side. Kurto's happy to go aggressive. They get the Siege bot on this next push, but Kurto going to be dropping down before he can get and assist that damage on the Ike. Eptic looking for a pull. He's going to save onto it because he knows the bot will clear them now. He wants to hit one of these newly respawned targets.
I like the delay of spawning in there by INTZ, and just to try to kill each other off at the right times, and that was a pretty good defense. But now they've got to retake this mid control, as Eptic is a good pull, and they take the reverse pull as well. The counter pull by Marcel, and ZERØZONE do look to be in control. INTZ need to take this mid and take it fast if they're going to be able to come back in this round of Siege.
That's great by Guido, trying to buy some more time by knocking Emom away from the bolt to give them the early lead. They're going to bank it 7. It might be a draw in the last Siege. No, it's not going to. Kurto's going to get the edge here with the 7th bolt, with the 8th bolt. So they will storm it in, and Marcel will drop down. So they can still deal this. If they have perfect defense, deal a little bit of damage, they might get away with it. 47%, but it's already equalized before the bots even got into territory. 1% in it. That's all that ZERØZONE will have to do, and they will walk away with Siege.
ZERØZONE showing already early on in this matchup that they like the game modes that evolve around being territorial and holding the ground, and that is definitely something which could definitely come back around to help them out in the next game modes as well. But a great start for them, and INTZ now will need to respond and kind of think things through as to how best to go about taking things to a more level page.
Kings of LATAM starting to be dethroned, Ark. They've been kicked out of their throne, but will they be kicked off the court by ZERØZONE afterwards? Relegated to the role of jesters. A lot of INTZ fans will probably not be helping for that one. Not a lot of in it in the scoreline if you look at the damage, but when it comes down to kills and bolt collection, there is no doubt that ZERØZONE had the edge that game.
Yeah, getting those kills means that you're able to bank more bolts, and you ideally want your opponents to be spawning in as frequently as possible, because all the time they're doing that, you're collecting bolts, getting those all-important pushes, and you're much more likely to be able to get the round in your team's favor. Pit stop up next, then going to Heist. I'm going to put it out there. I think BB, as we saw, being such a prominent factor in the outcomes of those Siege games, I reckon she would be a good pick for me here as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Like, again, you can just bounce the bubble off the backboard easy, but you're just an all-round great brawler right now as well, so why not maximize the value? Let's take a look, though. Looks like we got the M's, Barley, and the Rosa for ZERØZONE. He's going to go with Nita, Ems, and BB on the side of INTZ. So ZERØZONE not opted to go with the BB this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to kind of see what INTZ do first and kind of go with that accordingly. I do like the Rosa pick, but for me, I do feel like INTZ have the better comp. Nita, especially with Hyper Bear, as we've seen time and time again, can get some insane damage. And constantly going in here, getting some good early damage in.
Yeah, uncontested as they get enough kills. He's got Bruce in his pocket, needs to get in closer. He wants to get the instant connection, but will die before he gets that one off. They've still not dealt with Consti, who just drive-bys the safe and comes out the other side okay.
Yeah, now forced back to actually come back and defend with his teammates. But still got my eye on Guido here. He does have super. We haven't seen the use of Gadget yet. And I think getting that Rosa down now will be a good chance to be able to push this right-hand side lane with Consti and get some additional damage. I think that Marcel can cope that 1v1 if they're able to get the right-hand side lane under control.
Well, Bruce has been thrown out onto the field. Now he's going to be dragged back to deal with Kurto, who's pushing up the right-hand side. Get some early healing in from his star power, but he's going to handily deal with Bruce. Oh, no, he won't. He'll get absolutely demolished. And now Consti and the rest of INTZ pressing up the field. Eptic, the person standing in their way, as Consti now has the bubble ready to go. He's using it for the kill potential instead to get rid of any hope of a comeback on the left-hand side. Now sets his sights on the safe, waiting for the right time to go in. He has to dance around Eptic and Imam, who just respawned. But Guido, he's got the potential to get the bear. And there is the Hyper Bear connection. It deals a little bit of damage, but Eptic clears him off fast enough.
I was hoping that was going to be the round there, and then it's always so exciting to see it when it does connect. But I've got to hand it to ZERØZONE, a quick early takedown, which is exactly what you need to do as soon as that bear goes onto the safe to get it shut down quickly. But a pretty close game, it's got to be said. You know, at the moment, it can go either way, I feel.
Well, Guido's about to get a connection with Hyper Bear again, but he didn't throw it in. It's there, slapping away at the safe, dropping it 46% HP. And Eptic seems to be the last hope to get any kind of damage on the safe, but he's being fought back by Marcel, trying to go around. He's healing through it all. 5 seconds remaining. Barley coming in. Imam trying to equalize it, but the safe's been left unattended. The all-out offensive by ZERØZONE wasn't enough. Then INTZ will take map number 1.
Gotta admit, a pretty close game there. Both teams pretty evenly matched despite slight differences in their brawler choices. I did like the Barley pick. I think that was doing a good thing for ZERØZONE in terms of getting damage, but I do like the BB pick as well there by INTZ. Both teams going head-to-head. It's great to see a close matchup for Heist.
Yeah, and hopefully more of the same to move forward on this map. So getting ready to jump into game number 2. I think that there needs to be some adaptation on the side of ZERØZONE. Barley, yeah, great for the damage, but there's very rare instances when he could get Barley in range to deal damage and maximize the usage. As you can see, they're changing over. They're putting him onto the Nita instead.
Yeah, Nita for me is definitely by far the better pick. Barley can be good with the star power choices of which you have to choose from, whether you want to go for medical use to get some healing or additional damage. It does make quite a big difference for sort of like area control and that kind of thing. But for me, Nita by far the better at dealing damage, and it's good to see ZERØZONE adapting and switching things up accordingly, as that does go a long way, as we've seen time and time again in competitive, to be versatile in that respect.
And Consti now going to hurt Kurto on the right-hand side as he's going to go on his first offensive. 10% HP already missing INTZ's safe. Zeptic is now trying to deflect the aggression from Consti on the right-hand side. Kurto coming in to assist him with that.
Both M's popping supers then and just getting a little bit of a stalemate situation, but some good damage applied by Kurto onto Guido, and now Wyman might be in a position here if he can just get super from Marcel. But Hyper Bear didn't quite connect. That would have been a great opportunity for ZERØZONE if they were able to do that. But now a bit on the defense, Consti popping his super as well to get a few ticks and to even up the score just a little bit there.
Oh my god, there's the connection from Guido, the Hyper Bear left-handed. It's all been disastrous for Imam right there, purely because the Nita offense, you need the Hyper Bear to make this work, and he didn't have super when he was in enemy territory, so he had to come back and defend rather than deploy the bear and then do it. Missed opportunity by just not having the super online.
Yeah. absolutely in one, but now Wyom is in a position. Now he does connect potentially here. No, the knockback from PB is good, and that is going to delay things. The gadget pop is good, though, and that gets Consti. Wyom's got a second super.
Oh my god, the connection.
Damage. This is great plays here.
Dropping it down to 26%, and he's got another bear in the pocket, waiting for the right time to pop it. You can see he's teetering on the edge of deploying, and he throws it over the top. The connection is there. They immediately destroy him, but now they've used all their ammo. They have an advantage to press in with. The safe's at 2%. Eptic can walk in, but the last shot came in, and ZERØZONE are still alive on this map.
Yeah, we pointed out at the very beginning that change between Barley and Nita, just showing how much of a role it played in the outcome of that game. And now ZERØZONE responding really, really well, equaling the score. We're 1 apiece now in Heist.
Okay, so this is definitely... LATAM appears to be the close region then, where everyone's kind of equally matched. I love to see it personally. A lot of competition here. So that one spot from the Latin American region that will go through to the World Finals is surely going to be one of the hotly contested spots globally, just based on how these teams are chalking up against each other.
Yeah, it's all to play for. There's a lot of competitiveness in the LATAM region, and we're seeing that happening today. And this is getting really, really quite heated. I mean, ZERØZONE have got the slight advantage, arguably so, but I think this next game of Heist is going to be quite a few fireworks. So I wonder whether we'll see the same comp, or whether someone will be daring enough to try to mix it up and go for some form of counter here, because they are running the mirror at the moment. It would be an ideal time to kind of be bold and to make some changes if you really want to do that and put it on the line.
What would be the counter though, Ark? That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. What could you think of? Just cursory. Obviously, we're not the pro players. We try and break down the game as much as we can, but what could be some potential solutions to this?
I mean, I still think Tick is quite viable as a thrower. I mean, Nita is definitely the go-to. I think that, for me, Ems can be countered. I think that you got to pick a brawler that's going to focus on getting Ems down, so something that can get into her range, close range. Like Daryl would be, for me, an ideal pick to kind of be able to roll in and get the Ems out of the picture. We are not going to see any changes. We are going to see, again, the mirror comp. Both teams feeling that they have an adequate chance of coming out on top with Nita, Ems, and BB.
Well, there, Curso's already got control of the mid. He's going to be pressing forward. That first frag's going to decide the ebb and flow of this map. They're trying to find a way to get into each other's territories. Eptic and Consti not running the risk. Consti going to go forward first. He's going to have Eptic come on the counter-attack. Immediately gets the first knockback. So he's got territorial control right now. He's going to be able to push them into the corner. And there's Eptic, got onto the safe already, and he's got the bubble, and he's just, no one's dealing with him right now. And he's going to be able to deal as much damage as he likes to that one. 35% dropped, and it's been unanswered by INTZ.
A great start for ZERØZONE, and Eptic just had all the time in the world to line up that super, and yeah, showing why BB is such a great pick here on a brawler comp meta with little wall breakers to be seen, and yeah, a great start for ZERØZONE, but now the return from INTZ, it's not strong enough, and this is a great chance for ZERØZONE to go on the offensive and to try to get this one wrapped up quickly.
Eptic has guaranteed damage built in with the bubble right now. Imam not quite getting the Nita Bear online, so he's got it. He can throw this over the wall and get a Hyper Bear connection. INTZ need to be conscious of that and react fast to it, otherwise they will start hemorrhaging even more health.
Now, look at this. ZERØZONE going with Hyper Bear, but also on the return is INTZ going with Hyper Bear. This is a bit of a rush here, and if ZERØZONE cannot do this now, there's a Hyper Bear sitting on their safe right now. This could be devastating.
Oh, the stun denies Eptic. Getting every bit of HP they can outside of that safe, but Consti's now in range to drop his own one, and if he's going to be able to get that ball onto the safe and start damaging it further, it's INTZ looking for the closeout, and finally, someone has to put an end to this range. They can't deal the damage to the safe, and that's going to be INTZ taking away the map.
Well, this just got interesting. It is now 1 set each, and what an exciting end. Again, we've seen in Heist being particularly close today between these two teams, but it was eventually INTZ that were just able to capitalize in that moment, uncontested on the ZERØZONE safe, and they will take it.
Well, they're going to equal out this map for now. Oh, they didn't equal out the map. Sorry, what am I talking about? They were able to win the map. But look at how close it was, Ark. The damage line, the kill line, and the damage to safe was the only outlier there for ZERØZONE, as you'd expect from the winning team on this map. But the scoreline is still saying on a knife's edge for all these Latin American teams.
Yeah, super close round of heist, and both of these two teams very evenly matched, very much on the same page as well when it comes to the meta. We're seeing similar brawler choices, not anything too radically different in that respect. So well prepared. Obviously, have been scrimming a lot and practicing hard. Speaking of practicing hard, Hard Rock Mine, Tridd, up next for Jam
Great
Grab.
segue, friend. This is why you get the big bucks.
A great map, one of my personal favorites in Gem Grab, one of the viewer favorites, I'm sure as well. This will be fireworks I'm expecting to see here, and definitely some Rosa plays, and you know that I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, massive fan of the Rosa, and with the gadget as well, we're seeing a lot of value, makes up a good component of the Slambulance composition that we're seeing coming in, so that might be an option for these teams to run. We've also seen potential range options on Hard Rock Mine, because despite all the little bits of cover, there are these long channel sightlines that you can get the damage off, so a lot of compositions that these teams can roll out with when we move on to this next map.
Yeah, we've seen B doing a lot of great things here as well. So I'm expecting to see some B making an appearance, some Rosa. I would love to see some Rika, but we haven't really seen too much of him since the good old days, okay, Boomer, of Hard Rock Mine. But yeah, some Nita potentially as well. Some broader choices that are going to be kind of on the aggressive. You really want to get inside your opponent's spawn and just cause some havoc, some BB potentially as well. That's what you want to do on Hard Rock Mine. Is to be really aggressive and try to get inside your opponent's spawn.
Yeah, we're hoping to see that as we jump into the next match. Teams getting ready into the lobby. It's a 1-1 scoreline between these two teams. I'm not sure how finicky it's going to be to try and work out who actually ends up. Oh, no, it's quite simple. What am I talking about? I always think the group stage is more complicated than it actually is, but it's not. Whoever wins this match ends up in second, because they both got dumpstered by Clash LATAM. I'm thinking it's like a 5-man group where it's like, oh, they have to win by a certain amount of maps, but it's not the case.
I mean, you know, you've got to ask yourself, what is going to be the gem carry? I mean, Gene, as we've seen, has a very high win rate, a very high play rate in competitive, would probably be my go-to choice, but we have seen Poco making a bit of a return into the meta with those double tank heal compositions. So I'll be keen to see which of the choices these two teams will go for there.
Well, Pam, Rico, and Nita for the side of INTZ, but it's the classic Gene and Mr. P and Rosa for the side of ZERØZONE, and Eptic has got those first two gems.
We're going to see Constantly picking out the Pam choice for gem carry. I didn't see that one coming. I was expecting maybe a bow potentially, but yeah, Constantly playing a daring choice, and I wonder how that is going to pay off for INTZ as Eptic gets a good gene pull, and we might see a bit more of that. We've seen Eptic hitting those pulls consistently today, and if I was INTZ, I would be very aware of that choice.
Yeah, and you can see that it doesn't look like he's actually like one-tapping them. The amount of time you see the super being highlighted is telling me that potentially putting a lot of thought into the aim with this one, not relying on auto as we've seen some others, maybe meaningly, but also seriously used for those quick reactions. So that's what I like to see from Eptic.
I'm looking at both of these two teams just in all, they're both doing the same strategy here. They're both going to try to get behind each team, and at the moment now we're back into a more traditional fashion, and a good pull there as well from Eptic will give a good opportunity here for ZERØZONE to push up on the center. Consti goes down as well, giving ZERØZONE the countdown, and this could be all over if Greedy's unable to do anything. He does get a kill, but I think Eptic has it under control.
So he puts the stop clock on. He says, no, we're going to stop it right now. Guidu's still alive in the back line, and Consti's gone ahead. He's been dropped out. He's going to be dropped out very quickly anyway. Won't find the kill onto Ema with 7 seconds remaining. No one's in range. ZERØZONE take game number 1.
Great start for them and looked very comfortable. They didn't seem to really falter too much. Pretty good in terms of their consistency and approach there. And yeah, I didn't feel like the Pam pick was doing really too much. I never really saw INTZ getting much control over the mid, which is obviously where those gems do spawn. And we might see Gene being swapped out, I feel, in the next game for that.
Yeah, we might need to make some changes into this one because it was very one-sided in favor of ZERØZONE that time. It didn't seem like they ever lost control. We highlighted that the teams were trying to go for the flank and pinch, but the flankers were always getting picked off because they were turned on, and there was no wave of aggression coming in to kind of split the focus of the team and really capitalize on it. So there's a little bit to do with comp. I also think the play was a little bit off. The timings, more accurately, were a little bit off here and how they executed the comp.
Yeah, definitely going to have to do some rethinking. They obviously do not want to lose this set. You know, INTZ will be looking to turn this around quickly, because if they are to lose this set and this next game, then ZERØZONE get a 2-1 lead, and that could be really devastating as far as their kind of their mentality goes and their team morale in that respect. They need to turn this around quickly, is my point.
Yeah, certainly if you don't want to start going down the mental abyss of tilt, we never want to see that. But there's going to be similar composition coming out now. But here's the Slambulance for INTZ. So constantly on the Poco, trying to keep Marcel and Guido alive on the two tanky Rosa and BB as they look to take territory and feed these gems over. But Consti's been picked off by Eptic, so your healer's down. It's just a van at this point. There's no medicinal value in this. Kurto has to find a way to stay alive in his half of the spawn to make sure these gems don't go over. But Guido will get out with them, giving INTZ the edge.
I like this change up from INTZ. It's daring, it's at the right time, and you know, double take heal is very, very strong on this particular map at pushing the team back into their spawn. I do question though, Guido carrying 3 gems. Ideally, he'd prefer them to be in Consti's pocket, but already a much stronger performance that we are seeing from INTZ when it matters most.
Yeah, it's far from ideal for Guido to be holding on to these gems, but under the circumstances, he had to get them out of the base. So hopefully there's a safe opportunity. But here's ZERØZONE coming back in. Great pull to shut down Conti. So I bet they're glad Guido has those gems right now. Otherwise, they would have been staring down the barrel of a 9-4 difference. But they're back into this one as Guido goes forward. He's ignoring the Porto, who's just going to chip away at him. Big mistake, because Consti is now going to have to deal with that. But the gems keep going over to ZERØZONE, and there's nothing INTZ can do about it.
That turned around so quickly, Tridd, and I think I've got to hand it to Eptic there, because it was all down to those pulls. But now a pinch here from Marcel could be good, but surely now the whole of ZERØZONE can focus, and it gets shredded to oblivion. My goodness me, ZERØZONE now in a fantastic spot moving forwards.
Taking 2-1 on the scoreline against INTZ. One more map will give them the second place finish and solidify the pantsing of INTZ this month from the April final to be removed from their top spot. Still, we've got plenty more maps coming up on the assumption that INTZ can fight back. But we touched on it a little bit earlier in this particular matchup arc that, well, once you start to lose and you start going to a negative headspace, that can spiral out of control fast.
Yeah, absolutely true. The best teams in competitive are those that are able to kind of leave those mistakes or slip-ups in the past to focus primarily in the present and to just keep that focus on the game and to come out on top. Nothing is ever too late to turn around until that final second drop. So the best teams will be those that are able to remember that always and not lose hope, as hope is such an important part of Brawl Stars. Layer Cake then up next for Bounty. One of my personal favorites for Bounty maps as far as they go. So keen to see what these two teams will bring in to this game mode.
Yeah, so Layer Cake, typically the classic comp, but we've seen very deviations from that. Classic comp would be to have Brock, Piper, and Tick. But as we've seen recently with this month, teams opted to go for a Slambulance, even on Bounty, which is bizarre, but it has seen some value. I can imagine, though, we're probably going to see a lot of Tick on this one, unless you've got something insight here, Ark, that I just cannot fathom.
We've seen Bo recently making an appearance in Layer Cake.
Yes.
So, I mean, you know, I'm not sure that we will. The metas do vary from region to region, but we have seen Bo making an appearance in Layer Cake and Bounty in general, I would say. So, yeah, I mean, anything really can come up and make an appearance here, but I think that the double tank heal could be a viable option here as well.
Well, we've got Bo, Tick, and Brock for the side of ZERØZONE. And I think that's a Piper, Tick, and Mr. P for INTZ.
And the bow, yeah, like I said, it's a very viable option, really, to be able to put down that totem to give your teammates super and to be able to change the map very quickly. That's what we're seeing with that gadget, really, is to give Brock, for example, his super faster to change the terrain to your advantage. And yeah, it's just an interesting choice. But it is going to be ZERØZONE that have that early lead. They got the middle star, and now so INTZ need to push forwards here to gain that lead.
Yeah, the trade-off, though, is that they have to give up a lot of pressure. If Brock wants to go and make use of that super tome, he has to leave the right channel, which allows the rest of INTZ to push up. So if he doesn't, if they were to be more capitalistic or more opportunistic, INTZ could have really punished ZERØZONE for that, but they were able to hold their own and start breaking away this terrain as they originally planned.
Heptic there got a kill to give another 2 stars to ZERØZONE by the skin of his teeth on that right-hand side there. The ticket coming in, but Imam and Kurto able to take it down, but pushed back quite heavily into spawn here, and this could be a bad place for ZERØZONE to find themselves. Imam is holding on here. I think INTZ could be able to capitalize on this situation here if they're careful about it.
Heptic needs to get away from the edge of the wall. He can't tuck in like that when a Mr. P is going to throw briefcases over the top. He has to play a little bit further away from this terrain to not be basically get a briefcase knocked over his head. There's 23 seconds remaining. They got a return kill onto Kurto, so there's only 1 star in it. But INTZ has so much map control right now.
Yeah, they really do. And Imam looking very weary here, and INTZ is rapidly losing time to get this kill. They do get the kill, and it's INTZ in the lead, but Heptic going in 28 HP. They do get the kill on a return.
Oh my god! Heptic just grabbed that map and just carried his team to victory because he said, right, enough of this. I'm tired of getting rained on. I'm going to use my gadget, go over the top, and deal so much damage to INTZ to get his team that first game win. 1 more game will give them this set.
That just changed hands so incredibly quickly. I mean, blink and you missed it, but it is going to be INTZ that pick up that particular game. Whew, what an explosive ending. And yeah, we're going to be heading in now to the second game and seeing whether INTZ can do that again. It was a great spawn pinch.
Yeah, so that's what you need to do against the team. If they give you an inch, you need to take a mile on something like layer cake. I think the compositions are fine for the most part. I think the only reason actually that we saw ZERØZONE pull that off was exceptional play by Heptic at the end there. I think, however, INTZ had great control of the map for the rest of the game, and I expect more of that to come through if we're running with similar compositions. We're jumping into potentially the last game now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if ZERØZONE do mix up the bow pick. I feel like the Piper pick for me is good to have in those situations where you're able to push your opponents deep into the spawn. You know, you can keep your distance and get some good damage. And they are going to do that. Heptic is going to swap out and go on the Piper side of things. I think that's a wise choice for me.
Yeah, going to mirror the compositions now, but no one's grabbed that center star, so no one has that early control. You do not want to be trading 2 for 1 here. Marcel's in a great position to do it. He'll be the one to take the first napkin and decide which direction the table shall follow.
Yeah, and it's going to be INTZ to pick up the stars, so they do have that lead, but it will take only 1 kill for ZERØZONE to be able to turn that around, and they'll be looking to sort of cycle supers here. Heptic will have to give some support here to YMAM because he can't defend that ticket. It does take some damage, but INTZ not in a position to capitalize.
Also running it straight down the middle so it doesn't destroy the terrain they can play around. Don't know if that was a conscious decision, but it still works out beneficial for them. Kurto getting that first kill on Guidu. They're going to be answered back immediately by Imam. They're still going to maintain that 1-star lead over ZERØZONE.
Oh, but a return here from Heptic on Consti and able to just defend that with a tickhead return. And but a bit of a shaky position for Consti to find himself in. Nonetheless, it is still going to be INTZ in the lead and seemingly to be more in control at this stage of the game.
Yeah, the Porter's going to move forward. Guidu taking a little bit of damage. He's going to empower that with his gadget to really send that one home. ZERØZONE need to press forward right now. They're looking to find Marcel and get someone on the board right now. It's only 1 star in it. 25 seconds remaining. INTZ can walk away with this game and take the map as well. They're not too careful. They're now trying to press them back into the spawn.
For me, Consti's been doing a fantastic job on this left-hand side lane. Should be able to get a kill here. If Wyman doesn't escape, he doesn't escape. Just to put the nail in the coffin is going to be another round then for INTZ.
Yeah, great by them. That means they're going to go ahead and pull away with the map victory and force out map number 5 on this one. It's a great play there on Layer Cake to make that happen. And now we're going to go to game number 5. So INTZ definitely do not want to be deterred. They want to salvage some pride from this group stage and not come in last place at the monthly final this time around.
We're going the whole hog, Tridd, going to map number 5, and you got to shout out Consti there on that left-hand side lane. There was many times when Eman was just only able to survive on a sliver of HP, and I did feel like that was making a big impact in the way that game went, and now, really, we don't know what way this is going to go. These two teams so closely matched, and I just can't wait to see what happens next.
Well, we'll find out. Let's pull up the map set and see what we're going to next. Penalty kick on Brawl Ball. So, no Sprout, which we see very impactful on this map in particular. We've seen the Nita being quite strong here, as well as the Gene from earlier series. So I imagine more of the same as we move into map number 5.
Yeah, expect some Nita for sure. I definitely see Nita as being a very strong, popular pick on this map. But like you say, Sprout here can just devastate and change the way this particular map is played. But as that ban is in place, we will not be seeing Sprout from either team. For me, yeah, I would say that Nita would be the golden brawler pick for me for both of these two teams really to capitalize.
Mm-hmm. And we've seen Nita being played earlier, obviously, on our heist match. So I can't imagine anything else. I can't imagine that these teams are adverse to playing it more accurately. So we should be seeing that one as we jump into our 5th game. Just waiting for the players to get ready because probably want to talk this one over a little bit before they commit to a comp.
Yeah, it's a tough decision, especially at the stage where it's 2 sets apiece. You know, you don't want to be rushing your choices, and any map that has a lot of choke points will open its doors to a variety of options. You know, the more tankier choices like Rosa, for example, or like the Slambulance, as you like to say. I couldn't help myself but put that one in there. Poco and Rosa could be on the card, so we've seen INTZ using that already today to great effect, and it's going to be explosive, it's going to be exciting. I can't wait to see what these teams do.
Poco, Frank, and Jackie for ZERØZONE, but there's the BB, the Nita, and the M's for the side of INTZ, and already INTZ have suffered their first casualty as Kurto is now on the assault. Pass it back, great super to lock them all up. The ball's right outside the goal. Marcel needs to get this one out as far as he can to buy some time, and he will do just that as Kurto and Eptic look to go on a counter assault, but they are now outnumbered.
INTZ just surviving and holding on for dear life there, and definitely early on discovering that this is a very strong comp to go up against the Frank double tank heal comp. Almost gave them a very early on lead there, but now look at this, INTZ with the push, and it's ZERØZONE on the defense.
Yeah, nice little bit of micro there. Guido unfortunately ended up missing the opportunity to get the stun onto Emon with his own super. That may have been a gadget use. Just need to be mindful of that. They're trying to cancel out the Frank. Kurto going aggressive, wants to get in range to use this super, but he's going to be knocked back by BB. Ball in the center of the field. The Hyper Bear demolishing Frank after a stun came through, and they're going to counter it by taking out some of the aggression from INTZ, but it's a 2v1 right now. 2.5 if you include Bruce, and they're on the assault.
Kurto, a shot on goal there, stopped nicely by Consti, and now Wymam needs to get this bear down quickly with Kurto, or they could be in a bit of a pickle here with Hyperbag going in, but the help from Eptic is good, and that should give a little bit of breathing space, but I do not like this position that ZERØZONE are finding themselves in now. INTZ have the range and the shutdown, and Wymam misses the super. That's going to be devastating for ZERØZONE.
Oh my god, Eptic's going to fall as well here. Kurto's on the edge. The ball has to be rushed into the goal. They got an opportunity. Marcel has it. The pass is good. And INTZ will get the first goal with 35 on the clock.
A great time to score at 30 seconds is not long for ZERØZONE, but Kurto popping the gadget to give him that speed boost. It's pushing up the suck. All 3 of INTZ wiped out. What a return, exactly when it was needed. 10 seconds in after that goal was conceded, and that was a response, Tridd.
That was the set piece they were looking for, Ark. That's the bread and butter of this composition, and it was executed to perfection. But now they're falling behind as Emom's taken down, and Marcel is going to walk this one in to get him a 2-1 scoreline, taking game number 1.
What happened at the end of that game? It was just back and forth so quickly in those final 30 seconds, and I didn't quite see that one coming. But INTZ turning it around quickly. Now we are on match point, and they've got to feel good about that.
Oh, I completely agree. This is the bounce back they needed, taking the early lead in Brawl Ball. Just look at that play by Kurto in the replay. Perfect execution of what that comp is designed to do.
I've got to say, though, ZERØZONE didn't seem to be massively behind in any way. There was a lot of instances of being on defense, probably largely due to that Frank pick. It was very difficult for them to be able to get out of spawn without that kind of range. The tankiness is great, but you can also end up feeding a lot of supers to your opposition if you're just going to be absorbing all that damage. So, you know, I think that would be the brawler that I personally would go to change. And, you know, they're going to have to change something. Otherwise, you know, INTZ are going to take second place here.
Well, let's find out if there's any changes as we jump into map number 2 right now. And they're going to be moving with the Nita, the Ems, and the BB. So mirror comps on what could be the final map. It is series point for INTZ.
Yeah, I think it's a good change. When in doubt, go with the mirror comp. It seems to be the case so far. But INTZ pushing up, and I do like the home run star power used there by Marcel. Giving a good spot. I would have picked up the ball there and passed it to the right. That could have ended up in a goal. That might cost, actually, INTZ here on this push, as now ZERØZONE spawning back in.
Eptic 700 HP, so he has to play hide and seek for now, getting some reinforcements. Great stun finds free from Guido, and there's the execution with the Hyper Bear. INTZ can just walk this one in despite the missed goal from Consti.
INTZ 1 goal away now from taking second place in this group today, and what a great start. This is exactly what they needed. ZERØZONE need to do something. They need to do something now.
That bounce was brilliant from INTZ. It hit all 3 members, even though they're spread across the map by bouncing it between the barrels. Great stun onto Emom, but Bruce is going to finish the job. Marcel walks forward, catches Kurto on the end, and the ball's in the middle. Pass work can come in great here, but the respawns are coming for Emom. Throws out Bruce. The stun is not going to connect, and Emom gets some clearance to save his team.
1 minute left. It's not over yet. ZERØZONE can come back, as we saw in that previous game, with a great effect. If they get a good push here, we might even out the scoreboard and maybe even get into overtime here. This is the chance right here. This is a good position for them to find themselves in. Guido has super, but it's the left-hand side that I'm looking at the most here, and they need to make the most of this opportunity. There's 40 seconds left to do it. It's got to happen now.
They're locked into their base. They're going to go for the stun, get the range onto Emom, but no one can follow up. They're relying on Bruce's Hyper Bear to get it done. It is going to force Eptic and Kurto to think twice, and especially when Consti pops the super, it gives them some space clearance with 20 seconds remaining, but now they've got no supers in the tank. Kurto goes forward. The open goal is there. It should be the other way around, and Eptic will get the equalizer with 20 seconds remaining.
My goodness me, I think we're going into overtime, and that is going to shape things up tremendously. If I was ZERØZONE, I'll be trying to get that ball just to push it up. Just one little pass up will give them a great advantage here. This could be a very good place for ZERØZONE if they can get down Consti here. They're not able to do
online,
it, though.
They're going to pop the bear. Bruce is going to go for Emom. Consti and the boys are alive. And Eptic's going to try and clear some space. He sent the bubble go in. It will get some clear. Great stun. Stops the shot from coming in. It goes straight into the hands of Kurto. It's not on target as Emom and the rest of ZERØZONE break forward looking for the goal.
What a clutch Nita gadget play, and that is why it's so important to bear in mind overtime in Brawl Ball. So often we see players just using gadget and forgetting about the overtime period. And look at this, INTZ now holding on. They've got 23 seconds to do it, but it is ZERØZONE for me. They're in a great spot with that ball being so high up the field there.
Yeah, Greedy was also pinched. It's surprised he was able to get out of that one. Locked up by Ems' super on the way in. Consti going to return some damage. Marcel goes in, gets pushed back by the gadget use again. Consti finding 2, but he hasn't got a kill yet. Marcel is even going to go down to Eptic. They've got the kills equalized. Kurto goes on the offensive. Guido might not be enough with 1 second remaining. It's a draw, and we will get a replay of that map.
Woo. I don't know whether my heart can take this, Tridd. That was so many moments in that game where it was just could have gone either way, but it ended in a draw. We're going to be replaying it, but so, you know, back to the scoreboard is INTZ still now 1 game ahead, and they need 1 more to win this set, to win this match, and take 2nd place.
Jumping straight back into it then, same comps, because it is a replay, they do not get to change. They got 2 minutes 30 to make those 2 goals happen. Maybe a little bit extra in overtime, but still going down to the wire. But great comeback by ZERØZONE to make sure it got to this stage.
Yeah, ZERØZONE definitely were playing much better in this new lineup, this new brawler lineup. And I think that they can still do this. They've just got to, you know, they just got to get this first round and get the momentum back as INTZ pushing up here. And this might be a bad spot with Consti having super there as well.
There's Kurto. Look at the life support right now. As Eptic's going to press forward, trying to lock Consti in the corner. He's pushed back and the kill will come in. Marcel has an opportunity. Kurto's the last remaining member and he can't pass it out. It's an open goal for Guido as Marcel tries to run it in and he gets the goal. Taking in the lead in this final map.
A great start for INTZ there. It was a really nicely thought through push, very patient push, and before you knew it, it was 3-on-1 and we're able to secure it. Now look at this. Marcel on the left-hand side here should be able to walk this. If Eptic
oh my
return.
God, Eptic, no, he may have pressed up a little bit too far. He has to stand in the way. He can knock him back. He's going for the walk-in, and Marcel will seal the deal. INTZ takes 2nd place at this monthly final.
Well, congratulations to INTZ. They do take 2nd place and will be delighted with that result. It was a hard-fought battle, though, at the end of the day to do it. But do it, they did, and they will be over the moon right now for sure.
Yeah, after a crushing defeat at the hands of Clash LATAM, to be able to walk away with at least a win is definitely something you need for the pride. Taking a look at those highlights, it so nearly didn't work out there for Marcel. You could see the ammo was being stocked up for ZERØZONE to try and remove possession with a knockback and stop the walk-in altogether, but it wasn't enough. Taking a look at the stats, so clear that INTZ had the advantage in that matchup. The damage, the kills, and the goals, of course, means they walked out with the victory on Brawl Ball.
Yeah, plenty more kills, almost double the amount of kills as well, and they just definitely felt more in control, more opportunities created, were positioning themselves much more to open up those chances to score, and yeah, they deserved it at the end of the day and walk away with the victory here. We can see some more stats now as well. The overall kill death ratio then for INTZ, just actually slightly more deaths than kills, but it does depend on the game mode in that respect, and often sometimes, you know, going into that precarious position to die can actually open up another advantage or opportunity for one of your teammates to make some damage.
They didn't even come out with a positive KD in that match, Ark. They were 11 kills shy of equalizing, so the kills they did get, they managed to make count, and we're going to recap the series and move on to the next one, where we're going for our friend, Falcone.
Oh man, that is what Brawl Stars is all about. I know that this was only the fight for 2nd place in this series, but in this group rather, but this was amazing, and a huge congratulations to INTZ and our pick for MVP, which is going to be Consti on this occasion. Now, I did tell you earlier that Consti's general game plan or his role in the team is to just give Poco heals to everyone. I think that was a little bit of a joke on his part there, as he didn't play Poco at all. We got Tick, BB, and Ems, but what a performance we did get. Now, Consti has also said about his teammates that they all think that they are better than him, but the truth is, they're all trash. Consti's words, not mine. But I think in this match, he and they proved that not to be the case, as we just saw some amazing performances there. Consti, particularly there with Ems in that final series, eventually getting that job done, securing the match point and securing 2nd place in this amazing group of Brawl Stars. I sure hope you enjoyed watching this as much as I did. Let's take a look at the final scores on the doors with the bracket for this group. Clash LATAM, obviously having won both of their matches, do sit just like their EU cousins in 1st place of their own group, having won 6 sets and only dropping 1, and INTZ stole the 2nd place spot from ZERØZONE. Although it was looking like it may have been ZERØZONE's, INTZ did take that one down. So let's take a look at what they've won. Clash LATAM are going home with $9,000, and a very well-deserved $9,000 that is, taking down these two amazing teams. INTZ and ZERØZONE both take home a respectable $2,000 and $1,250 respectively, and that is such an amazing win again for Clash. I know I don't want to spend too much time on that now, but just bringing it back for a second. They did win those first two matches of the day. They deserve all of the winnings they can get. INTZ, though, currently on top of the leaderboard for LATAM South. Still miles ahead of Clash LATAM and ZERØZONE LATAM and Red Canids. So the other teams have got a lot of work to do to catch up to that really quite dominating win so far. And that is the situation for LATAM South. We're going to move on to the next group in a bit, but first I just want to remind you all, Brawl Talk was announced right here yesterday. It's going to be taking place on the 9th of May, and I cannot wait to see what they are going to announce in this month's Brawl Talk. I've really been enjoying the new brawlers, the gadgets, everything new that's been added to the game recently. I can't wait to see what's next. I honestly wonder what it could be. Now, have you ever wondered what your favorite Brawl Stars players would be doing if they weren't playing Brawl Stars? I sat down with them earlier on this week to have a little chat and find out.
Who is the best player in the world?
Bobby.
Probably second best.
Guille from Clash.
Supongo que para mi parecer es Guille VGX.
Para mim, atualmente, é o Guille VGX, da Clash Espanha.
Essa é difícil. Eu diria que o Firecrow.
What is your favorite food?
Hot dogs.
Pasta.
Bacon.
Canelones.
Lasanha, com certeza.
Meu prato favorito hoje em dia eu diria que é a banoffee, que na verdade é uma sobremesa que a minha madrasta faz, que é excelente.
Which brawler should you first master as a beginner?
Jean.
I don't know, it's a Brock.
Colt.
Creo que uno de los brawlers más complicados puede ser Brock.
Um brawler para você aprender no começo do jogo, para mim é Tara, porque é um brawler muito forte que você consegue definir uma partida.
Eu acho que o primeiro que todo mundo deveria dominar é a Shelly, porque ela é o primeiro brawler que você desbloqueia, então é o primeiro que você tem que aprender a jogar, né?
What is your favorite game mode and map?
Kaboom Canyon Heist.
Right now it's Heist and Pit Stop.
Backyard Bowl, Raw Ball.
Mi modo favorito es Siege. Más serio, mi mapa favorito es Factory Rush.
My favorite body is Siege, and my map is Factory Rush.
Meu modo de jogo favorito é o Footbrawl, como a maioria das pessoas, mas o meu mapa favorito, na verdade, é um de pique gema que se chama Deep Miner, e esse mapa aí voltou recentemente ao jogo, então estou muito feliz.
Do you think that you can become the world champion?
Yes, I do.
We have a chance.
Of course.
Sim, eu confio muito no meu time.
Eu acho que se a gente conseguir resolver todos os nossos pequenos problemas, eu acho que a gente consegue sim ser campeão mundial.
What does your communication with your team sound like?
A lot of yelling.
A lot of callouts.
A bunch of yelling.
Es comunicación constante. Es un momento en el que nos avisamos de todo en todo momento, así sabemos cómo actuar.
Temos uma comunicação muito boa e é isso que eu gosto, um time que consegue ter respostas rápidas em um momento difícil.
É algo que a gente precisa trabalhar, o Marcel é um que sabe disso.
When did you start playing Brawl Stars?
June 2017.
About a week after it came out in beta.
Since a couple months after first beta release.
Desde su salida global.
Comecei a jogar Brawl Stars em dezembro de 2018.
Eu comecei a jogar em julho de 2017 no beta.
Describe Brawl Stars in one short sentence.
Fun, fast-paced game.
Hit all your shots and don't let your opponents hit you.
Action-packed 3v3 gameplay.
Es un juego frenético y divertido.
Jogo muito divertido.
Quando você piscar, a partida já acaba.
If you weren't a professional Brawl Stars player, what would you be doing instead?
Casually playing Brawl Stars.
Playing a lot of baseball and working.
Probably trying to be a professional in another game.
Actualmente creo que buscaría algún otro pasatiempo.
Antes do Brawl Stars, eu era jogador profissional de Clash Royale, que também é da Supercell. E eu fui campeão do Brasil. Eu fui campeão mundial com a seleção do Brasil 2 vezes. Então, provavelmente, continuaria na carreira de pro player de Clash Royale.
Eu provavelmente estaria fazendo agora a faculdade de Ciência da Computação, que foi o que eu larguei para me tornar um jogador profissional.
Well, there you go. I'm going to tell you my favorite one out of that is, if you weren't playing Brawl Stars professionally, what would you be doing? Playing Brawl Stars casually. Yeah, I agree with you there. We're going to move on to the next group. We are only halfway through the day, so get comfortable. We've got 3 more matches coming up. It's going to be NA and LATAM North. And the very first match is IX Circles versus IX Gaming. So a little bit of a complicated one here. Both teams are IX. It's Circles versus Gaming. I guess we're going to find out which of the IX teams is on top. And the first team of these two that we're going to talk about, as usual, got some Falcone facts coming up. The first team is going to be IX Circles. It's going to be Lucky Bear / Tuni and Sheppo. IX Circles and IX Gaming, a little fact about both of them, share a head coach. And it's actually Ash YT, who I'm sure a lot of us watch all the time. I know I do. Sheppo usually competes for IX Gaming, not IX Circles. But since Kangamaru needed to take a break, he stepped in to help out the rest of IX Circles. Good guy, Sheppo. It's a little bit complicated, I just warn you that. Let's move on to IX Gaming. OG second best, Bobby and Crying Man. Again, another fact about both of the IX teams. IX was originally created as a way to bring awareness to mental health and online bullying to Brawl Stars. Ah, what a great MO. I don't really want either team to lose now. Crying Man has 28 brawlers at rank 35 and several world records, but his combined best for the recent 5 brawlers is less than 1,250. Wow, you could really get some easy wins with those, I'm sure. Anyways, enough from me. The Battle of IX is about to start with the casters.
Thank you very much, Falcone, and I'm joined by Woody. Tridd's gonna hit the bench and call off. Are you ready for some NA vibes, Woody?
Oh yeah, brother, I'm ready for this fight. It has been gearing up for weeks now, and finally we're going to find out which IX team is going to come out on top. Now, IX Gaming was formerly known as Space Station Gaming, so it's some familiar faces from that team, but they're fighting under a new flag now. They'll be going up against the Circles, and we now have the 2 bans for this match. It's going to be Max and Sprout kicked out of action.
Is that the first time today we've seen 2 brawlers as opposed to just double Sprout? I think it might be, but Max not going to be seen and Sprout not going to be seen, and that's going to shape things up as we go into Minecart Madness for our first map. And if you listen closely, Woody, in the distance, you can hear the sounds of pro players crying.
I think I can hear them, Ark. I think you're right. Yeah, this is going to be a tricky match to play. Starting off on Minecart Madness, the train can be the worst opponent that you have to face off against in this map. So be really careful with your positioning, or else you might find yourself flattened by a locomotive.
Yeah, it's a challenging map, and it's one of those which is a rarity in Brawl, which has some added sort of RNG and challenges to consider. So yeah, it's definitely, I would say, not the most favorited map as far as the players go, but I personally love to watch it. I think that many things can occur in Minecart Madness. You can just flip the game.
All right, well, let's get underway with game number 1 of IX Circles versus IX Gaming. We've got a start with this minecart going toward the top. That's going to be a bit tricky to dodge. Daddy second and OG are going to have to move forward, in fact, to pressure in and help out I'm So Strong. We actually have him playing Mortis, one of the rare Mortis picks.
Love it. I love it. Mortis, got to point out, by the way, has got 100% success rate right now. So, you know, you've got to sort of ask yourself the question, is that statistic about to get tarnished, or is it going to be maintained?
I think it's going to stick. Look, I'm So Strong knows exactly what he's doing. He's getting kills left and right, takes down Tick, and will get 3 gems as a reward for it. Tick is really vulnerable to Mortis, especially when he's willing to dash in that close to the action. In fact, he's got 3 gems, but he's still willing to play relatively aggressively. He's going to let his other teammates be the primary gem carriers. Or actually, maybe I have to take that back. He picked up a 4th one now, and it looks like there's 9 for the IX Gaming team. They just need 1 more to seal the deal.
Mortis gem carrier. What year is this? Who is the president? But I mean, you can't deny it's working, and you know the countdown is almost inbound here for IX Gaming, and 1 more gem. There's 1 right there, and they're going to wait it out and be patient and time their approach and try to get this one in the bag as quickly as possible, I think.
Well, it's coming up awfully soon. We see really aggressive plays here from IX Circles trying to catch back up and get a kill. It doesn't seem like they'd be able to grab any of those gems, even if they do get a kill, though. IX Gaming playing very defensively, cautiously, and pulling back up into their spawn. The danger now, though, is that IX Circles is able to hold on to the center long enough to get that gem count up to contest. IX Gaming now only having a 2 gem advantage and finding it difficult to push into an enemy who's leveraging this train. But look, a sneaky play there from Mortis is able to get that countdown started. IX Gaming on the path to victory. Can they hold on for 10 more seconds?
A great play from I'm So Strong, aka Cryman is
oh my!
Almost a disastrous turn of events there, but I think IX Gaming have this one in the bag, and I almost ate my words there, but IX Gaming do get the first game in the bag.
I'm So Strong holding on to those gems and dashing out just in the nick of time. You saw that pull coming in from Toonie, looking like it was going to be enough to grab those 5, but Mortis is one of the most mobile brawlers in the entire game, able to dash real quick, and you saw him get out of there lickety-split. Nice job there, and a real heads-up play to keep that 100% win rate for Mortis.
Yeah, it was a great snatch for that gem, and it had to happen then any longer. And I think IX Circles been able to gain gems from the center despite a countdown in motion. So I like to see the daringness, I've got to say, of Cryman going for that Mortis pick. And I do wonder now what IX Circles are going to be able to do in response. I would say that they might be scared now, maybe change that Tick pick, and maybe then Mortis will be changed out for maybe like a Rose or something else in, you know, sort of prediction of that. Be very curious to see what brawler comp we do see in the next game.
It's a really good point, Ark, and we know that you love to see the fireworks fly, but it all comes down to the mind games. Mortis is basically a really subpar pick if your opponents aren't running throwers like Tick. It looks like IX Circles will indeed go back with Tick once again, but IX Gaming had swapped out of Mortis, so unfortunately for them, they're going to miss out on the opportunity to get that dashing fellow back into action.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it was a daring decision by Lukey Bear to continue playing Tick there. And as we know, Lukey's a very accomplished thrower, one of the best, if not the best, dynamite player in the world, I would go as far to say. So I do feel like Tick is definitely worth keeping. As IX Circles now, though, a bit pushed back into their spawn, and OG putting the Barley Super to great effect there.
Nice play by Slash here, making a comeback and trying to finish off this Jackie at the left side. Really threatening play, but not enough to take down that Ems. On the other side, though, Daddy Second is doing his best to try to push back Toonie. Even made a few pull attempts there to try to grab those gems, but each time Toonie was able to get just out of range. Got to be careful for that train coming right through the center of the map, and it looks like the blue team will hold on to the edge now. 6 gems to 4 as IX Gaming has been struggling to catch up without that Mortis counterpick.
Gonna hand it to Circles there. Good takedown of the Jackie, despite the use of Gadget for that speed boost, and that's gonna be really important to see if Circles can continue that on. Jackie can be very daunting when rushing like that. So Tooney with another 2 gems in the bag here, in a great spot for Circles to maybe even up this game here. As Slash pops the super and gets some good damage there on Crying Man. Tooney, ooh, bit of a precarious position as the trend. And again, I think he's all good.
Wow, IX Circles have done what they needed to do, and just in time to Tooney and Lukey Bear both retreating back to their spawn, and they will hold those gems on strong. That's going to be a tied up set number 1 between these 2 IX teams.
Yeah, exciting stuff, and to have my heart in my mouth just a little bit on that retreat as the minecart rolled in then, and I think it would have been okay had Tooney gone down there, but nevertheless was able to survive, as was Lukey, and this has got interesting. This is going to make the final game of Minecart Madness more manic and crazy than the previous, for sure.
It's all about whether or not a team that picks Tick can make the most of him. I think that IX Gaming was expecting Circles to swap out of Tick since they were so hard countered by that Mortis, but coming back at him with another Tick pick, there was just no way for the Gene on the IX Gaming side of the field to get close enough for a pull to keep that gem count pressured down. So I think IX Circles made a really smart choice there. It'll be all up to these 2 teams to see whether they're going to recommit to those last brawler choices, or if they're going to try to mix it up once again. What do you think they'll do, Ark?
Yeah, for me, the Tick pick is definitely something which I would go for myself. It's definitely a difficult brawler to deal with. It's one of the more menacing and annoying brawlers with that kind of spam, very similar to Mr. P in that respect. But for me, I think it's working. And you know, as long as Crying Man doesn't pull out the Mortis, then I think it should be okay to continue that. As like I say, Lukey, throwers don't come better than him in the pro scene. So I think that if anyone is going to take that Tick pick, it should be him.
My prediction is that IX Gaming is going to come back with Mortis, but that IX Circles is going to swap out Tick. Let's see what these 2 teams decide to do, though. It's going to be all up to the brawler picks, which have been really impactful, especially on a map like this, where it all comes down to playing around that big train chugging through the center of the arena. We should get game number 3 starting up very shortly, and indeed, here it goes. Waiting to spectate it, and we'll hop right in.
Heading in then, to be interesting to see any brawler changes. We are going to see some brawler changes, as Lukey, of all the players, is going to go for Rosa and laying down the choice of the thrower here for a more tanky, more aggressive stance. And I think that's a good time to do it, because look, second best playing Piper here. Lukey can just go in there and rush this.
Yeah, a really interesting swap up from both of these teams. We aren't seeing Tick or Mortis played on either side. It seemed like the most important interaction between these 2 squads has just been kind of thrown out in favor of the Slambulance comp, as Tridd calls it. 2 big, heavy, tanky units, Rosa and BB, bashing away at IX Gaming and denying them access to the center field. Lukey Bear is doing really a wonderful job for Circles to give Slash all the room he needs to get that gem count up.
Circle's doing an amazing job, and like, look at the amount of controlling. Oh my goodness me, Tooney just annihilated Crying Man against the minecart, and for me, that was such a great play, a great awareness by him there, putting Circles comfortably onto countdown, and oh, good snipe, so Slash able to survive.
Yeah, even a clever hit here and there is not going to be enough for IX Gaming, though. It looks like I'm So Strong and you know, the Piper to back up have just always been shut down time and again from Circles, always just moving just out of range or relying on those heavy hitters to bash them back. Well done to Circles, pulling off the reverse sweep in set number 1.
A great start for Circles, taking then the first set, and yeah, they've had a good chance to kind of get warmed up now and you know, build out the competition. Well, yeah,
clearly
absolutely.
The best move of the entire set there from Tooney, knocking back his opponent, running into the train, and then finishing him off with that bubblegum super. Really beautiful play there from IX Circles, and even though they got less damage dealt, it was more kills and held on to more gems over the course of the set. That victory for the Circles really playing off well in the numbers shown on screen here through the stats.
Yeah, an absolutely disgusting play from Tuni, and definitely a highlight for me in that first set. Just it's the mechanics of Minecart Madness and BB, which just make those things so satisfying to watch. Similar to like a good gene pull into a minecart. I really hope actually we do see more maps coming into Brawl with those dynamic environments as we go into Brawl Ball next. This is gonna be a lot of long range, and a lot of these players for these teams do favor the more long-ranged approach. What do you think about this map and the kind of brawler comps that we can expect to see?
Well, remember what the bans are. I believe it's Max and Sprout. So don't expect to see that typical Sprout defense that we've seen so often in Brawl Ball. Instead, it's much more likely to be something like the Slambulance combo that you just saw in the previous game mode, where you've got Poco paired up with two heavy hitters. Rosa works particularly well, if you ask me. But this is a bit more open-ended of a Brawl Ball map. There's a lot of space in the center. That leads me to believe that Brock, who's been doing really well in the past couple of days, is going to be used again if a team chooses to go for that long-range damage comp.
Yeah, Brock is definitely a go-to choice for me, and that gadget being able to be used to great effect by jumping over into some cover. We could see that to avoid also like Tara's supers and various other things like that. We are going to see, though, Jackie, Ems, and BB versus Penny, B, and Brock. What side's your money on, Woody?
Interesting choice here. Yeah, we've got that long-range heavy damage coming in from IX Gaming. If they get their hits off right, that should be an easy win for them, but not gonna be able to pull it off just yet. Circle's charging on in, and Tuni is not having anything to do with this defense. Shoves it straight through and gets the first goal. Circle's off to a dominant start here, not letting the gaming folks get the hits that they've been looking for.
Yeah, a really great start there for Circles, and using gadgets well. Luke does go down though. This could be the chance that IX Gaming have been waiting for here. I'm so strong with the super, does break the walls. Surely it will get. It is going to be a goal, a returning goal by IX Gaming, and we are now 1 goal apiece.
As the damage starts to stack up and those shots from Brock are going to knock down the obstacles, expect to see IX Gaming gain momentum in this matchup. We saw OG set up that mortar over there on the right side, that cannon firing away, but taken down really quickly by Slash. Instead, this time it's going to be set up behind those boxes in a bit more defensive of a position. OG in a lot of trouble, though, as Lucky Bear's making it in awfully close. Can't get it past the line, though, and that's going to be a successful defense for IX Gaming.
Wow, a really close moment there then for IX Gaming, as Luki had a great opportunity there, wasn't able to quite get the goal, but nevertheless, definitely rocked the ship a little bit for IX Gaming, who are going to have to now sort of just calm themselves and just cycle some supers. I think that the B super in this instance here could come into great effect. We won't get shown goal here. Tuni takes it off the line into safety.
Incendiary from I'm So Strong and Balls of Fire from OG make it really difficult for this Circles team to position themselves around this map. There's just so much fire and so many void zones to have to avoid. It never really seems like they are able to get their hit point total up to where they want it to be. Tuni's going to throw the ball away, though, and it's going to smack a few times at OG. Can he get the kill? Yes, he does. Moving in for a second, although he'll back off to B and allow this game to restabilize now. Daddy second with I'm So Strong, holding on to defense in the top side. Looks like we're going into overtime, Mark.
Yeah, and a great time to have 2 supers on the cards, but OG going to place down that turret and try to cycle in the next 10 seconds to get his back again. Tuni, though, I've got to say, is playing fantastically well, using that home run star power. But look at this. This is going to be a great chance. Boom! It's going to be a goal for IX Gaming, who will take the first game of Brawl Ball.
The second those boxes went down, the shot was in. Really well done to IX Gaming on that positioning right into overtime. That super shot is really hard to deny with such an open goal, and there was no way to stop it. Well done to I'm So Strong, busting down those boxes during regular time to allow that reverse sweep to happen. Taking 2 goals in a row off of a really great defense there. You actually saw the shot come in against that IX Gaming goal, but defense from Daddy second just barely enough to keep it from becoming a goal.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out as well that Chepo, who plays on IX Circles as well, is actually a very accomplished rock, and by far, in my opinion, one of the best in the game. And just kind of feel like if he was able to get in the game with some Brock action, it could be another story right now. I would say both teams pretty leveled though. Circles definitely had some opportunities, and I do feel like they can still come back in this set.
Trading shots here in the midfield. No team really gaining much of an advantage, but IX Gaming playing a bit more aggressively and getting rewarded for it. A few shots in there, and the first kill taking down Lukey Bear. I'm So Strong is now on a tearing rampage to the right side of the arena. Uncontested goal shoves it straight past.
Wow, great start for IX Gaming, and definitely what they needed. Now Circle's going to be definitely shaky. 1 goal down, 1 game down as well, and now being pushed back like this, it could all be over very quickly as Cryman goes with a super. Doesn't go for the middle area of the boxes. I wonder whether that was actually strategic in a way, as it's actually creating a bit of a choke here as both Daddy Second and Cryman pushing this right hand side. This could be a Shullen goal. It's saved by Slash.
IX Gaming are shoving the circles right into that corner, though. They are having a really difficult time fighting off against so many void zones just spawning directly right next to their goal line. They're doing their best to push them off, and it looks like they finally have restabilized a 3-on-2 now as they're doing their best to finish off another enemy brawler. But OG is going to take the shot. Can't get it in, though. Tooney catches it right before it passes the goal line.
That was honestly a great shot on goal, and I felt that could have actually gone in there, but Tooney just able to get it to clearance. I've got to point out again that super by Crying Man to take off just the left-hand side, or sorry, the right-hand side of that defensive line of boxes, and it just enabled IX Gaming to get a great pinch over Circles, and definitely displaying much more confidently for me right now in Brawl Ball over Gem Grab.
Both teams doing a lot of work to keep spread out. Remember, those penny shots can be absolutely devastating if any brawlers ever get stacked up. Really nice defense there from IX Circles, but still down 1-0 with only 27 seconds left to get this thing equalized. They are not in a good spot at all. IX Gaming's defense has been on point this entire time. A super from I'm So Strong has been a bit too aggressive, though. Barely gets the trade with Slash, but barely is enough when you're ahead. 1 goal lead for Gaming. Can they hold on for the next 10 seconds? Looks likely.
I mean, if it's going to happen now, it's going to have to happen for Circles. I don't think now there's going to be enough time as Tooney goes down, and IX Gaming then are going to equalize things, taking Brawl Ball. Wow, this is getting close, Woody.
Back to an even count as each team has scored 1 set win. This match is going to be a best of 5 sets, remember, so we've got a lot of time left to go in this match. The IX Civil War between Gaming and Circles is going off to a great start. Remember, IX Gaming is ahead in the regional point score overall. They've got 110, followed up by IX Circles at 40. So IX Gaming definitely leading in the Brawl Stars Championship rankings for that finals, World Finals, in fact, qualification at the end of the year. Take a look at the damage dealt, though, by IX Gaming in that last match. You can really see how they were able to keep that score total higher overall by just walloping on Circles, who were playing a really admirable defense, but not able to push Gaming off of them anytime.
Yeah, IX Gaming definitely felt very, very comfortable in Brawl Ball there, and different teams will have different, favorites as far as that goes in game modes and that kind of thing, but it's going to be Snake Prairie we're going to be going to next. I expect to see definitely some Bow, definitely some Tara, and that Bow gadget, as we know, can be a very, very dominant force in this particular map.
That's right, Ark. There's a ton of bushes on this map, so Bo's circling Eagle star power gives him plus 150 vision range into those bushes. Very handy, as well as Tara's gadget, which allows her to see through bushes all around the entire map. Very, very helpful when you're trying to get that shot aimed perfectly at where the opponents are stationed. It's going to be a sneaky play from now from IX Gaming as that super gets charged off. I'm So Strong gets the kill and will claim a lead for IX Gaming now, a 2-to-1 star advantage.
Yeah, a great start. Cryman being very incredibly sneaky there. I think we're going to be seeing a few more sneaky plays like that, but got to point out the left-hand side of this map is now completely open, meaning that any attempt by Circles to try to cross over will be seen, and I think now pretty much the entire map is now at that stage, so no surprises there as Clash looking to get an opportunity here with his Tara super.
A meaningful but not decisive advantage for IX Gaming, just 1 star ahead, but that's a big difference when those bushes have already gone down. You're at a basically equal playing field for both teams, but it's all up to Circles now to try to get a kill and pull back ahead. A lot of times in previous bounty matches, we see them wait until the last seconds to try to get a heroic charge into the enemy area to try to get that kill. It looks like that's the game plan for both teams, just kind of cautiously firing away, not really willing to give up ground, but not willing to take any either.
Yeah, 25 seconds and not the biggest of scoring games so far, but we do often see the best saved for last when it comes to bounty, and at the moment, Circle, Tooney just escaped that perilous moment there with a great timed Brock gadget, but now 10 seconds left. Something has got to happen now.
And that's why you see these players firing off into the bushes. You never know what sort of luck you're going to get. It turns out IX Gaming take the first hit, but are able to return fire and keep ahead. Congratulations to them picking up a 6-4 victory in this first bounty game.
Yeah, OG went down at the end, but it wasn't enough. I thought it might have been at the time, but definitely a good start for them. And Snake Prairie especially can be quite challenging because, it looks from a viewer's perspective to be really clean cut and straightforward. Of course, we see everyone's, position on the map, but when they're in the bushes, they cannot see each other's teammates, so or the opposing team. So it makes it look far easier to accept than it actually is to play.
Great breakdown there, Ark. Let's hop into game number 2 now, as Gaming and Circles are going to be squaring off for that center star. It looks like a sneaky play from Slash at the left side is going to be able to push back OG, and that's going to give Tooney all the space he needs to get the first star and take a lead for Circles this time.
Yeah,
IX Gaming not able to get that counter kill, and so that's going to be an advantage for the Circles moving into the second stage of this match.
It's always interesting at the beginning of these games of Snake Prairie whether teams decide to go in on the aggressive. Cryman down to 200 HP there. Some good Brock shots, making him have to retreat back, but able to survive nonetheless. It's at the beginning of each of these games, it's always a question of, do you rush that bow totem gadget, or do you just both sides just wait and earn super here? Because obviously, as we see, it can break up the map very quickly, allowing you to get some information on your opponents.
No kills yet in this second game, and we've already busted down those bushes, setting up those mines over on the right side. It looks like Lukey Bear is doing his best to try to catch one of the IX Gaming players unawares. But remember, with that star advantage, Circles is going to continue to play defense, trying to avoid giving up any space, but really just kind of charging those supers and playing it cool. It looks like they're pretty confident that they're going to be able to hold on to this victory.
Yeah, and why not? I mean, they've got 1 star, which is more than IX Gaming have got. IX Gaming will definitely be looking to try to get this one in the bag, but Circles have the upper hand. They've got the high ground, Woody.
And we know how powerful that can be. You can't underestimate the high ground. Anakin learned that the hard way. IX Gaming going to make a charge in, though. Are they going to get rewarded for it? No, OG has been pushed back, and it's going to be a shade from Slash that's going to ultimately kick him back. But no, an epic shot from Daddy Second will keep him alive. The final tally is going to be scored up at 4-1 after another really great kill from I'm So Strong. Wow. Really excellent plays from IX Gaming. It looked like they were going to take a couple of losses, but just barely retreating in time to get the win.
I mean, they were cutting it fine, but I mean, that's one thing you've got to mention about IX Gaming is that they are able to remain calm and remain composed in the face of potentially losing the round there. And that's a very, very quick final turnaround that had to be executed to perfection in order to pull off.
Basically a mirror match between these two teams. We're really seeing that IX Gaming has the definitive lead with that 2-0 pickup over Circles. They've only got one more set to put on the board before they can claim victory for the Americans. IX Circles, the Canadian team, also on that regional leaderboard with 40 points, but really needs to put up a big performance now if they want to continue to contest their fellow teammates in the IX organization.
Yep, and the map that we're going to see it go down on is going to be Factory Rush then. So expect some long-range brawlers and maybe some Sandy picks, perhaps. I mean, Sandy's super can be really, really quite advantageous to kind of, hunker down and become invisible and be a threat just by not knowing where you are going to be lying in wait. One of my favorite maps, actually, got to mention for Siege to be exciting to watch.
Agreed with you there. Sandy can come in really handy, but what we saw in the past was Frank getting a ton of kills. El Primo even getting a lot of punches off in the center of this arena. You really want to have a big, heavy hitter to be out in front to push the enemy team off. That's what gives you the space that you need to grab those bolts to build up the siege bot necessary for a win.
Yeah, definitely. BB especially as well. We've seen so much of her coming into play, and Jean as well. Absolutely a great brawler to be able to distract the bot just when it's about to cause that damage and the devastation to your Ike, and also to pull brawlers in to your Ike radius and just get a quicker, faster kill to make it a 3 versus 2 to gain that mid control.
Jean seems to be so important as a brawler that he can really shape the entire game whenever he gets picked by either team, having to try to keep your backline brawlers like Poco far away from him at all times. I'd be really interested to see a team go for a Jean ban and then try to build an entire comp around the fact that you don't have to worry about that sort of counterplay.
Yeah, I mean, Jean is by far one of the strongest brawlers in competitive. We haven't really seen him being banned too much, especially now with Jackie being new and Sprout being new. We've seen them kind of being prioritized more towards the newer brawlers until the balance change is taken to full effect. But I do like the pick of the Penny by OG here and the B by second best, and already a lot of mid control being seen there by IX Gaming.
Yeah, really great plays there from Daddy Second, able to get those shots off on the attacking IX Circles crowd. IX Gaming gets every single bolt in that first round of exchange, and that's going to be super helpful to pressure Circles back to their spawn area and guarantee that they'll hold mid going into the second round. A bit of an aggressive play from I'm So Strong, pushing into that Ike, but he's going to get punished for it. Tooney doing his best to push OG back, but with that mortar setup right behind that obstacle, it's going to be super difficult for Circles to get a good positioning here. Lots of gadget use by Lukey Bear out there on the left side, but not going to be rewarded with any bolts. He does push I'm So Strong back, and finally Circles is going to get a chance to take control of the mid.
Yeah, they're going to have to take control and get as many bolts as they can to make this this next bot really count here, because they are going to have to... oh, no, they're going to be having to defend now at level 5, but they need to get as many bolts as they can and defend this successfully if they're going to be able to stay in this first game here.
Okay, it was a pretty good defense there from Circles in the mid for those bolts, but they have not been able to defend against this bot at all. Look at that. IX Gaming not even going to commit to that attack despite having achieved a team kill against Circles. They're going to start to surround now and try to force IX Gaming into an awkward spot where they are pushed back into their own Ike radius. It's a nice bolt advantage for IX Circles going into this last round, but can they leverage that into a bot? They need to get a push going fast, Ark.
Yeah, they really do, and these bolts are getting banked by IX Gaming quicker and faster now. 5 apiece already, and it's not looking good for Circles. They need to be pushing more as a team, and it's going to be yet another defense, and surely now this will be game to IX Gaming.
The robotics factory for Circles has been deactivated. IX Gaming with the third and final bot about to deliver the final blow, and it's all over now. Congratulations to them, taking game number 1 in this 4th set and putting up a match point opportunity.
Very comfortably done, and the pressure now very much on IX Circles, and IX Gaming were a little bit slow to the mark at the beginning, losing that first round of gem grab, but now definitely finding their pace and showing us how it's done. And yeah, I wouldn't like to be IX Circles right now. They definitely need to dig deep if they're going to be able to respond to this.
It's going to be real tricky, and especially given how dominant IX Gaming was in that game. We didn't even see a single bot come in from Circles, despite having a pretty good surround. I don't know, what was it? Unlucky bolt spawns? Was it just really poor positioning? What do you think Circles could have done better that they need to do in this game to get the win?
No, I think the argument of bolt spawns and RNG, I don't think that really necessarily matters too much if you're able to play the game as the way it's always been intended to you want to get those kills. You've got to be working as a team and pinching and making sure that you're getting those takedowns, because if you're not doing that, you're not able to carry out the objective. So at the moment, they're just not really pushing for me as a team. And here we see again, IX Gaming just dominating because they are doing just that. They are working as a team.
Absolutely Strong just sitting in that little corner, denying access to basically half of the range for IX Circles. They don't have any throwers or any way to take him down. And with that, wow, a really relatively weak, just 2 bolts, Siegebot is able to get that enemy Ike down to 53%. That is a really punishing hit that is hard to justify for the Circles team. They're going to grab 1 bolt, but at what cost? Slash and Tooney both push back within the radius of their own Ike, and they're having a lot of difficulty grabbing mid control. This might be a 1-2 punch from IX Gaming, Ark.
Second best is just popping off on that right-hand side lane when Circles was trying to spawn back in, and just the whole entire time, Second best was punishing them. And here we see a pretty quick level 7 coming in. You got to ask yourself, is it all over right here, right now?
Float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Daddy Second has got to be the MVP for this IX Gaming team. That second Siegebot has already got that Ike down to single digits, and it's basically a hopeless march of defeat for IX Circles, doing their best to hang on to their pride, but they can't even seem to get more than 1 bolt on their side in game number 2. This has been really dominant by IX Gaming, coming back strong in this Siege matchup. Congratulations to them, justifying their first place position on the North American leaderboard.
Is Daddy Second even missing a shot here? I mean, it's just ridiculous how accurate he is with every single one of those projectiles going in. And yeah, with that 1% here, I think it's pretty much now inevitable, and great display early on here from IX Gaming. Congratulations to them.
Are you ready to meet the sniper? Because Daddy Second is his name. Congratulations to the star player from that game. And my pick for maybe the best player overall that we've seen today. Congratulations to IX Gaming. They'll have a chance to once again prove themselves as they'll be playing Omen Elite up next in the second match. But they are clearly the A team in this region and are the squad to beat.
Yeah, wow, this is getting heated pretty quickly, and for me, definitely IX Gaming are the team to beat right now, looking very confident, very consistent, and despite being a bit slow to the mark in Mycalb Madness, there is a lot of RNG potential in that particular map, so definitely now well within the stride, and look, 38 bolts to 8, absolute domination from them today.
Well said, Ark. I think we're going to be stepping away from match number 4 as it's now in the history books. An opportunity for IX Gaming to cheer on their A team. We're going to see them facing off, though, against someone from outside the organization. Omen Elite was the second of 3 teams to qualify from this region, and they have got something to say. They are the second place team in this region and are really going to be making a mad dash to stab up at the top. Those IX Gaming boys might be coming up hot off of a win, but Omen Elite has been practicing hard for weeks now to unseat the kings of North America.
Yeah, and if you're here waiting around here for Bobby, you haven't got long to wait. He mentioned on the Twitch chat that he is going to be in these next games. He's being held back. He's just too OP for us to have in that first game. But we're going to head over now to Falcone for a bit of a endgame wrap-up.
Well, you know what? I'm not going to beat around the bush here. Woody made it pretty clear what his thoughts were on MVP, and I'm going to back that one right up. Daddy Second, better known as Second Best, is our choice for MVP in this game. And, a lot of that was down to those last few rounds with his B play being so accurate that nobody could get away from him. He's been playing since day 4 of soft launch of Brawl Stars, and he claims his role on the team is the main carry. And, I did think that was a little bit harsh on his teammates. And then I went on to read that he said his plan for the qualifier was to be the best member of the team and not listen to his teammates. So, I definitely wouldn't recommend that as a tactic, but I guess if it works, it works. And boy, did Daddy Second sure show in these games that something was really working for this incredible team of IX Gaming. Woody said that he believed this to be not only the best player of this game, but the best player that we've seen today. And I don't think that that's too far from the truth, as IX Gaming have certainly proven their worth, sitting on top of the group bracket with their one win at a 3-1 set score up against IX Circles. But Omen Elite, the team that is not in IX in this group, may have something to say about that, as we are going to see them next up against our reigning group champions, IX Gaming. So yeah, it is going to be Omen Elite with Corey, Super Sai, Tyrant Star, and Zulan against IX Gaming with second best OG, Bobby, and Crying Man. And you know what time it is, folks. It's time for some Falcone facts about Omen Elite. So, Omen Elite strategy as a team is to work together and, all in caps, never give up. I love that. They also intend to have a good mindset and also be OP. Their words, not mine. When asked which are the strongest teams to play against, Super Sai said, "Every qualified team is very skilled, and any team could win on a given day." Maybe they're just saying that because they're a little bit afraid of what's to come. The team they're playing against is IX Gaming. Again, OG, second best, Bobby, and Crying Man. You just saw them dominating in the last game. Now, Crying Man and second best live less than an hour away from each other in New York, but they've never bumped into each other. Bobby and OG also live close together, but OG is often quite late at picking up Bobby from the airport, apparently. Well, he's going to want to step that one up for when competition in Katowice resumes, but for now, let's head back to the casters for the next match.
Thank you very much, Falcone. I've swapped in for Ark, and I'm joined by Woody for another North American game. And IX Gaming and Circles showing they mean business under this new brand, so hoping to see more of the same as they go up against Omen Elite.
The bans are in. We've got Sprout and Jack kicked out of action. They won't be here at all.
Cowards! They won't let Sprout through!
Breathe a sigh of relief, Tridd. You won't have to get too heated in this next match. Sprout, a favorite of some of these pros and the bane of the existence from others, has been banned. No worries about him or her or it, or I'm not really sure what Sprout's identification would be in that regard, but won't be growing those bushes all over the arena as we've seen in the past. Hot Potato is going to be the first game that we're going to be up against today. This heist game mode has seen a lot of Rico gameplay, a lot of really heavy, up-in-your-face, even like Rosa and Daryl gameplay. What are you expecting to see, Tridd?
If anything like the heist games we've been seeing, I'd say Nita. Hyperbear has been the star power of choice, and Nita has been so potent on heist game modes, as well as BB as well, so could see a couple of those being thrown into the mix, I think.
Good read. I'll agree with you there that Nita is definitely the number one go-to bear for this game mode. She's got an amazing star power paired up with her super that can just basically melt a safe in a matter of seconds. So we'll be having this IX Gaming versus Omen Elite match starting up very shortly. Keep in mind, IX Gaming, hot off their win against their sister clan, IX Circles, has just picked up a victory and are looking to do so again against the number 2 team in the region, Omen Elite. This is another Canadian team that has been biting at the heels of IX Gaming for many weeks now, and will finally have a chance to try to unseat them from that top position.
Well, let's jump into the game, Woody. We're jumping onto our first round, and having a look at the team comps, there's Brock, Barley, Daryl for the side of IX Gaming, but Omen Elite are running with the Nita, the BB, and the Brock.
Whoa, Daddy Second charging straight in. He's going to get a few free shots against that enemy safe just as soon as he recharges his health. Actually, just a couple of shots, but that incendiary is going to tick away and take the safe down to 87%. It's going to be up to Bobby on defense of the top to keep this Corey Nita off the safe. That Hyper Bear didn't get a chance to stab away at the safe, and you can thank that high damage output from from Bobby and Daddy Second for getting that job done. But defense is going to be really tricky. If Corey gets a single hyper bear on safe, expect to see victory for Omen Elite. Keeping that bear off will be priority number 1 for IX Gaming.
Well, they couldn't get the Nita up there, but they certainly got the BB. You saw Tyrant getting some connection, dropping the HP, but they've been unable to get IX Gaming away from their own safe. And Bobby gonna roll straight into the team, buying all the time for Daddy Second to poke at it from the side and drop it down to 43%.
3 shots on that safe, and if that's what a poke looks like, I don't ever want anyone to poke me, Tridd. That Daddy Second taking the safe down to 36%, and that is within striking range. One more hit from the IX Gaming team could be the finishing blow for that safe. They're going to have to play really careful defense. Omen Elite will, if they want to have a chance at winning this. Firing off that super, though, Tyrant Star is going to get some more damage off on the safe before he swoops back down to try to take down Daddy Second. That safe now in the teens as even more shots coming off from Barley and Brock. And a super from OG! This could be the last hit!
It absolutely has to be Woody, 7%. If you can get one more in there, the damage over time will do it. And on impact, IX Gaming take round number 1.
Very well played to IX Gaming, not running Nita, but still able to get the damage that they need on that safe. Firing away with so much high DPS opportunities that Barley and Brock really backed up safely behind the Daryl the whole time. So well done to IX Gaming, willing to push when necessary to get the damage in, but playing very carefully on defense as well, making sure that BB doesn't get too many chances to whack away at their safe.
Yeah, it didn't feel the only assault that could come out from the side of Omen Elite was the BB. The rest of the team were on defense, and BB doesn't appear to be enough when the range that came in from IX Gaming's composition enabled them to get multiple members attacking the safe at the same time. It was a losing battle for Omen Elite to try and match them in this.
I think that they've really done a number on the standard wisdom that Nita is a necessary pick for this heist game mode. If you play perfect defense and can continue to harass with those really long-range brawlers. Looks like I've lost my camera feed. I'm not
you have
sure
a glorious face in replacement, though. But we're going to jump into the game. And we'll get away from our faces for the time being as we jump into Brawl Ball game number 2. No comp changes from Omen Elite. IX Gaming, they're running with the exact same thing as well, so they're being headstrong and stubborn in this one. Actually, no, Corey has come in with the Barley to try and match them, so it's a mirror composition. The only difference being the Dowel or the BB.
All right, BB is already up on the enemy safe, swinging away, but can't get more than 5% hit points off. She's getting pushed back, but finds her way back up in there. We're seeing that top safe go down into the 70th percentile, and that's a really nice start for Omen Elite, firing back after that first loss in game number 1, Tridd.
Great to see them snapping back. 10% damage dealt to Omen Elite. Safe. Bobby misses the roll and actually gets himself out of an effective range to deal damage to Tyrant Star, but there's a pinch coming down onto OG, which means there's a man advantage attacking the IX Gaming safe right now, but they just cannot match. Daddy Second has been left unattended, but Zulan's now respawning to deal with him, but BB's been wailing on the safe the entire time, Woody. It's not looking strong.
It sure isn't, and that's going to be it. A base race coming down to the last second. Victory for Omen Elite with only 3% left on their safe, Tridd. What a finish.
Tying out the map in a close fashion there, 3% being the difference maker. So it will force out the final round between these two teams. Much better performance for Omen Elite after they changed up a few things with their comp. Corey able to deal this damage a lot safer from afar with the Barley pickup instead of relying on Bruce to deal the damage with that Hyper Bear.
Well, apologies for the fact that my camera doesn't seem to be working right now, but I can still hear you just fine. And, I'm happy to be on the cast and still be able to keep up with the gameplay. A really close match so far between IX Gaming and Omen Elite. I'm kind of wondering if Omen Elite kind of figured out what IX Gaming's gameplay was. You know, their strategy not running Nita, instead just going for that heavy damage. They've now switched it up and aren't running Nita of their own, so it's not quite a mirror match, but pretty close to it. Daryl and BB being the Buster matchup
Same concept we saw last game, so they're both confident in the approach. It's just an execution issue. Nice use of the gadget to get behind OG there with the rocket. Zulan can't step back into the brush though. We'll end up going down to Daddy Second, who's got line of sight on this, but it's Bobby who's been dealing the bulk of the damage. They've been able to succeed or surpass the damage dealt to their own safe, but now they're going on the retreat to deal with Tyrant, who's snuck in behind enemy lines. But then Zulan now getting over to the safe. Bobby.
Keep going while I try to fix it.
Yeah, no worries. Bobby being beaten up a little bit as he's now trying to get onto the safe. There's going to be a good cleanup from Daddy Second. Bobby again wailing on the safe. 7%. Daddy Second with the rocket rain should seal the deal. And INTZ Gaming take control of map number 1. But great performance by them. Able to stick with the composition. Nice fight back from Omen Elite, but they couldn't do it 3 maps in a row. Bobby really should have gone down here, but point blank range when you're having to deal with the down, it's so easy for him to sidestep when they have that delayed reaction of damage. It's not instantaneous. It's quite a hard duel for the Barley to take at that range, and he would have died sooner if Bobby wanted to focus his attention onto killing him. However, the safe's right there, and that is the objective. You cannot lose sight of that.
All right, well played to INTZ Gaming, picking up the set win in that 3rd tiebreaker game. We expected to see them perform well based on their game number 1 showing, but game number 2 was really close. Omen Elite finally kind of opening back up and giving themselves the shot that they had been looking for a while. Not able to seal the deal, though. That comeback from INTZ Gaming might be the prelude to their future performance. So we'll see as we move into set number 2 very shortly how that plays out between these 2 stellar teams.
30k damage between INTZ Gaming and Omen Elite, so the advantage is surely there, and as expected, the safe will follow suit. There's the kills that are relatively in line there, only 2 in it. So INTZ Gaming looking to do what Clash LATAM did and secure the 1st place before all of our games have been played, and they can do that if they just keep pouncing through Omen Elite. We're going to be jumping into our 2nd game shortly. Want to pull the map set up just for us to take a quick look at where we're going. When we can get that information to you, we absolutely will. It looks like Woody's repaired his camera. That's what we love to see. His beautiful face back on our screens.
Back at it. Sorry for that little interruption there, but INTZ Gaming should be keeping your focus. That performance in Hot Potato really admirable and worthy mention again. But we're hopping into set number 2. There's no time to rest on your laurels. Nuts and bolts is the name of the game, as this Siege map will be starting up very shortly. We've seen some really fast-paced gameplay in Siege in the past few matches, so let's see if that is echoed in the next game. We're going to have BB on both sides of the match, but some more long-range brawlers to support her. Ems and Jean are going to be the brawlers of choice for this INTZ Gaming squad.
OG still sticking with the Barley, and you got Bobby now getting even beefier with the Rosa. This is, like I said, akin to what we see with the Slamby looks without the heals, so it's just 2 tanky people trying to clear space for OG to deal damage. I don't know how effective this will be, as the first Siege bot will come into place for Omen Elite to go on the offense.
3 Siege bot for Omen Elite, and they'll get the first chance to stab at the INTZ Gaming squad. But INTZ Gaming did grab 3 bolts of their own, so if they can defend well against this one and reclaim control of the mid, they will have the upper hand. It's going to be a hard defense, but it looks like they've been able to pull it off. Big hits on all of their brawlers, so they'll have to spend some time recovering. Meanwhile, long-range hitters from Corey and Zulan are going to keep that firepower up, trying to deny access to the middle of the field. There's a lot of obstacles on this map, Tridd, and it's really important to keep that in mind as finding your edge around them and not getting hit at the same time by a long-range brawler is really important. Bobby having some difficulty at doing that, hiding away in the bush, but finally able to get a few shots off on Corey to grab 1 bolt. Can't hold on to it, though, and that's going to be a lead for Omen Elite as the 2nd Siege bot will be coming in shortly.
Yeah, it's been a great recovery from them to come back from a 3-bolt deficit, really abusing the mid-control they got from the first Siege bot, and the level 6 bot is going to move in. A great play there by Daddy Second to knock the bot back, but OG using his own last call to try and force the rest of Omen Elite away, so the damage is mitigated yet again. 2 sieges, only 5% damage taken. This is impeccable defense by INTZ Gaming.
All right, holding on to that center strong. It's going to be a little bit of a lead for Omen Elite, but still nothing to be able to finish off just yet. IX Gaming doing their best to reclaim the center control, but there's no way that's happening. Team White from Omen Elite, and this is going to be a blue team victory, Tridd. There's no way you can catch up to that Bolt score.
No, not a chance. There we go. A level 12 Siege bot coming into play. He's going to rush up to a field. They've just wiped out the entirety of IX Gaming and getting into the arena of the Ike. It's just being stalled, but they cannot touch the Siege bot. They managed to drop down Omen Elite's health to 78%, but it doesn't matter. You've seen it drop way before that on the side of IX Gaming. They're going to get the Ike. Game 1 goes the way of Omen Elite.
You know, it was an admirable effort there from IX Gaming to take a few shots off of that enemy safe just to give themselves a little bit of breathing room there. That Ike was needing to take some damage if there was going to be any hope of them getting the victory, but the defense is too hard to accomplish against such a high-level bot, and of course, Omen Elite are going to be supporting that bot push of their own. So, well done to them, trying to pull back in this second set to tie this matchup against IX Gaming, a team that was very, very strong in the fourth match today against their sister clan, and seems to be doing almost as well against Omen Elite.
Great performance coming out there. So they take one of the games away on this map. We still have potentially 2 more to play before we move on to map number 3. So we're going to see more Siege action coming up in the next 5 or so seconds, assuming all these teams can be in an orderly fashion. Any changes you expect to see here, Woody, from the cons? So do you think they're solid in what they're putting out right now?
I think that they've got the right idea overall to have 2 relatively heavier brawlers backed up with maybe 1 long-range guy, or maybe just 1 kind of big-in-your-face brawler backed up with 2 damage dealers. What I'd like to see, though, is a bit better control about cornering around these shots. I think that we are seeing a response here from IX Gaming choosing Spike now to give them a little bit better of an edge at shooting around these obstacles. They haven't gone for a pick that will give them the ability to bust up these obstacles. So instead, picking brawlers like Spike and Corey, also choosing Mr. P, are going to give them a little bit more of an opportunity to pull around and get that angling shot that they need.
Daddy Second, very ambitious what he was trying to do there. He went for the kill, it cost him his own life. There was a tie on that first siege. Without that tankier unit, it becomes increasingly difficult for IX Gaming to maintain control of the mid until Daddy Second's back up, and now he has to deal with porters in a briefcase coming at his face. Zulan has the pull ready, finds Bobby and brings him into enemy territory, but he survives, thankfully, with the use of his gadget and support from OG as they take the Bolt lead with 20 seconds remaining. Great pull again onto Corey to give themselves even more of a lead. As Daddy Second will bank it again.
A beautiful pull there up top. IX Gaming able to get a Bolt into their Ike range thanks to that gene pull, but we're going to continue to see IX Gaming winning on the dodge game. They've been practicing playing dodgeball or something, because Daddy Second out to the left side is doing a great job keeping Corey from keeping him too far pushed back.
That's the level 10 siege bot coming in here, Woody. Now the great pull there from Bobby to start this early. Going to be the dispenser that draws his attention first. They're trying to get some kind of defense here, constantly spawning obstacles. There's Spike's bomb on the site. They're dealing a lot of damage. Zulan poos him away as well to make sure that that damage is mitigated, but 59% they're sitting at. They have a 4-bolt lead. They got 7 in the bank already as we look towards the second siege.
Ouch, that is going to be a lot of damage coming in against the Omen Elite side. They're going to have a 4-bolt lead, though, going into this last and final exchange. Can they get a big enough siege bot to finish off IX Gaming? They've taken 41% damage themselves, so it's going to be a matter of whether or not you can keep that damage high on your opponents while preventing the damage coming in on your own. The last siege is about to spawn, and it's definitely going to Omen Elite. Can they support this bot as much as they need to, Tridd?
Yeah, they're just about to enter into Ike territory now with 14 seconds remaining. 50% HP down against Omen Elite. They have to make this count.
Oh,
they just end up losing. The pull was great from Bobby, and they're going to make that connection with 3 seconds. It's going down to the wire, and they've done it. Omen Elite will secure victory and take map number 2.
Walking away with a monster siege bot. Very, very well done. Congratulations to Omen Elite, able to pull off the win there in that second game. Hot off of a victory in game number 1. They seem to really have their siege chops cut out for them. Nicely done there, knocking down the first place team and tying up this match overall.
Yeah, no sweeps to be found to here today, Woody. No one going for the young 3-0, doesn't look like. So Going to see IX Gaming, a very minuscule lead when it comes to damage, but the kills for Omen Elite were just so oppressive, they couldn't match against them, and that's ultimately what led to their downfall on Siege and Omen Elite tying up the series.
Yeah, that tells the entire story right there. That kill ratio for Omen over IX Gaming, more than 3-1, really shows how they were able to get such a dominant control of the midfield and keep that bolt score high. It's almost always the team that gets more bolts that wins. It's really hard to play any other way. You need those big siege bots if you want to have a shot at nuts and bolts. Great job there to Omen Elite. But we're going to be going into triple dribble next. Set 3 is going to be starting off without a hitch very shortly. Expect to see some much more fast-paced gameplay, as you don't have to rely on those bots getting built up. Instead, it's all about busting down the obstacles in front of your opponent's goals and trying to get that team kill so that you can push far enough in to take the shot at goal.
And we'll be seeing probably the combination we've seen a lot of today, which is Nita, Ems, and BB seem to be the go-to Brawl Ball comp we've been rolling with, and I expect to see more of it today. But compositions have been a little bit different from both of these teams. They've been unafraid of going against the grain, so to speak.
Yeah, not really too concerned about picking some unorthodox brawlers. However, it kind of seems like more often those kind of weird counter picks tend to play out to your advantage in game number 1 than as the meta game for this individual set settles in games number 2 and 3, that the other team kind of starts to catch on and say, I see what you're doing there. Your strategy is a bit different from what I'm used to, but I'm able to adapt. So we'll see if that kind of continues to play out in this third set between IX Gaming and Omen Elite, whether they'll go for that weird pick or whether they'll play something a bit more standard. And you know what? I got to say, this isn't the most standard pick from each of these teams. In fact, there's not a whole lot of overlap, no overlap, in fact, between these brawler picks, but they're all kind of what you would expect up in the same wheelhouse. Mr. P, Gene, Ems, all working together in that kind of mid-range comp for IX Gaming to dish out a lot of damage without letting that BB get too close to try to finish them off quickly.
As the maps go on in this, as the games go on in this map, Woody, I'd be curious to see if they start meeting in the middle, but that's so easy for Daddy Seconds. That shouldn't happen that early into the game. Zulan just caught out of position in the mid and unable to wrap back around fast enough for the reinforcements.
Very nice job there to Daddy Second, and that's going to let IX Gaming play defense for a long time. You see that Robo Porter being set up way far in the back by OG. In fact, he's even gone so far as to pick that tin can superpower, going to be really beefy and hard to take down. This is going to be a brick wall to have to get through. I don't even know if that ball is ever going to get touched again this game, Tridd.
Especially if Tyrant Star gets pulled in just like that. Ball in the back right corner for Zulan to go and grab. He's got that shield, but immediately lost possession as he tries to lock Bobby in the corner. The reinforcers come in, but it's not good enough. Commits the super to get the kill, but they're no closer to scoring the goal.
Yeah, that ball's just going to continue
to be just resets it.
Thrown back into the corner and maybe tossed out a time or two, but a throw-in is not going to be enough to get the goal that Omen Elite needs to get back into it. It's just so much damage that Zulan has to take just to get the ball out of the corner. Setting up that tin can right next to it on defense has been really strong. But hold on, this might be an opportunity to score. A walk-in attempt from Zulan. It's in! The tie!
Bruce was the MVP there, tanking so much damage for Zulan to be able to walk that one in until turn damage. Great pull eliminates Corey, and immediately IX Gaming go on the offensive, not to be outdone. Tyrant is going to end up going down. He's got two options. Bobby looking for the right angle. OG goes for the run in, and he won't find it because Corey's respawned just in time to save the day.
Excellent cross there from Bobby, but not able to dribble it in as quickly as he had hoped. Bobby goes for the ball after all. It's going to get taken down by Tyrant Star, pushed back. In fact, he'll hold on to control of the ball as we go into overtime soon. Remember, whoever has got possession at the start of overtime has got a big advantage, especially when you're pushed so far up on this side of the map. If you can have a super in charge, you can take a shot right here and it'll go in. Daddy Second for the shot.
Doesn't even matter. Daddy Second's in position. IX Gaming gonna go ahead and take the first game of Brawl Ball. And let's see if they start pushing together, Woody, because we talked about how they're trying stuff or playing stuff that the other's not expecting. Well, when the element of surprise is gone, do they slowly merge and meet with a unified mirror comp in game 3?
Yes, in fact, I believe that the pros call that a Nash equilibrium, Tridd. Whenever each team finally figures out the strategy of the other and you start to finally see skill be the only factor instead of brawler picks as to what strategy they're going to be going for. So nicely done there to Omen Elite, actually able to pull up an equalizer there with Zulon dribbling it in. But IX Gaming will not be denied on that Brawl Ball setup. It's one of their favorites, and they performed really well, even in their previous match against IX Circle. So congratulations to them. They'll pick up another win and are going to be one more away from pulling ahead in this match score.
IX Gaming won the first game, but they're the ones to make changes. They've got Dynamite and Spike in this comp now, and they're still feeling confident.
Wow.
No real changes. They've actually brought in Zulan to go on to the Gene instead of having that option on the BB instead.
This is the first time that Dynamite has been chosen as a brawler in the Brawl Stars Championship. So we'll see if that pays off for IX Gaming. Mortis hadn't been played for a very long time. Oh. Sneaky trick shot there from Bobby, but not going to get past the goal line. But yeah, we'll see if this off-meta pick from Daddy Second is going to be value. It could be with so many boxes here and the ability to bust them all down. Daddy Second getting some nice value off the bat, but not rewarded yet with a goal trade.
Great call onto Corey, but I don't know if he may have bitten off more than he can chew, as he will survive through this and deal so much damage. Daddy Second repositioning himself not to be caught off guard, but now he's by himself against 3 members. Dynamite terrible at this kind of range. And Zulan looking for the pass. Great Whoa! Bobby to save the day, but Corey gets it in on the rebound.
Bobby almost pulling off a 1v3 defensive win, but not barely enough to get the victory. IX Gaming going to get scored on here as Omen Elite are vying to turn this set around. Nice attempts there from Daddy Second, but the downside of playing Dynamite is that you have to keep that firepower up, throwing those bombs as often as you can, and with so much consistent firepower, you don't really have a chance to heal yourself back up. That's why you saw the team wipe up on top from IX Gaming.
Well, Corey, now feeling that firepower that Daddy Second is emitting. 3v2, and the ball is in the half of Omen Elite. We need to find a way to get in here. Spike and Gene sitting on their supers as they're trying to find a way in. But Daddy Second's been pinched by Tyrant and Corey, so they've lost that man advantage, and the ball's happy to sit here for Omen Elite as they're the ones with the goal lead at present. But another pinch coming in. Tyrant coming in behind Spike, and will have to use Bruce to get the kill. A good return as Bobby has the 1v1 against Zulan, who's still alive, might have a chance to win this one with reinforcements. Great Bobby scores it, but Corey able to weave it in and guarantee the map win, forcing us to game number 3.
Great shot there from Corey. Daddy Second, so used to playing defense and firing off those dynamic shots, not expecting that he was going to have to play goalie himself. Instead, Corey said, you know what, if you're going to be juking and dodging, dodge this. Fires it straight in, and there was no way to catch at that point. Really well done to Corey, applying consistent pressure on that goal until he could finally give the coup de grace.
Oh no, it was Daddy's own undoing with the super, what broke the territory and cleared up the shot for Ems. He had to use the super to try and relieve some of the pressure, but when he broke the barrels, it was his undoing. He fell into a trap of his own design.
I know exactly what you're talking about, Tridd. Sometimes you really want to relieve that pressure, but you can't make it all the way there in one piece. Nice job to Daddy Second to try to keep that goal out, but he can't do it all on his own. We're expecting too much from him. It's always just this one last defender up on the top side for IX Gaming, whether it's Bobby or whether it's Daddy Second that time. You can't play all on your own like that and expect to be able to get the win. We need more hit points or more damage output from IX Gaming. And that's what it looks like they're doing this time, going in with Gene and Ems, a bit beefier of a comp to try to stave off this Omen Elite assault.
So the only difference here is the Barley or the Spike when it comes to comps, and going to be able to force Ems back from afar. Tyrant able to deal a lot of safe damage with the Barley. It's only when he has to play defense will Tyrant really begin to struggle.
Omen Elite just need one goal, and they'll be pulling ahead of IX Gaming in the match score. It seems like IX Gaming has been playing so well. Hold on, Tyrant start for the shot! It's in the hole!
And OG did not react fast enough to get in front of that goal. It's so easy for the shot to come through for Omen Elite, and they take the first goal in this deciding round.
IX Gaming take a big hit, and they are going to really need to come back strong in the next minute 40. But we have seen in the past, when a team gets the first goal, they often start playing defensively giving an opening for an aggressive team to make it back in. IX Gaming hasn't found that opportunity just yet, and it looks like Tyrant Star is going to make another shot here. Passes the ball over to Corey on the left side, but the respawn's going to come in. IX Gaming's defense will be rebuilt.
The last call will keep them away from the ball for even longer as Corey dodges out the damage coming in from Bobby. Daddy Second takes possession of the ball, passes it into the half, wants to go for apply some kill pressure before they attach themselves to the ball. Great pull from Zulan. Daddy Second has to respond with the super and the gadget as Tyrant starting to feel the hurt. One more spray of the can from Daddy will get the job done, but the ball is so far away from Ems and he's all alone in that half of the map.
Last minute of this set, and Daddy Second seems to be out of position out on the left side. That ball far on the right. He's going to really need to take a long walk around this map in order to get back a chance to shoot. Bobby gets the kill on Corey, but that's a counter pull, and OG has been taken down by Zulan. The tie goes to the team with the advantage, and right now that's going to be Omen Elite. If IX Gaming can't get a decisive lead here, they are going to be down for the count and down in this match score.
Zulan pulled away, so that's a good start to get an opening pick. OG passes the spike bomb behind Corey to cut down his routes of attack. Tyrant does the exact same thing with his own last call. Daddy struggling to find the angle he wants here, and they're not going to be able to touch the ball in time. Corey keeping him all away with the super, and they've got no chance, Woody. Omen Elite have sealed the deal, and you can see the celebration from Zulan. They take over Brawl Ball and go to set point.
An ominous turnaround from Omen Elite, grabbing that 2-1 lead now in the match against IX Gaming. The team that had seemed so strong in match number 4, facing off against their nemesis and not performing up to standard. Omen Elite just needs now one more set win, and they will take this match and the bulk of that prize. Remember, it's a big gap from first place to second place when you're looking at the prize total, and when you're factoring in the World Finals points for qualification, this is not a match that IX Gaming really can't afford to give up.
But what a way to rally support behind an organization, though. If IX Gaming were to lose this next set, then they have to rely on IX Circles to beat Omen Elite to potentially allow gaming to take the #1 spot. So there's all to play for, and you're going to see a very familiar, well, a very large sense of community between these two teams when they have to root for the other one to get their own success.
Indeed, Tridd. Well, we're going to be moving into set number 4 rather of this match very shortly. IX Gaming and Omen Elite will be duking it out in a gym grab setup. Double swoosh. I don't think we've seen a whole lot of this yet today. It's a gym grab map with a lot of bush coverage right around that center spawn point. So might get a chance to see some Tara gameplay coming out here. We've seen Pan work really well in gym grab games in the past just because of how much damage output she can put on the field in a really short radius, as well as the healing that she provides for a team. What are you expecting to see in terms of brawler picks from these two teams?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we saw, I believe, on Double Swoosh yesterday at times, the bow being used to provide the super totem for the Tara to have the combo to get the read earlier. I particularly remember seeing bow and Tara quite a bit in some of the previous matchups we've seen on Double Swoosh specifically. But it looks like we're going to see Omen Elite roll with the Gene, the Mr. P, and the Ems. But there's the bow coming out for IX Gaming, but Ems and Rosa are going to be here as well.
Interesting pick with that bow. Yeah, that's really helpful at providing some additional vision into the enemy bushes. But as we've seen in the past, though, picking Mr. P can be just as good. He's got really long range, and especially if you pick that handle with Care Star Power, he can fire into bushes that he can't otherwise see into to get a read as to where opponents are going to be hiding out. So nice job there from Omen Elite trying to get a counter pick here. It's going to be a relative draw through the first stage of this game. 2 gems for Omen Elite, but now 4 for IX Gaming as their center control is starting to pay off.
Able to get the gem lead, but they've had to back off as the natural ebb and flow when they expend too much HE. Daddy taking a few shots with the briefcase. He's just trying to avoid the damage from Tyrant and heal up before he goes back in. Zulan got himself the magic hands. If OG shows himself, he'd be a prime target for that super. He's been tagged. They have a rough ID. He's now going to move in. 6 gems to the side of Zulan. Bobby with the shield, taking the aggression of Corey. The walk over the mine laid down by OG, getting in the face of Zulan. It's a clean wipe, but Bobby unable to collect all of those gems, and it means that Tyrant and Corey will redeem them and keep them in favor of Omen Elite.
Omen Elite are going to be thinking twice about making a risky play like that, though, and the fact that the gym carrier has been swapped out onto Corey now means that they're going to be in a bit more tricky of a position to make those aggressive plays necessary to get that gym count back up. It's going to be a relative draw now with 6 gems from IX Gaming and 7 for Omen Elite. An aggressive play from Bobby is not going to get rewarded. No backup from his teammates. Now it's going to be a 3v2 in Omen Elite's favor, turning things back around, and are going to be just 1 gym away from countdown.
One more will do the trick, and they've got control of the spawner right now. Bobby may have to go aggressive, but the time is going to begin. They may have an opportunity here to cancel out the value by grabbing a gen of their own. That's all about whether they lose control. Oh no, that's disastrous for Daddy being pulled in by Zulan. Bobby trying to get one kill, but recently low. Tyrant's going to be kept alive. Corey with the knockback means that the timer will not be reset. And Omen Elite will take the first game.
Very well played to Corey there, keeping Tyrant Star healthy, if even just barely, protecting him from that awful attack by Bobby, which came really close to ending that countdown. Nice job and great teamwork to Omen Elite, recognizing that threat and dealing with it accordingly. Nice job to OG as well on the backside for IX Gaming, doing his best to try to get that count back up to 10, but just ran out of time with few 2 seconds left to get that total over 10.
Match point coming up now for Omen Elite. They are 1 game away from walking away with a victory and pushing themselves into a position where they can contend for that first place spot for North America and North LATAM. Woody, going into the next game, are there any adaptations you'd like to see from either of these 2 teams?
I don't think I want to see Bo. I prefer brawlers that are a bit more speculative in getting that damage. Mr. P, I think, worked really well for Omen Elite in that last game. You don't necessarily know where your opponents are. You can't see them with your eyes. But if you fire away into the bushes and you've got enough damage to reach past where you think they might be, if you play to the odds, I think that those brawlers can get much better value in the long run. So let's see if IX Gaming does go for a swap or if they choose to stick with what they had. I don't think that what they had was good enough, though. If Omen Elite get a chance to replay that last game, they're going to get the match win.
Absolutely. So the pick's working out for Omen Elite, and IX Gaming need to be thinking about coming back. But not only do you have to win this next map, you then have to go and win 1 more as well to close it out and make it go back into your favor. But we're jumping into the action. Game number 2 of Double Swoosh. No changes for Omen Elite, and they're actually bringing out the Piper this time around for Daddy to play.
Interesting swap, and I like it. IX Gaming made a great choice here. That's going to be more damage output potentially if they can get those hits. A nice one right there on Zulan, able to get a big swap away. That's going to be an advantage now for IX Gaming as they force the enemy gym carrier back a bit into the bushes. IX Gaming now going to get back equalized once again, losing that brawler on the left side, and a really risky move here from the Piper, able to bust out a lot of her own bushes, unfortunately, trying to take a shot at Tyrant Star. Nice hit,
225. Getting very dangerous right now. Daddy being very proficient at aiming these shots. If he has a little bit of support from Bobby in the mid, he might be able to get a frag here. He's just blowing away territory with his super, making the fights happen on his terms and abusing the range. As Zulan eyeing up 4 gems in the middle, but no one wants to take the risk and go for them.
Well done there to this Piper. Daddy Second is really putting some great work in. Lost his own bush coverage, but that's been really helpful at denying access to Tyrant Star, who has just been so great at harassing.
And he's going to take out a man that gives the pressure over to IX Gaming. They can now look to try and redeem the gems, but Zulan is sitting on 8 right now. Bobby has to come in clutch with a grab. I think that's the only way they come back into this one, Woody.
Corey is just suppressing that left side so hard and basically winning a 1v2. So insane to see that happen. Corey doing really well and able to get that countdown started for the Omen Elite team. Daddy Second had a really great start to this game, but hasn't been able to keep that firepower up. Zulan's sending shots away into the crowd, and that might be enough to get the win. The countdown has been stopped, but IX Gaming can't get enough gens to get that 10 count back up. They need another kill.
Right, they've got another kill to reset it. It's fine, but Bobby has to get the super. He has to hit Zulan with the magic hand. It doesn't matter if you kill him. You're not going to be able to get the gems out. You have to either buy time for this spawner to get some of your own.
That's enough gems.
They can't play defensively now because the spawner will give IXG the lead.
They've got the gym count back up now, and they're going to set that Robo Portal right on top of the gym spawn, trying to deny access to it, but still, the countdown will be stopped as these teams are now tied back up at 10-10. Once again, ZERØZONE right there in the center doing his best to continue to apply pressure in that middle area, denying access to the gyms. It's been real difficult to make it back in, and Bobby is really low on hit points, dodging briefcases left and right. He's got to get another gym trick.
Oh, he's been hooked in.
Oh my goodness, that pull!
For him. He's not going to be able to get the kill, but they're able to reset the timer with this one. OG picks up the gems instead, but there's a 13-11 lead in favor of Omen Elite, and no hope of getting these gems from ZULAN. They have to go for the kill. OG will go down, and Omen Elite will knock down IX Gaming.
That's all she wrote. Congratulations to Omen Elite, the new champions of the North American region, pending their victory over match number 6. Very well done, dethroning IX Gaming up at the top of the leaderboards. It's going to be a real tough call to see how things go in match number 6, but the 5th match is on the books now, and Omen Elite are your winners. Congratulations to them performing so well in Gym Grab and getting those back-to-back set wins against a team that had done so well earlier in the day. Really hats off to them. Omen Elite have exceeded my expectations, and I think that they have been well rewarded in the course of the
absolutely, Woody. And I think IX Gaming now, as I alluded to earlier in the series, are going to have to be praying that their sister team, IX Circles, are going to be able to get the win against Omen Elite to try and make them get themselves pressed into a position where potentially both IX teams could end up going in the first and second spot, but it all relies on the performance that Circles brings to the next matchup. But having a look at the stat numbers there, no surprise Omen Elite were able to win. Bottom of your screen, you can see it. We're going to have Circles versus Omen Elite. So can he get the organization kill in this monthly final? That's what's on the cards for Omen Elite.
Yeah, it's all in the hands of IX Circles now to try to keep their org back up on top. Omen Elite making a great play here in this 5th match, seemed to be ascendant in a storyline that echoes what we saw yesterday with ZERØZONE. Congratulations to them. It looks like they're going to be moving on well. I'm going to be sitting out for match number 6, so I just want to say thanks once again to ESL and Supercell for keeping the show on the airways, and for my co-casters joining me, as well as everyone at home who's watching the stream. It's been a pleasure being with y'all today, and I'll see you again soon. Sending it over now to Falcone.
Thank you very much for that, Woody and Tridd. Wow, that last game didn't half get the blood pumping, but in the end, it was Omen Elite who stood on top despite everything we said about how amazing IX Gaming were earlier. Let's talk about MVP. We have decided that the MVP for that match is going to be ZULAN. And again, just based on those last few games with the Gene, the way that he was carrying the gems, dodging everything the other team were throwing at him, it shouldn't be much of a surprise at all. ZULAN has been playing since beta, and unlike the last MVP that we had here, he didn't say anything bad about his teammates. In fact, when asked what he would change about his team, if anything, he said he wouldn't change a thing. He said he's incredibly glad to have this amazing opportunity to play with such a great team. What a gem. With all of the gems in this game of Gem Grab, and that final pull on Bobby. The whole team worked so hard to pull that one back, but that super sealed the deal. And we are going to move on and take a look at the group bracket and see where things stand now, because things are going to get a little bit complicated here as we have 2 teams that have 1 match win. If IX Circle can take down Omen Elite, then we are going to be going all the way to tiebreakers. So things are much more simple if Omen Elite take down IX Circles. But either way, that is the next match that we have coming up. Omen Elite, Corey, Superside, Tyrant Star, and ZULAN once again up against IX Circles, who we saw earlier. Chuni, Kangamu, Slash, and Lukey Bear. Now this is a match to look forward to. Will IX Circles be able to pull through or not? Let's talk about Omen Elite for a second. Tyrant Star gave us a pretty unique answer when we asked what his hobbies are. He likes to play cricket and to talk to girls. So, ladies, hit up Tyrant Star for a chat. If Supersai wins a lot of prize money, he's going to save it for medical school. One day he could be saving lives. because of Brawl Stars. How amazing is that to think of as we move on to our second team this match? It's IX Circles. Now, IX Circles have a very interesting owner, David, who called them up during each month's qualifiers and caused some trouble. Last month, he lagged them out, and this month, he called them up to recommend a good comp, and once again, lagged them out of the game. Let's hope that the team aren't held back with that extra handicap they seem to have. Over to the casters for the final match of the weekend.
Thank you very much, Falcone. We're jumping in with Ark for the final game of the day. It is all on the line for IX Circles. They can save the organization and make things very complicated, as Falcone said it. A 3-1 scoreline in favor of IX Circles will push us to a 3-way tiebreaker.
Yeah, Omen Elite.
And they banned Sprout again!
Calm down, Tridd. It's just nothing wrong with banning Sprout, in my opinion. I mean, yeah, it's causing a bit of a ruckus, but, you know, he's too cute. He's too cute. You can't get mad at Sprout, Tridd.
I'm not mad at Sprout. I want to see Sprout being played. I'm mad at the people who keep banning Sprout. We had so much fun yesterday, Ark, when Sprout wasn't able to get through.
Yeah, it is definitely a brawler which has definitely shaped the way that these players are playing the competitive meta. But Super Stadium is going to be the first map, so no Sprout to worry about, no Max as well. We've seen quite repetitive bans today with both Max and Sprout definitely being on the minds of these NA and LATAM North players. So yeah, for me, I'm kind of thinking a lot of BB, maybe some Rose are being able to gradually sort of progress up the map, or as you like to, what comp do you think you might see here, Tridd?
The one I've been harping on about all day, apparently. Yeah, the Slambulance. We're going to see a lot of that, I think. I love it. I love the healers. I love the two beefy brawlers getting down and dirty and then having a healer come in to back them up and push them over the finish line. It's one of the comps that's seeing a lot more play recently than we had seen in previous months. And I think there's still a little bit to explore with the actual implementation of it. But of course, a lot of counters we're seeing coming out to it. Range, control, lots of solutions to the problem that are being brought to the table.
Yeah, well, here we go. Going in then, we're going to see Mr. P and some B and some BB and many other things that rhyme. But it's one thing's for sure that Toonie is going in very aggressively. So with that gadget left-hand side, putting a nice amount of pressure early on. And already off the bat, IX Circles are going to come out with a goal after 20 seconds of play. Wow.
Just like we saw in the last series, Ark, immediate goals coming in on Brawl Ball. Toonie goes in very aggressively, cancelled super early, still manages to find the kill. Zulan being the person to do that. Slash going for the trick shot, won't find the connection, and he's cleaned up. IX Circles still have the lead, but now the possession's in favor of Omen Elite.
Gotta say, I'm loving this early energy from IX Circles, and they definitely needed to do that. You know, arguably, Omen are the team to beat currently, and I think that this was a good early start for them, getting that early goal and just being very, very aggressive in the way they are playing. They can now sit back and wait for Omen to try to push them, as they are behind currently at the moment.
Tyrant's now going to feel the hurt of Toonie. Great stun with the gadget to relieve the pressure. And he stays alive, creating a man advantage. But Bruce is no longer meant for this world, as Lukey Bear now goes on the aggression for Super Side, passing it into the back. That goal lead they have still being maintained by just keeping the ball in the enemy territory and away from Omen Elite.
Yeah, kind of surprised that Luke didn't bring out the Dynamite pick. We know that he loves it, but here's going to be a great chance for Omen Elite. It's Zulan with their hits, but not able to capitalize.
No, they
pass, maybe.
Oh, great pass away.
Super Saiyan somehow out of nowhere managed to finalize it, and now we are level.
Fantastic play by them. So one apiece. We may be going to overtime with the rate these goals have been coming in after the first one. Toonie keeping both of them in the spawn box. Zulan trying to get them all out of the front door so they can escape the cage they built for themselves. As Lukey Bear goes forward, Super Saiyan's been caught out of position. There's no damage being dealt to Slash. They're walking the ball in. Great start. Might buy him the time he needs, but Toonie looking to walk it in and get game number one.
It was almost a fantastic stun, that BB Bear stun by Tyrant, almost paying off there, but not enough to stop Toonie, who was able to finish it off. And yeah, IX Circles looking very strong, considering that Omen just caused a big upset in the previous match.
Well, they've had time to watch and learn, and they're able to see exactly how Omen Elite were playing against IX Gaming. So if there's any lessons they could learn, they've certainly learned them and implemented them for game number 1. But that works 2 ways. The more Omen Elite get to understand how IX Circles play, the more time they've got to figure out their response.
Yeah, absolutely. And respond, they do. And whether we'll see some Brawler switch-ups in that respect, or maybe Lukey might, crack out a bit of Dynamite. I mean, they are ahead. I'm kind of surprised that the first instance of us seeing Dynamite in the entire championship was actually not Lukey, of all people. So there's actually only one, interesting fact, only one Brawler has yet to be played so far in the championship. And I want to see a hashtag buff Crow in the chat, because it is Crow, and I feel like I'd like to see Crow. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah. They're one map ahead. They're one game ahead at the start of the series. That's not a reason to start flexing with their Dynamite. We saw how poorly that went when it was played in the last series.
I feel hurt by this. Dynamite.
You should be. My intention was to hurt you.
I mean, if we get a buff to his gadget, I think that he would actually be quite a viable option. I mean, as a brawler, he is still very good. He's just not the best. I mean, it is good to have a thrower that can break walls, though, especially on this map. I mean, I'm just putting it out there.
He's thrower by name and thrower by nature. If anyone picks Dynamite in my games, they are throwing the game.
Well, Lukey is going to be going with a thrower, but not the Dynamite that we know and love with him. He's going to be going with Barley. I think that's actually not a bad choice here, and we'll see how that works out for them. A couple of other changes as well, but again, a good, solid start for IX Circles, who could be on to a winner here. ZERØZONE missing the swipe, not going to get knocked back anymore. Oh, the M's gadget came in very clutch there.
Superside's about to go down, though. That's an open goal pass to Lukey Bear. Perfectly timed for the tap in the goal. And IX Circles remain in control of this game and carry forth the momentum from the previous game.
Yeah, doing absolutely fantastically well as far as at least Brawl goes at the moment. And Omen definitely need to pull up their socks. I feel like they missed the P pick. It is a good one, but a very difficult one on defense when you got BB charging at you, and Tooney is playing BB to great effect right now for IX Circles. And definitely Omen need to pick up the pace here.
They got control of the ball in the middle. Lukey Bear keeping Tyrant at bay. Slash abusing the range from B to keep the BB at bay. And now Tooney's going to answer the call. Misses the first swing. They're happy to go up against them again. Ball being passed through to ZULAN. The bubbles take each other out. That could have been disastrous for IX Circles if it wasn't for the refrag coming in.
Yeah, a really, really good opportunity for Omen Elite there, and just didn't quite, weren't able to hold on there, unfortunately for them. It was very close. Had that happened and ZULAN were able to stay alive, that would definitely have been the equalizer right there, Tridd.
Talking it past up the court. 1 minute remaining. Slash has Ultimate to slow it all down. But there's an empowered Porter running at Slash right now. He will be able to deal with that quite handedly, but ZULAN's carrying behind cover, been forced out by B, and Barley zoning him away. And look who's here to meet him. It's Tooney on the right-hand side as well. The ball may be in the court of Omen Elite, but metaphorically it's in the hands of IX Circles right now.
Yeah, who are definitely pushing up very nicely here and have got a bit of an opportunity if they can get maybe like a super out. No, it is going to be now. Omen Elite on the push here with 20 seconds left. They've got to push now. This could be a chance to level up the score, but a knockback from Tooney pushes back Tyrant, and surely now the pocket is inevitable as IX Circles are going to be able to wrap up this first set comfortably so.
ZULAN's going forward. He's got a bubble to take out one, but he returned fragged quite easily. IX Circles take the second game and the first map of this series.
Well, now that Brawl Ball is out of the way, I imagine, from judging from that gameplay, that IX Circle's very comfortable in Brawl Ball. You're going to ask yourself now, what next game mode is going to be coming up for maybe Omen Elite to have a greater chance, maybe something with some more territorial control, perhaps, for them. They definitely need to just kind of like put that in the past, look to the future, and focus about how they're going to turn this around now.
IX Circles set themselves up nicely, because if Omen Elite suddenly do decide that they want to start playing Brawl Stars at the level they may have been playing in the previous matchup, they're now on the track to go 3-1 against IX Circles. I know that's the dreaded scoreline we were talking about for tiebreakers, but if Omen Elite do it, it's absolutely fine because they go 2-0 and they end up just going first and guaranteeing that no one from the IX organization ends up with that #1 spot. It's still very early in the series. We're going over the Deeper Danger next. Bounty is our next map type.
Deeper Danger, yeah, a great bounty map, one of the newer bounty maps that we've seen, and attracts a nice variety of brawlers that we've actually already been seeing being played quite frequently by both of these teams. Mr. P here is actually a very valuable option. Brock, for me, is a good pick as well. Some Rosa maybe, but in the late game, if you are able to take down a lot of those bushes, Rosa could be more of a hindrance than an aggressor for sure.
We've got 10 seconds left before we jump into the next map type, and maybe a little bit sooner, actually. The teams seem eager. They're ahead of schedule on this one, Ark, as we jump into the second map of our series. It's Deeper Danger, and there's a Slambulance in play. Well, it's not really a Slambulance because Tyrants decided to go and play the Brock instead, but that's a very beefy front line going up against a lot of poke and zoning from the side of IX Circles.
Yeah, Lukey again going with a thrower because it makes absolute sense. He's a very accomplished, very established brawler to play for being a thrower. Tick here can be a nightmare to deal with, especially if he can focus on Super Saiyan, just keep holding back. And again, you've got to say early on, the aggression that we're seeing from IX Circles and the control as Slash sucks in a Super Saiyan, gets the takedown, giving them a 2-1 lead early on.
Nice early lead. The first star obviously going over to Omen Elite, giving him that 1 point. The Rocket Rain onto Tyrant, uses the gadget to get away. And they're trying to go back on the offensive against him. Lukey Bear towering behind his teams. He's throwing out the constant and perpetual damage. Slash has the magic hand ready to go. Might want to find a pull if someone gets out of position. The head first, going to do some scouting, but Tyrant able to deal with that quite handedly. IX Circles in the spawn. They're pulling Super Sai along for the ride as well. They'll get another 2 stars, but Zulan's on the assault. The bubble bounces back, and that is huge for Omen Elite as they turn the game in their favor.
What an amazing display there of synergy between Tyrant and Zulan to get that spawn trap in place. And now IX Circles really need to turn the tides in the last 30 seconds, or this is going to be going towards Omen Elite for the first time so far.
Great start on their comeback. They push themselves up to 6 stars. They find Zulan or Tyrant just once. They will end up getting control and equalizing this game. Super Sai goes down and puts them closer to victory. Great clearance by Zulan to force them out. Tyrant very low, and they'll get that kill they needed to equalize. We could be going to a draw if Super Sai goes down, and they will find the kill right at the end. But Slash goes down again. They equalize, and Zulan escapes with 540 HP. A draw to kick off Bounty.
Oh my goodness me. That ending for me was just absolutely insane. It was back and forth, but we're going to avail to a draw. We're going to be back to square one, and but that really could have gone either way at the end of that game. Wow.
Absolutely, Ark. It was so back and forth. There was 500 HP keeping Super Sai alive. It could have even swung back in IX Circle's favor right at the end there. So Omen Elite are thanking their lucky stars. They could at least force out a draw after that happened so quickly, and the game changed hands so many times at the end. It's great to have some confidence in it. We're going to have a reset of that game, and it's going to be replayed again because we went to a draw. The composition has to remain the same, is my understanding of the rules, because it's not able to bring in new picks in this scenario. So we should be jumping into that relatively quick.
We are seeing, though, more and more frequently now in Bounty that it does come down to that final moment, and it always seems to happen that one of the two teams will end up being stuck in their spawn, and getting that pinch is so crucial to get right, to time that synergy with your teammates in voice chat. It just goes to show how important that can be to turning the tides when it matters most.
Oh, they changed the picks. Oh. Okay, so they're running a different composition into this one. It means that we're going to see an actual Slambulance from IX Circles going up against Tyrant, Zulan, and Super Sai, who are staying the same as well. They brought the Tick to the party this time instead, though.
Yeah, not a bad choice for me. I think Tick is providing you can, keep cycling your super well and just stay on top of things. That's the thing with Tick. You can get overrun very easily. When you are being rushed, it can be troublesome at best. Tooney running the batting stance star power as well might take a little bit of that pressure off Super Sai in their respective player. Lukey looking low. Lukey going down, giving Omen Elite a bit of a lead now and a bit of a chance to breathe.
Oh, absolutely. As the right power will still be using against them. They've got one start in it as Tooney walks forward using that protective barrier to get into range of Zulan and wants to knock him back. But Zulan has other plans as he uses his own gadget to do that. And now Lukey Bear holding this forward ground, but look how destroyed and banged up the map is, Ark. There's nowhere for these units to hide, and then when your healer's pulled in like that, you've lost your sustain. It means that Omen Elite are going to take control. 5-2, 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you've got to feel confident to be Omen Elite right now, and Tyrant just going to hold on to that super, I think, and just time it wisely. Getting those pushes down might not be the worst idea, as it means Lukey won't be able to heal or pull in from Zulan, but Tooney surviving really nicely there.
This is it, they're going in, they're going to get all the kills!
Oh my goodness me! What a control!
They're going pulled in, but you don't pull in the big old BB who wants to try and ruin you with their protective shield. They found that one kill, only 2 stars in it. Another kill will force out a draw as they go on the hunt. They cannot commit too much to this one. Great pull on the Tooney, but you know how this goes. They just didn't have the time, and IX Circles take game number 1.
I just need to sit down and breathe. These two teams are absolutely going off and popping off in Bounty right now. And just when you think you know what's going to happen, something else comes up. And this is just all to play for. I can't keep up. I literally can't.
Wow. The big mistake was pulling in Tooney. That was the one person you didn't want to grab. If you're going to use the magic hand, you aim for the Poco, the person who will actually die at point blank range, not the 2 units designed to fight you at close range. You are doing their job for them. Be very careful with how you're using magic hands in future.
The BB play in that spawn for me was a definite highlight there, and Tooney did an exceptional job there of just gaining that moment for himself and just to bring it home for his team, and really well played to him in that particular game for sure.
Right, well, they're going to mirror the composition. In fact, no, they're not. IX Gaming going to take over the comp that Omen Elite once had. The beefy units being brought out for OE, and Superside's already feeling the hurt. Can't find a connection because Tyrant will body block for him. But Slash, very low HP. If they had range right now, he'd certainly be dead as Superside presses in, and Omen Elite get in with 2 frags and leave, switching the pace of the game.
Great use of gadget by Zulan to escape that spawn there as well. And what a great start from Omen, having just taken that loss there in the previous match, and already going off so aggressively. Tyrant popping gadget. Is he able? He does go down, but still Omen very much in control, it seems, of this round so far.
Superside putting a band-aid on the destroyed map by dropping the bush, and he's in target. Rock will find the shot. And I just swallowed something I shouldn't have.
Moving on, and oh my goodness me. IX Circles then with the return, and 10 stars now, putting Omen Elite into the position of needing to go on the aggressive, and this is again just so back and forth. You can't tell what's coming next.
As well, and Tooney gonna get away with the gadget. If they find a frag on Slash or Tooney, they can get it back really fast, and they're gonna do just that. 13-12, Zulan gets tagged on the entry. All the hard work Tyrant did just gone to waste, as he'll have to do it again, as he's still sticking around in the back line. The slow will not connect, but they're all switching their attention to this BB. The Rocket Rain forcing him into a position. Slash takes him out, 17-13. Superside can clean up if he just finds one. He has to hit Slash. Kept at arm's length. 21-13. IX Circles will take this map and move us to number 3.
Honestly, fantastic brawler pick there. B just showing us how it's done. That slowdown, had that not been the case, we would have seen a very different story there, and Slash played it to perfection, because you do not want to get spawn trapped by an angry Rosa. IX Circles looking fantastic at the moment to bring this one home for IX.
We're getting dangerously close, Ark, to the 3-1 scenario now, because if for whatever reason Omen Elite come back and win this next map, and then IX Circles pop back again, that makes the 3-1 scoreline that puts us into a tiebreaker scenario. Very ominous, but also very exciting, because it's one of those things where you're never quite sure how it's going to play out.
Yeah, and we've yet to have one so far, I think. So that's going to be a really interesting thing to see if it does go that way. At the moment, I mean, nothing I don't think would surprise me the way this is going. I mean, like, you know, we might even see Crow come up next too.
No, we're not going to see Crow. Enough. There's a reason he's not being picked. Sandy Gems, our next map. We're going over to Heist. That means Nita. That means BB. These are the two we consistently see on Heist maps.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the way that the walls are situated above that safe, it does make for a great opportunity to slam a BB super down and just kind of get that bounce, that additional damage by doing that. And just a really strong brawler to go on the aggressive with. Rosa especially, again, able to heal on those side lanes as she progresses towards that safe. So this is going to be really fun to see, actually, because we've seen a lot of kind of like more passive play in the previous game. But now we're going to be seeing just super aggressive plays from both teams here, I think.
Brock, Ems, and BB for one team, and you got the Nita, Ems, and the Rico for the side of IX Circle. So they cannot let Omen Elite get in their face. Lukey Bear already learning that the hard way as two members down, and Tooney's returning fire, so he's not kept at low HP. The Robo retreat gets him back to safety as he tries to help his team, but Zulan closing the gap. We're going to take him out. Super's online. He's heading straight for the safe. He wants to point that gun right at the enemy objective.
Yeah, look, there's a great early start from Omen Elite. Super going down from Tyrant, raining down those rockets as well. And I've got to say, I really like their formation here as they're approaching a bit of a safe rush here. But I do feel like for me at the moment, well, if Tyrant can stay alive and get a few more tick damages, but look at this, Tooney is going off.
It's over.
Super able to push him back.
Omen Elite will take game number one. Tooney find that connection a little bit too late, and they weren't able to clear out members of Omen Elite, which makes it all the more difficult to stay up in this one. They had no control. I think I'm going to put that down to the comp. They couldn't go face to face with the aggression that Omen Elite were bringing out to them because they were just too squishy, needed to keep at a distance. Rico was not the play here, Chief.
Yeah, actually, I'm a big advocate for Rico in Heist, I'll be honest. You know, it is a very good way to kind of hold back tanks on lane and defend very successfully, you know, potentially 2 versus 1. But it just wasn't working in that instance. And, you know, this is the time as well for Omen Elite to make a comeback. They don't want to leave it any later than this. It has to be now, and this will hopefully give them a bit of a momentum boost and some team morale to go at it again and be successful in Heist.
Jumping into the next game then. Comp changes coming in, the Spike instead of the Rico. But you still got the Brock of the Ems, who's already gone down. Super Sai, happy to get that frag. But Tooney deals with Zulan and opens it up for him to start attacking the enemy safe. Lukey Bear's back on the map. He'll stop the defense. Great collapse on the Tooney to shut him down.
Yeah, I like the Spike pick. It's going to go a long way in terms of taking down Zulan, and who's a more tankier option there. IX Circle's looking a bit more confident now with this new brawler lineup, and I think that making change here was a great ball by Zulan. Actually came back and connected with Lukey there, and that will actually make a big difference into how Omen are able to now push back towards getting that damage that they so desperately need now.
Able to get some shots onto the IX Circle safe, dropping it just above 70%. Tooney trying to take out Zulan with the super and a few shots. Oh, just misses out on Super Sai for that kill there, but Tyrant will deal with him. One member down for the side of IX Circles as the rest of Omen Elite are pressing forward. They have a slight lead, but they want to extend it. Lukey Bear decimates Zulan in the middle, but he escapes onto Slash, who has to get away. Tyrant has a free line of sight on the safe, and there's nothing they're able to do about it for now. It might be too little too late. They've got 1 minute to clap back.
A great pinch. They've got a save from Slash and Lukey there on that left-hand side, getting Zulan taken down, and this is what's giving them that momentum to push up here, and this could be a great chance for IX Circles if they can just work in synergy here, slamming down rockets from Slash, a super as well from Tooney, and it's really now or never. Look at the damage rolling in, but at the same time,
they
at the other end, Tyrant's getting hits as well.
They haven't dealt with him so far. He's still in range, and he's even taken one of them out on the response. Tyrant will help them seal the deal. Omen Elite take control of Heist.
Wow, Omen Elite now then, you know, I've got to say, it's a difficult time to get a victory, to get a win. You know, to stop IX Circles in their momentum flow now, it is essential for Omen Elite. And as we go into the next game, this could be blown wide apart here, Tridd.
Absolutely, and Super Sai, we've seen a few of the replays here. Undying, apparently, but it's Tyrant Star in that top right corner who dealt the crippling blow. Not the final blow, that was one of his teammates, but the fact he stayed alive and kept chipping away in odds of him losing his own safe, he was able to bring the victory for Omen Elite and give them a foothold in this series they have sorely been missing.
Yeah, in Heist, we've seen many a time that it doesn't really seem to matter too much when it comes to kills and deaths. It's all about getting that damage on the safe, knowing when to push, when to defend, and Omen were able to do that more successfully. So, but moving in now to Junk Park Siege, and this is going to be a very, very different style of game mode that we're going to see coming up next, and very much around how both of these teams can go about controlling the middle of this map to collect those bolts, to get the biggest of bots. That is going to determine the winner of this next round for sure.
Right then, let's jump straight into it. The teams are ready. We're moving on to Junk Park. Siege is our fourth map. And looking at the comms, we've got Ems, BB, and Gene for the side of Omen Elite. And when it comes to IX Circles, the Jackie, Mr. P, and Ems combo. Tyrant grabbing the first bolt and knocking IX Circles back to kick us off.
Yep, Slash going in there with a nice knockback. Tooney as well has been playing Jackie really nicely today, and we're going to see him playing it again. And look at this early control and dominance performance here from IX Circles, who will surely get the first push now.
Getting that first siege bot in. It's only a level 3, so it's quite manageable for Tyrant and the rest of his boys. They're pressing forward. Tooney can't get into range, forced back by the Ems gadget and Super. As the bot will struggle to find a connection here. He might get one love tap onto it. He's going to get a couple. 5% damage delta OE.
Yeah, not too much damage, but again, that first push, all about establishing control for the following rounds. Good pull from Zulan, and that is going to be a really important play from Omen Elite now to try to come back and turn this one around, because if they keep going this way, it's not going to be looking good for them, because IX Circles have got an immense amount of control going on here.
And great support from Tyrant with that as well. Zulan pulled him in. Tyrant was able to knock him even further into the Ike territory, guaranteeing the kill then. Tooney's now just going to camp on that one, a level 6 bot. A good defense from Omen Elite will enable them to clap back in the last siege, because they started to build up a bolt economy of their own.
Got to point out that play from Lukey. What an amazing super placement there that Zulan was then pulling in as opposed to getting the kill on Lukey. But again, Omen Elite needs defenders. They look like they're actually going to defend us pretty well under the circumstances. And if they do, they've got 5 bolts in the bank, a 3 over IX Circles. And if they can just get a couple in this round, they will get a push here, Tridd.
This is still winnable for them. As long as they can start banking bolts and not have their lead chipped away too early, they can do well. But Tyrant's about to go down. Doesn't cash in that bolt. That's disastrous for Omen Elite. Super Sai struggling to stay in here, but he is alive right now. He has to keep away from Tooney at all costs. And they need to get more bodies on the field, because right now they've lost that bolt lead with 2 seconds remaining. Last siege going the way of IX Gaming. And there's no way they're going to come back into this one. Game number 1 going the way of IX Circles.
Wow, a really strong display. Then IX Circles in a fantastic position here to take out Omen Elite. And you've got to remind yourselves that, it was IX Gaming that, was dominant over IX Circles. And this is a big shock if you look at things in the grand scheme of things, because Omen Elite did so well against IX Gaming. What a turnaround here.
Fantastic display from both of the teams. We're getting ready for another game in this series. Of course, there's the risk of IX Circles ending the run of Omen Elite right now, forcing us to a 3-way tiebreaker on the group stage. We're interested to see how that pans out. We got a couple more seconds before we jump into it, Ark, but this has definitely been, I'm going to reiterate again, the closest day of the Brawl Stars monthly finals I think we've seen since this year, like all of this year.
Yeah, I mean, a 3-way tie has just never happened. And, it's looking like it's a real possibility here. I mean, are we going to be doing rock, paper, scissors? Who knows?
I'm sure we'll have an explanation for what will go down if it is an absolutely equal scoreline. But let's not discount Omen Elite. They've still got time to come back into this one. Let's jump into the game. Even one map victory here, in fact, will avoid the 3-way tiebreaker scenario. So as long as they win this and lose in the next one, I think they still walk away with the first place spot. So they have to win this map. It is all or nothing for them. And the first bolt goes the way of Tooney.
Yeah, I see Luke going with the Barley pick this time around instead of the Mr. P and Zulan and Tuni on this left-hand side. And now Omen Elite do win that lane, and that's going to put a bit of pressure, early on pressure here for Slash and Lukey. And this could be maybe even around here. It's a tie. That could actually be really good for Omen if they can continue this kind of new lease of life that we're seeing.
Absolutely, they're able to hold down the mid here. Ems and BB are a potent combo of doing that. Tuni did get the frag off to the side, but it's all gone wrong for them as IX Circles take control of the mid and the Bolt lead with 30 seconds remaining. Zulan can't not die here. He needs support from his team. Tuni smelled blood, but he was unable to chomp down. And now they're hoping to recover and get some bolts before this goes. But there are 9 bolts. Make that 10 in favor of IX Circles right now. It's going to be impossible for Omen Elite to crawl this one back with 10 seconds remaining. They're going to have to go defense and look for the last siege yet again.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty big push. But again, if Omen Elite are able to defend this, you've got to ask yourself what the final siege could look like here. Is they're going to bank another 2, maybe even 3 of the mid here, giving them 9. But they've got to defend a level 13 bot, and that looks nasty to me.
Absolutely terrifying. They've not even got it below 50%. It's going to connect against the safe, and all 2 members, are in range. The super pulling them away. They're wailing down on it. There's 10% remaining. That's going to be it for IX Circles. They complete it. They get revenge for their sister team, and they force us to a freeway tiebreaker.
Oh my goodness me. What is life? A 3-way tie has never happened before. And this is a real turn-up in any of the groups that we've had. We've got, for the first time, a tie.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we proceed with this one, if I'm honest with you, Ark. I'm sure we'll get some more information fed to us by our teams at the moment. But there's the story of the stats, if you will. 40,000 damage lead for IX Circles. So not the most outrageous of differences, but it comes down to bulk collection and kills. It's just a completely different story, nearly double in both regards for IX Circles. So you can see why they walked away with the victory here.
Yeah, you know, for my recollection of tiebreaker, it came down to set score difference first and foremost, followed by set win difference, and then, and I love this one, it would come down to a best of 3 Brawl triple dribble, but that was again back into the studio scenario, so maybe things might have changed as we are now doing the online system, but that was my recollection last time round, yeah.
Well, I'm sure we'll get information fed to us soon enough, but of course, we still have to celebrate IX Circle's victory there. They were able to bring it back for their organization, and it means that it does throw things into a little bit of chaos for now. Some great performances there as well. I personally think that Tuni did quite well in that series, but there's the story of the entire series so far. Not as long or not as high damage numbers as we see. Most of the NA games so far have left us with 1 million plus damage numbers, which is quite typical. This one dropping down just below 750. So I think it was a more efficient game, if you will, if you want to read it at the abstract level.
Yeah, I mean, you know, IX Circles, regardless, of just playing so well as a team, and that's the thing for me, is that they were able to really come together and be united in that respect. And you know, for me, it always comes down to that. You can often see when you're pushing as an individual that you know, you are just basically being cannon fodder, and you need to sort of come together. IX Circles, for me, played really well today, especially having taken that first loss today against IX Gaming. You know, I've got to be honest, you know, Omen Elite had the momentum, they had the confidence, so a really well done job by them today for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We're still waiting for input on how we're going to proceed forward with this one, and like I said, that we have the rules set up, but I think we're going to pass over to Falcone for now and just talk a little bit about that game.
We are indeed, and I am as amazed and confused as you guys are, as I've been communicating with the production team myself, and I believe we are in the process of working things out. But, as you rightly said, we do need to celebrate the win from IX Circles, and what a win it was. Our MVP for the final match of the weekend is Tuni, and you will now see why. Tuni was the player that towards the end there you saw playing as Jackie and just helping to dominate in those final games. He has been playing since the beta released. And of course, like a lot of the players that we've had as MVP, he does consider himself the carry of the team. Though he said if he wins a lot of prize money, he's going to spend it on getting carried? I don't know what that means, but fantastic performances today, winning over Omen Elite. And now I am in the same boat as you. We are waiting for information to see how things will proceed as we see just some of those final moments of Bounty, Siege, Tuny running around with Jackie, just dominating everyone in this final game. Well, there you have it. That is the score so far. So, little reminder as to what's happened in this group so far. There you go. Look at that. Look how absurd this bracket is. Omen Elite, IX Gaming, and IX Circles all won one match each, and the score was 4-4 on each. So, we are going to still find out what is happening soon, whether it is now going to be more matches today or not. I do not know. All right, I have had it confirmed in my ear. We are going to have 3 tiebreaker matches, all best of 3, all triple dribble, all brawl ball. So, okay, that is a real first for this. I don't think we ever expected this exact tiebreaker scenario to come up. And honestly, I don't know what we're doing right now. Do we have the first match lined up? If production could let me know how we're going to proceed from this moment, that would be really great, because we're all in chaos at the moment. The casters, we're all messaging each other like, what's happening? This is insane. But what a day of Brawl Stars it has been. Okay, it's gonna be IX Gaming versus IX Circles first. I'm finding out this information live for you guys. IX Gaming and IX Circles are gonna be up first, which I guess makes sense as they were the first groups to play against each other. So that is gonna be the first match of the day. But what a day it's been. A close day. The first group was close enough as it is, but now you literally do not get closer than this. You would expect when the two teams beat each other, and then after the second match, if the underdog team, or if the team that didn't win the first match then wins the second, you kind of expect that team to dominate in the following match. You don't expect it to be a complete three-way tie. That is crazy. Where are we going from here? Are we going straight back to the casters? We are going straight back to the casters. Ark, Woody, bring us these amazing games. I cannot wait to see them.
It will be our pleasure, Falcone. And the best way I'd explain what happened here is like rock, paper, scissors. Each team beat one of the other teams, but none of the teams was dominant in their own right. So we have to get more data. We need to face off again. We're going to have all 3 teams play a single best of 3 brawl ball set against each of the other teams. And hopefully from that, we'll get a final victor.
Yeah, when in doubt, go to Brawl Ball. That is basically how we roll here. And yeah, I mean, Brawl Ball is a great game mode because it's 24/7 anyway. So, quick games, it puts more pressure on the players, I think, is a really big, important thing to notice. That, it can turn very quickly. We've seen that time and time again today. Teams can just, literally at any moment find it within themselves and go on a tear. So I'm really looking forward to seeing some exciting results here for us to be able to finalize who is the best today in the NA group.
That's right, Ark. Well, Brawl Ball is a really exciting game mode to see these guys square off against each other. We've got only 3 more sets total, so instead of playing every single game mode, it's just going to be Brawl Ball, given that Brawl Ball is now the most important game mode, and I'm kind of wondering what you think these teams might have learned from their past few matches that they can bring into this mode now. I assume we're going to be playing on the same map as we had earlier on. So what do you make of it?
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends. It used to be triple dribble was the tiebreaker decision rule for the map. It might be different, however, but nonetheless, you know, these teams have had a chance to feel each other out. And I think that's the thing to take away from this, is that every team has had a chance to see what brawlers they're using, what comps they're going towards and leaning towards. So that is the thing that the teams are now going to be in discussions in their VCs, in their voice chats to talk through, is what they are likely to come up against and what brawlers they can choose to counter those potential options.
All right. Well, I think that they're going to get a chance to initiate a new set of brawler bans as well. I find it really interesting that IX Gaming is actually going to have the mirror match to start with, because, you know, presumably if they had been facing off against Omen Elite first, we'd have a better idea as to which team would be ahead and kind of jockeying for position. But the fact that it's going to be this intra-organization fight, we basically are resetting everything back to square one, and it's still anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a great opportunity. An early pull from Slash, but not able to capitalize on his position there. But Lukey's still putting continued pressure, but not if Cryman's got anything to say about Toonie popping catcher. Oh my goodness me. A great defense all round early on from IX Gaming there.
Nicely done. The score will still be tied at 0-0, though, as we reestablish in the middle field here. OG trying to push in with that Robo Porter is going to start to build up an advantage for IX Gaming. An aggressive play from INTZ Strong sends the ball really close to the goal line, but not able to get a shot off. Defense from IX Circles is going to hold on to it for now.
Yeah, the question now is to Slash do a pull and break some of his cover. You know, so it's a difficult one to level out here at the moment. He doesn't really want to break the cover, but he might have to here, as the pinch coming inbound from IX Gaming is strong, and definitely IX Circles.
Here we come!
Pressure here. It's a goal then early on from second best, the goal scorer. 1 minute on the clock for IX Circles to make a response to this.
Really aggressive play there from OG, using so many of his gadgets to beef up that Robo Porter and apply as much pressure as necessary to finish things off. I think he's used all 3 of his gadgets now. This last one on defense is going to be awfully tricky, though. That's a lot of hit points coming in from Toonie. He might have enough. He scores the equalizer.
IX Circles not taking it lying down then. A nice goal from Toonie. Again, Jackie has got such tankability, and yes, that is a word in the meta right now. And popping that gadget can just be such a great way to rush and get that goal scored. Evening the playing field now then. What a turnaround there for IX Circles.
Oh, this is dangerous. Daddy Second takes a shot, but can't get it in. Nice defense there from Slash. That could have been the end of it all right there. Slash, the OP goalie, will keep IX Circle still in it. A 1-1 tie now, but possession on the side of the Circles team. They're going to be playing for midfield control, trying to get another couple kills as we go into overtime now. All these boxes are about to explode.
I feel like at the moment, OG and second best have got a great comp here for overtime, and they've got the pressure now, 2 versus 3, and they are focusing on Lukey Bear, getting Lukey Bear
nice
down.
Pull.
Yeah, it was a great idea there, but not going to be a shot there on goal. And now look at this, IX Gaming have got the goal wide open here. Great passing to
oh!
It's in! It's in! Cryman then, with a pass from OG, gets the goal, giving IX Gaming the early lead here.
Awesome shot from Crying Man, and sent it in right at the last possible second. You saw that gadget usage by Slash to try to stun and push him back, but couldn't get it there in time. Really beautifully done, following up on that first goal to make sure that they wouldn't be denied, despite a really impressive push from Toonie. You saw it was Toonie all alone who got that goal for the Circles team for the equalizer. But IX Gaming, in this singular set for the tiebreaker, has pulled ahead. We'll see. We're seeing the bans now on screen. It's Max and Sprout who've been kicked out of the action. Good to know, but potentially IX Gaming pulling ahead, and they'll only need 1 more win to clinch this set.
Yeah, I mean, the bans there, Max and Sprout, for me, are definitely good bans. We've seen that ban time and time again today. It seems like almost like it's been rehearsed in that respect. You know, the NA scene has a different kind of meta and structure to the EU scene, to the Asian scene, and definitely today, wanting to be getting out Max and Sprout, and I think that's a good ban, especially for Brawl, because Sprout can honestly change it and mix it up so much.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to be hopping into game number 2 very soon. No Sprout, as you mentioned, so we're playing just like it's April 2020. I remember the days back in April when there was no lockdown. Ark. Maybe we can get back to those days. Just keep those Sprout bans in and we'll see if that works. IX Gaming is going to be starting off with Mr. P, Jackie, and M's combo. Pretty similar on the other side. We're just running Barley again instead of Mr. P. I think that this could really give an opportunity for the momentum to build up on IX Gaming's side of the map. So if this goes long, expect to see the red team prevail.
Yeah, it seems like such a long time ago, really, since lockdown began. If I close my eyes and think about it really hard, I can almost visualize us running in a field of corn, holding hands, not too far in the future. But here we go then. Cryman tried to get an early shot on goal, wasn't able to do it. Slapped oh, he does secure the goal for IX Circles, and now the pressure is on for IX Gaming.
Big hit for the Circles team, and Slash has got to be happy about it, but you need a second goal to finish it all off. We're waiting now as 1:30 is left on the clock. IX Gaming are going to have the pressure all on them to try to get that equalizer goal, but it seems like they're having trouble just getting the ball off of their half of the map.
Yeah, it's a really good position here, Tooney. I'm not sure whether he's still got gadgets here. If he has, he's got to be thinking about using it there, and he's going very far back, though. I kind of felt like he was going to go for a more aggressive stance, but nonetheless, obviously feeling as though the Mr. P portal was something to be wary of, and needs a bit of support there from his teammates to really be able to do anything about getting this ball out the corner. Doesn't really need to worry too much, but there is 1 minute on the clock. That is going to be noted, and plenty of time for IX Gaming to make a comeback here.
Plenty of time. It's easy to say that when we're watching here, but I know that it's got to be wearing down these IX Gaming guys. They really need to get that shot in soon, and even though they've been able to make it back to that midpoint, they haven't been able to build up the momentum that they've needed. OG has a Robo-Porter in the very, very back of the arena, which is making it a bit difficult to build up that damage, and really nice super from Lukey Bear is able to finish him off. That's going to leave IX Gaming without much time. The shot, though, Daddy Second gets pulled back by Tooney at the last possible moment. IX Gaming are in deep trouble now.
Yeah, definitely, and there you go, Slash pocketing the ball. Such a strong strategy to employ there with 10 seconds. And no, if Cryman's got a gadget here, we'll have to see. He might have an opportunity. He supers it out, but not really able to connect with his teammates there. And IX Circles then not taking it lying down, coming back 1 game apiece now.
This presents an interesting scenario now where both of the IX teams have dropped a game in their mirror match, which means that if we do get a 2-0 victory by Omen Elite, that might wind up being decisive on the game differential. The fact that we are now tied up between IX Gaming and IX Circles means that they're basically all in now. They both have to defeat Omen Elite, or preferably at least get that 2-0 in one of their games. I don't know, the math is kind of hard to figure out, but at this point, Gaming and Circles are back to square one once again, and are going to need to pull out a victory in this final game if they want to have any shot at all at getting first place.
I mean, it just goes to show how close has this been today in this group. It's kind of mind-blowing to me that we're having to get down to the nitty-gritty now to really find out who is going to take that #1 spot, the prize money, the points. Definitely by far the closest we've seen a group since we started this way back prior to lockdown.
Well, as we know, IX Gaming currently has the point lead on the North American and LATAM North leaderboard with 110 points. It's a pretty impressive showing, but Omen Elite are only behind by 40. That's certainly within striking distance, and if I were IX Gaming, I would definitely want to cement my lead up at the top. If you're like David, watching as a leader of the IX organization, you got both teams to cheer for here, but for different reasons. It's all going to come down to who plays better in this next game, though, so let's see what happens. It's going to be Lukey Bear switching it up to play Nita this time for a more in-your-face kind of mid-range comp. Let's see which team pulls ahead in the early stage of this fight.
Yeah, if I was a betting man, I'm going to place my Brawl Stars skins on the line. I'd definitely be putting them on IX right now.
All right.
Lukey getting a lot of good hits from OG there. Does go down. And the ball, though, however, moving up slightly into the favor of IX Gaming. If second best here can do something with this, Lukey will have to get his super to stun him down. He does so, and gets the save. Great awareness by Lukey. Great plays by IX Circles.
Right there in between his opponent and the goal at the perfect opportune moment. Catches the ball right as it's passing by him. No nutmeg for this IX Gaming team this time. But hold on, Daddy Sentin's getting awfully close. He puts the ball in, takes the dribble, shoots, scores!
Yeah, I mean, second best didn't need to do anything there except walk it in, and he saw that was the case. Great awareness there. One on the cards then for IX Gaming. Now a lot of pressure on IX because as the Crying Man going in there does get taken down, but I feared then. I could feel it in my chest for Slash, and Lukey must have been on the fence there. And Lukey not able to make much of that opportunity there, however, as well.
Ouch, yeah, desperate play for a desperate time. IX Circles making their best attempt to dribble that one in, but denied by IX Gaming. You just don't know whether it's better to play it really aggressively and take a shot if one presents itself, or if it's better to wait for the rest of your teammates to kind of group up together and try to make it in. The fact that they played so aggressively has now left them really vulnerable, and the goal goes right past Slash. A beautiful super shot leaves IX Gaming in the lead. They take this set and will be facing off against Omen Elite next.
A fantastic start for IX Gaming. This is what they needed, having come from a bit of a back foot place today, taking that loss earlier to Omen Elite, but now with a chance to redeem themselves as they performed so well. Then they will have a bit of an understanding as well as to how Omen Elite are likely to play. And now this has just opened up things. I cannot wait for the next game, Woody.
Redemption won't come easy, and IX Gaming, hot off knocking down their younger brothers in IX Circles, are going to have the fight of their lives back up against an Omen Elite team that would not go down without a swing right in their face. Having defeated IX Gaming in their match, IX Gaming has got to be wondering, what can they do to justify this victory over Circles? Are we going to have the same sort of rock, paper, scissors dynamic that we saw in the regular match time, or can they finally get that victory that they crucially need?
Yeah, this is the question on everyone's minds, but now we're going to head on over back to Falcone to see how this one is going to shape up next.
What is happening today, guys? All right, well, history repeats itself, at least for this first best out of 3, with IX Gaming taking that win against IX Circles, but it was a close one. There really wasn't that much in it. We had that really nice score from second best in the first game, but then things went all the way to game 3 as IX Circles did try and take that one back. For those of you that are just joining us and don't know what's going on, well, we have had a complete tie in this group, with all 3 of the teams ending up with the same match and set score. So this is the ultimate Brawl Stars tiebreaker, the ultimate games of Brawl Ball, as all teams are playing against each other one more time in best out of 3 games of Brawl Ball. So far, the score is 2-1. The game score is 2-1, with IX Gaming taking down IX Circles. And as you can see in the corner, next it's going to be Omen Elite against IX Gaming. Now, earlier on, Omen Elite took this one down. This time, IX Gaming are going to want to play even harder and try and get the 2-0 themselves. Casters, take it away.
Tagging back in, and we're jumping straight into the action. Omen versus IX Gaming, who this time around don't want to fall prey to the same trap they did last time, losing this match and giving fate over to their sister team. If they win against Omen Elite, they will guarantee the first place they should have done all the way back in our original match. And it doesn't matter what IX Circles does, they will walk home champions. Bands on your screen for you. It's Jackie, it's Sprout, and we're getting ready to jump into our second tiebreaker.
Jackie and Sprout out of the action means that we're going to see a game set up pretty similar to what we just had. Omen Elite and IX Gaming, however, duking it out again. Tridd, I don't know how else to say this. This is the most important set in Brawl Stars Championship history so far this year. Omen Elite having defeated IX in the match prior, but IX now victorious against the Circles team that they just went up against. It means that there is now the opportunity, if IX Gaming wins this set here and now, for them to finally clinch the victory that they've been fighting for so many hours today to claim. It's not going to be easy, though, with Omen Elite as their opponents. With Jackie out of the competition, I think that uniquely is harmful to IX Gaming. This detrimental ban could make it a bit difficult for them to find the edge that they need. We've seen them leaning on Jackie and Ems in the past. What are you thinking about the brawler picks for this upcoming game? What should we expect, Tridd?
But that's exactly what you just said there, Woody. They relied on Ems and Jackie. Jackie's now been removed, so we're going to be seeing a lot more Ems. And in fact, both teams are choosing to adopt that in the first round of Brawl Ball. Barley, Nita, Ems for the side of Omen Elite, and on the opponents of IX Gaming, they're actually bringing a Penny to the field with the Ems and Mr. P.
Well, as we've said before, Mr. P can provide that momentum, energy to build up a big push late in the game, but so can Penny. That mortar is nothing to laugh at, and it can start to deal a lot of damage, especially if you take the Balls of Fire star power. It looks like that's the star power that both teams have taken here. Lots of void zones going to start to be spreading around this map. It's going to be tough to take a step without taking a ton of damage, Tridd.
That's exactly what Corey just did, and he finally gets fragged off map as the reinforcements are coming in for IX Gaming. Daddy Second moves forward. He has to step back as he's entering into the territory of Barley. Ball still in the middle of the map. One frag here could start a cascade that results in a goal, and both teams are incredibly mindful of that.
Nice shots from Tyrant Star, able to knock down that Penny mortar on the other side. It's going to be an advantage for Daddy Second over on that left side, firing away with a super, but can't land those regular shots. Corey gets the kill, and it's going to be a defensive win for Omen Elite here. No opportunity for IX Gaming to take that shot. OG is doing his best to make it in there, but can't find the way out. IX Gaming now going to be forced back into their spawn as the defense has been really great from Omen Elite so far this game.
Not batting an eye at this one, Woody. They've been able to stay up there. Corey somehow surviving as well, avoiding the briefcases as the ball is pressed up in a 3v2. There's no turret, there's no dispenser, and they just need to find an avenue of attack to get into this one as Corey passes it over the Daddy Second. Zulan trying to come from behind, but he's left by himself for Mr. P to take out with the help of Daddy Second. Middle of the map still in play here. 40 seconds remaining. They passed it out to Daddy, who can't get behind the team because Tyrant is still there.
Ball is centered back in, but neither team has really been able to get much of an advantage here. Zulan is really looking menacing there at the midfield. Even though there's a 2v1 advantage for IX Gaming, they're not going to try to take this opportunity to push. Instead, waiting back, charging up their supers. There comes the Robo Porters again. Bobby doing his best to keep that damage up and keep high Robo Porter uptime. He's chosen the handle with Kara Star Power, which gives him a little bit more range, but that Robo Porter station has been going down repeatedly. Really good job by Omen Elite to keep the coverage up, but can they get the goal right here? And now Zulan's looking for the shot.
Oh, he has to pass it away, and it will get blocked out by the turret. Overtime's in effect, and Bruce is going to take a bunch of damage. Corey still sitting on his super.
This is coming in!
Drop down, and Zulan's rushing in. Slowed by us, but he still finds a way. And Zulan will make sure that Omen Elite take game number 1.
Brought down to 392 hit points, but he takes the shot right in the nick of time, finds his way past the goal line, and Omen Elite are now in a terrifying position. The IX Gaming team are now going to be in a really difficult spot if they want to pull off that reverse sweep to guarantee win for their organization. If Omen Elite gets the set score above here, they could clinch it in the very next game, or at the very least for them get another tiebreaker set.
Yeah, if Omen Elite are able to beat IX Gaming here, and they also then beat IX Circles by a larger margin, for example, let's say if IX Gaming are able to win one of these games, but they don't complete the set, then by virtue of the difference in the score, it would mean that the team which had the worst performance against Omen Elite would end up taking third place. But of course, if we have a repeat of exactly what we saw in the previous matchup, or the previous round of this round robin, we could end up with another set of tiebreakers because the scores are still identical.
This is going to be the most difficult game that IX Gaming has ever played. Their feet are absolutely up to the fire right now. It's really all or nothing for them here and now, Tridd. Omen Elite, the menace for this IX organization, has not gone down easily, and they are going to continue fighting hard in this game number 2. Can IX Gaming do the impossible and finally get that upset win that they've needed for so long? They're making their way in. Zula takes the shot, blocked by Bobby.
Bobby in the right time, at the right place. He's in the right place at the right time, able to block it out. Ball in the corner for Corey to keep possession of. OG looking to aggress on him, this Tyrant, who will go down to the power of Daddy as he pushes them into the corner. Now they're having to hold off for the time being, wait for the HP to come back, and then they can make a move as they press forward. The porters are going to be reinforcing them, as is the volley from the turret. They've got a lot of utility across the field, but they're still clapping back. Corey able to find that first kill and open this back up for Omen Elite.
Pirate Star and Zulan contending for center control here, but those supers from IX Gaming are really hard to get past. They've been doing a great job on defense for the entire game so far, and we're now past that midpoint. Daddy, yes! Going straight into the enemy area. Gets the first kill on Corey. Takes the shot! It's in, Tridd!
That's the goal they needed. IX Gaming now hold the lead in this game. And they need to score one more goal or run down that clock without conceding. But Zulan on the hunt already. They're pushing it back. He runs it back in straight away. It is tied 1 apiece in this second game.
IX Gaming and Omen Elite in the fight of their lives. So close and yet so far from the ultimate win. 1 minute left in this game to try to clinch victory. IX Gaming on defense now as Corey and Zulan are stabbing up into the center. Bobby is down. Corey, Tyrant, and Zulan for the team kill. Can't finish it off. What are we watching, Tridd?
Daddy is here to save the day as he knocks them all back. And Zulan will be walking outside of his gate to try and stall for the time. 30 seconds remaining before we go into overtime. What a great defense, but OG has found that kill. Bobby's moving forward. He's unable to get there. Bait out the super from Corey. They have the advantage, but no one's touching the ball. They're going to put the turret on top of it to draw some attention, to draw some of the ammo away. 3v1. They want to save supers for overtime, Woody.
Overtime has reached us. IX Gaming in the advantage right now. Stabbing in, trying to grab that ball. It's going to be all up to Daddy. He takes the shot. Blocked by an Omen Elite team right at the goal line. The refs haven't called it yet. This game is still going.
Keep it in the back corner. Wait for the respawns and then push forward. Bobby throwing the briefcase out preemptively. Will tag Corey only once. Makes him pause for thought. The last call zoning so much of the field away now as Zulan gets a kill with the bubble. No, he doesn't. He damages the objective. But they're going to press him into the other half now. 30 seconds remaining. Zulan's taking possession as he passes up the ball, but Daddy's already dealt with Corey.
A super pass!
The super pass to OG, knocked away by the home run stance. And OG getting ready to pass it across. He can cross it to Daddy.
The pass back! The cross! The shot! Oh my God! IX Gaming for the triple play! Ties up this series 1-1.
What a amazing set piece by IX Gaming there. They will force us to a game number 3 in this tiebreaker match. Beautiful play by the team there, using the supers perfectly and finding the great angle to get that goal.
Daddy carrying this team on his back right now. So many clutch moments from him on defense, keeping that Omen Elite team off. Then on offense, scoring both goals. What a heads-up performance by him. And if you have got anything to say about this last set, it is that Daddy is dominant.
Oh my God, I live for these moments, Woody. This game has been absolutely fantastic. The NA group has delivered so much today, just with how back and forth these games have been. The tiebreaker going down to the wire, and it's going to be IX Gaming Omen Elite one more time, coming from your screens in a couple of seconds to decide whether we're going to have to do this all over again.
Say it isn't so, Tridd. Don't make that happen. Don't tease me like that.
I'm touching wood, Woody.
I need someone to pull ahead, Tridd.
Someone surely shall in this one. IX Gaming has momentum going into this one. They have the potential to carry forward into game number 3. A victory here against Omen Elite will guarantee that we will not have to do this again. They will take first place, and it's all about the performance between Omen Elite and IX Circles to decide who gets second and third.
These players taking their sweet, precious time to make the optimal changes to their brawler setups. Remember, Sprout is banned, as is Jackie. We've seen Ems get played by both teams in both games so far. The clutch brawler coming in so handy and beautifully piloted by Daddy, especially in that last game. Are you expecting any other brawler changes in this next one, Tridd, that could give one team the upper hand?
I think potentially a return to Nita. We've seen how impactful Bruce can be for tanking for all of the damage, but also the AoE stun. But having a look at the comps here, we've got Barley, Ems, and Penny. So it's a mirror situation apart from Mr. P flexing for the Barley.
All right, well, as we've seen from previous games, it's going to be a duel in the middle of the arena. No big advantage for either team yet, but IX Gaming is starting to pull ahead a little bit on damage. They're going to have to retreat just a bit more as they start to charge their supers back up. Tyrant Star is making a bit of an aggressive play toward the middle, starting to drop those fireballs as best he can to keep Bobby out of range. Bobby's pushed back to the goal line now, and Omen Elite are in a very strong position. Daddy second makes a big play, though, and gets a double kill before getting taken out.
OG has position. He could go straight for the goal here. Zulan's going to be able to cut him off. Instead, he's just going to force it to go all the way outside. Effectively, the penalty box here, as they are going to reset the pressure and move that line of attrition into the half of Omen Elite.
Daddy second over on the left side, having to heal back up as Corey's chasing him away. Tyrant Star, even more firepower onto that Robo Porter, and it looks like IX Gaming is running into a bit of trouble, not able to get their super set up in a good enough position to keep Omen Elite away from them. Zulan, Tyrant Star, and Corey all taking shots, though, and are being forced back just a little bit longer. We're back to that midfield stalemate, Tridd, where neither team has got the offensive edge to push forward while these boxes are still up.
That's 1 minute 10 on the clock. Zulan playing aggressively to get an angle, has to step through the fire, but it's Corey. He goes aggressive onto Daddy. He's got his super in return. He lines it up for OG to take the shot. He will go down to Barley's bottles at the end of it as OG now taking possession, passing it down. May have the inside track here, but didn't pick up the ball, unfortunately, so we'll have to leave it while his team respawns.
Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. The void zones coming in all over this map. Those two M's on the left side have got to be the number one thing you watch, though. Whenever an M's goes down, that's going to be a big opportunity for that team to make a big play. Daddy's going to cross the ball over to the right side. IX Gaming not in a strong position here, but their defenses will be able to hold, not getting cracked on this 2v3. Omen Elite is now in a difficult position as IX Gaming has possession of the ball and will likely hold on to it for a while as we get into overtime in 18 seconds. Gadget usage there by Bobby as he's trying to soup up.
He wants to go Corey.
Robo Porter. He gets the kill on Corey. That's going to be crucial.
Well, 10 seconds remaining. OG moving in. He's going to drop down a turret and grab possession of the ball as we head into overtime. Everyone's on the right-hand side here. OG caught off guard.
Super!
And then into the pass, and Zulan catches it on the line.
Beautiful job there by Zulan, and it's now an opportunity for Omen Elite to make the return fire. Corey shoots. It's in! Omen Elite have done it! They have kicked IX Gaming off the throne. They'll be moving on to face off against Circles next. Daddy is disappointed. He's going to be sit back packing as the OG team are not going to be able to win this time. Omen Elite up on top.
Woody, it's deja vu. It's happening again. It doesn't end.
It could end. If Omen Elite gets a win in the next set, it'll be all over.
It absolutely will. It will decide who'll take first, second, and third if Omen Elite are able to break history, as neither of these teams so far have been able to do in the tiebreaker. They've all been following the same win-loss so far in our first two matches. If it happens again, Woody, we're just throwing it all into anarchy.
Well, keep this in mind. I'm not sure exactly how the tiebreaker rules will come into place, so don't take this as gospel. But because we had a 2-1 victory for IX Gaming versus IX Circles, and then a 2-1 victory for Omen Elite versus IX Gaming, if Omen Elite gets a 2-0 victory, or actually, if Omen Elite gets a victory at all, they've won, right? But if IX Circles gets a 2-0 victory over Omen Elite, that might be enough to put them in first place.
Potentially.
Do you get what I'm saying? Based on
yeah,
the game
I understand what
differential?
you're saying, Woody. Potentially enough to break the cycle here.
Break the cycle. End samsara. Reincarnation cannot happen again. I don't want another series to have to fight through, Tridd. Come on now.
Yeah. Little much, wouldn't it, if we had to do that all over again? But the teams keep delivering. As long as they're fighting, we're going to be here covering it, Woody.
All right, well, existence is going to be painful until we finally find a victor for this match. I think I'm going to be stepping away for this next one, though. I'll give you and Ark a final chance to see if we can get a winner for this game, or if we'll just continue to play Brawl Stars ad infinitum. I think that wouldn't be the worst sort of existence, though. So, you know what? Let's just see how these players turn out. I'm sure that they'll do a good job either way.
Absolutely. Let's go to Falcone, who's going to take us through a recap quickly.
All right, guys, let's all just try and stay calm here, because I think I agree with everything that Woody is saying. If the score in this next set is 2-1, with IX Circles taking it down, then we find ourselves in the exact same position that we started this tiebreaker in all over again. And as far as I know, that means we just repeat. It's another 3 best out of 3s, and then the same thing happens again and again. These teams just keep beating each other in the weirdest and most wonderful ways. But as Woody said, if Omen Elite win this, they will be the champion. And if IX Circles win this 2-0 specifically, then they will go home the champions. What a weird situation that we find ourselves in. But there you go. That is where we're at. That's what happens when everyone ties. I think we're ready for the next match. Let's go check it out.
Thank you very much, Falcone. We've tagged in Ark for the finale, and what we hope will be the finale if these two teams can finally decide who's going to win. And if they can't decide who's going to win, Ark, I'm telling you, none of them are going to win. I'm going to make the call and say they all lose, because this is getting silly now. Sprout and Max being banned out yet again for both these two teams. Is exactly what they banned last time around.
I mean, surely someone out there has a pet at home that we can just kind of ask, place some names on the floor and see which one of the cat scratches that first. I mean, flip a coin. I mean, there's plenty of options. I don't see why everyone's getting in such a. We can figure something out.
Just get them to do like rock paper scissors live on stream. That would be the most apt way, because that's exactly what's been happening with these teams. They just keep beating each other, but they can't beat the second opponent that they get to surmount. We're relying on Omen Elite here to actually beat IX Circles, which they weren't able to do last time, and it's... Will they be able to do it again? Because they only just scraped out the victory against IX Gaming in that last game.
Exactly. It's a bit of a head turn today. I would love to be inside the minds of the players right now to think about what is going through their heads and their minds.
I can tell you what's going through IX Gaming's. I can tell you what's going through IX Gaming's. It's win. It's just IX Circles, please win, so we get another shot, because if they lose, then it's all over, and they can't take that first place finish.
Yeah, that is pretty much the situation. It has to be a win, or else, Omen are in a great spot right now. And yeah, I mean, Omen have warmed up as well. They've got to be riding that previous game in their veins currently in that final goal. I mean, goodness me, that had me on the edge of my seat. And but deja vu potentially. We saw previously IX Circles doing very, very well against Omen. And are we going to see history repeat itself? And what happens if it does?
It's for smarter men than I to work out, Ark. That's the simple answer. Smarter men than I will have to work it out. So we're waiting for the last two teams to get into lobby. Obviously, want to make sure that everything is optimal before we start, because it is very much a high-stakes game now. This can make or break your monthly final, and you won't get another shot of this until next month. And I haven't checked the qualifications for June's monthly final, Ark, but some of these teams might not even be there because it is an open competition.
Well, yeah, this is it. And actually, Omen, I can tell you, no spoilers, really didn't actually qualify this month. So they really do want this victory today, because they know that they're not going to be appearing in next month. They want to get as many points today as they possibly can, because they're not going to be competing in the next month's live event. So all to play for, and a lot of money on the line as well, you've got to remember. And a lot of these players know that would go a really long way in their personal lives and support supporting potential, like, content creator ventures and all those kinds of things. So much at stakes right now.
Yeah, and that's why they're taking their sweet time, if you will, to get themselves ready into the game. What are we expected to see here, though, Ark? Do you think that IX Circles are going to play any differently than what they did in their match against Gaming? Same question really put to Omen Elite, as we're just about to jump into the action now. And give me a quick call before the answer comes to your face.
Oh, I kind of already saw, but I'll pretend I didn't. Oh, I think that Lukey Bear's going to pick Dynamite, and oh no, he's gone with Barley, the same as Tyrant, and a mirror matchup.
In circulation now because they're not banned out.
Yeah, this is the thing. Tony popping Gadget almost. Oh my goodness me. We are seeing again, I don't want to say deja vu just yet, but we did see IX Circles with this same very aggressive stance early on, going for the goal, and it almost paid off for them there.
Absolutely, Tooney's going to go in to try and find Zulan, finds 2 kills, a super on board, he just needs Slash to deal the damage. IX Circles, past the Tooney, he can take his time, a goal, he's going to go in for the right angle for Zulan, in the block with the super to save the day, and he catches it after a pass as well, denying that goal from IX Circles.
Oh, a defense. The timing was impeccable there. Zulan could not have messed that up because that would have been disastrous. It would have wasted super and all sorts, but he was able to stop that. My goodness me, already this is popping off, Tridd.
Zulan able to shut down the reign of terror that is Tooney. Lukey Bear passes into the mid. They're trying to zone off with some bottles of his own, but Zulan presses forward, slowed down by Slash's super, as they're going to have the last call put on top of Zulan. He will go down to the tick, and it gives a 3-2 advantage over the Circles.
So much has happened, but the score remains the same. Currently, no one is in the lead as we approach the 1-minute mark, and it has very much been IX Circles pushing up upon Omen Elite in this game so far, and Omen need to sort of just get some more kills under their belt, a bit of breathing room to get a push back here. But look at this push coming in from IX Circles. Surely this is the moment to score, and
Zulan trying to intercept, he messed it up! Tooney was able to get the shot in. Zulan wanted to go for the interception, but didn't get the angle correct. A 1-goal lead over the Circles in our first game.
Wow, then, this is shaping up quickly as Omen Elite do not have much time to respond now. This could be, in the next 20 seconds, a big nail in the Omen Elite coffin. Zulan with a big super there, but not able to avail. And now IX Circles on the push yet again. The pass. And Slash nails it! IX Circles take the first game very comfortably so.
It's happening again! They're gonna do it again, Ark!
Dun, 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 dun.
They just are 1 game away before making history just be etched in stone by just continually shutting down Omen Elites, an objective their sister team, supposedly the big brother team, couldn't even do. And this extended session of rock, paper, scissors continues to perpetuate my mind.
Oh my god, I just realized it's 8 o'clock, Tridd. It's 8 p.m. I've cancelled my dinner reservations because this is just, I've got to see the outcome. I need to know what is going to happen next. And wow, IX Circles now then 1 game away from potentially who knows what.
Yes, exactly. So the game should come in quite quickly. We do want to give them time to make any adaptations because it is now effectively tiebreaker point in favor of IX Circles. Omen Elite need to win the next 2 games of Brawl Ball to secure first place guaranteed. But IX Circles are standing in their way, an opponent they've been unable to beat at this monthly finals.
All right, so some early news in, and this may change or progress, but if we have a tie, then we will do the same rotation. Don't hold me to that. That might change, but that is the early news on the ground at the moment, that we might be doing this all again, potentially. Let's see, though. I mean,
please, no.
Sorry?
Please, no, because this could go on forever if they keep beating each other in the same thing. The first person to win a game out of sequence could be the ender.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, I think that, Omen Elites are behind, though. That's what we know in terms of the facts, and that's a hard place to come back from when you're down and you're struggling. And the majority of that last game, it's got to be said, the control was with IX Circles. They were more dominant. They were more able to control around the ball being at the other end of the field. They didn't really have to defend much at all that game, let's be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's jump into it and see what's going on. IX Circles have the lead as they go into game number 2 of the tiebreaker. And they brought the Frank to the field. Super Sai getting the meat up in their face as he goes on to Tooney to begin with, but cannot win that trade.
Wow, Frank for me is a bit of a risky choice, and yeah, I mean, Super Sai is going to have to pull out all the stops here if he's going to be able to do something with this brawler pick. But has Super now, this could be a good opportunity for Omen Elite, but forced back by the might of Slash there. Zulan popping Super, so much at stake now. This is the best opportunity we've seen so far for Omen Elite, and is this going to avail to a goal, Tridd?
Well, Super Sai's passing back and forth. They're unable to go too aggressive. Tooney goes down early, though, so they've reopened the window that was once closed. Super Shot is in potential for it. They're passing over to Super Sai, who wants to walk it in, but he's pushed back by Lukey Bear, and the damage is there to secure as Zulan slows them off. Tooney's on the hunt. He's going straight for Tyrant. He pops the gadget as well. He smelled blood in the water, and he wants that kill.
A great use of gadget there by Slash. That was what was able to prevent that goal from going in. And straight away, the tires have turned. It's now IX Circles on the push. The pass to Tooney is good. The tankiness, the slow, nothing stops the goal. And Tooney has laid it down. 1 on the cards for IX Circles now.
Going to be able to get that first goal in. They need an answer back from Omen Elite because they got 1 minute remaining. Otherwise, we're going to do the whole tiebreaker over again. Tyrant gets caught off to the side, and now Zulan passes back to get the ball away from the goal or get an inferior angle, but he's zoned off by himself, trying to deal with Tooney, who's going to go in for Tyrant instead. He wants the weaker target. He zones him away. Slash is there, passes the Tyrant, who rightly clears it out to buy more time, but it's far from over for Omen Elite as Tooney gets the ball again, unable to stop it, goes for the pass, and Tooney scores! We're doing it all over again, Ark!
What's going on anymore? Oh my word, this has just been blown wide open. These teams they just cannot decide it. It's too close, and I guess we're doing this all over again.
Absolutely not even a single goal scored by Omen Elite in that matchup. IX Circles providing a dominant victory over their opponents, but unfortunately the match score is all that counts in this tiebreaker, so it means we have to do it all over again, probably starting with IX Circles versus IX Gaming, but we'll get confirmation of that and we'll bring you more info as we wrap up this game.
My goodness me, what a group we are seeing today, and things that we have yet to see at all in the championship so far. The NA group today have just taken it to a new place, a new level. We are seeing just such incredible back and forths and relentlessness as well to give in, and we've just got another tie. My goodness me, Tridd, what do you make of this?
I don't know what to say, Ark. I mean, the fact that the history, it just happened twice in a row, it's just... I don't know what to say. Like, they just can't break the pattern of this rock, paper, scissors, and we can't find a clear winner at present. So, we have to do it over again until we find a winner. We can't have joint positions in a monthly final position, Ark. It just can't happen.
I know everyone watching at home is just getting their money's worth for sure. They've got our company for even longer, and I don't know about you, but I'm gonna go out there and say that that's a pretty good deal for them.
They're getting their money's worth out of this experience. You obviously don't pay to watch this, but you're getting your money's worth figuratively from this tournament this month, because this has been going on. And NA, the games were so close during the first part, and the results lined up perfectly to have a tiebreaker, and now we're staring down the barrel of another tiebreaker. It is the longest group stage we could have possibly imagined, and it could only possibly happen because of the North American and LATAM North region.
It's all those NA vibes, Tridd. They've brought the fire to the table today, and that's the thing that you've got to hand it to all of these players. I mean, no one has undershone today. Every single player can go home regardless as to what happens next, feeling incredibly proud of themselves and must feel very practiced in that respect, and that they prepared spot on accordingly to what the plan was always from the beginning.
Yeah, because we have to entertain the possibility, Ark, that this could keep happening, and the way that we're working right now actually cause an indefinite loop. There is no end in sight to this if the teams keep repeating the exact same outcomes. So this could go on forever.
Yeah, this is the thing, and I think the admin team will be discussing quite closely now in the background to see exactly how this is going to go, or whether it will be maybe decided upon the games that we've already seen. We'll have to wait and see what comes back from that, but definitely a difficult decision for them as to how to proceed. And if we are going to do this again, it could be an all-night thing.
Absolutely.
Get some hot cocoa, get your PJs on, sit down, and get comfy.
Let's talk about what we do, though, Ark, right? So what was Supersci thinking bringing Frank to that all-important game? Was it hope banking on surprise factor?
Yeah, I mean, Frank for me was a bit of a risky option, to be honest, and as we know, it didn't pay off. It's a very high-risk, high-reward kind of brawler. You want to be kind of thinking through at that stage, making those daring choices, and that was obviously a daring choice that didn't work out. I think at that stage, with the comp they were up against, there was so much kind of knockback effects from the other brawlers' comp, from the M's gadget, from various other things that, Frank can cancel that stuff out, but it can only happen so many times in one game, and it was a very difficult position, especially with the boxes going down and all that kind of stuff. It makes it very challenging to play Frank on that map for me.
I actually think you have to entertain the possibility of the Jackie ban if you have this match again. I think Jackie definitely played into Circle's hand way more than it did for Omen Elite, so I think you need to take Jackie away from Tooney, and then you may have better chance if you were to do this matchup again. I think that's a power pick for IX Circles when it comes to Brawl.
Okay, we have a bit of news going on in the background soon. I think Falcone may have some stuff for us coming shortly. And let's actually pass to him right now to see what is going to be happening next. Falcone, over to you.
All right, guys, we do have an update on the situation. It turns out that the 2-0 victory from IX Circles over Omen Elite does mean that they are being declared the winner. We're not going through it all again. I'm sorry, those of you that wanted to see infinite Brawl Stars all night long, but IX Circles are your champion in the North American and LATAM North group. And a well-deserved victory that was. There was a very real chance that if we continue to base it purely on set score, we could have done another 4 or 5 tiebreakers and maybe even made esports history, but we've certainly made Brawl Stars history tonight with just how close these matches have been. Just how amazing, though, and it goes to show how tight-knit a group that we have here. All 3 of these teams are phenomenal, and I can't wait to see what they do in future weeks. And this is what they were playing for. That was a big tiebreaker, as IX Circles are taking home $9,000 compared to the $2,000 and the $1,250 that IX Gaming and Omen Elite are taking home, respectively. Okay, they were some high-pressure games of Brawl Ball, but now, for the final time of the weekend, let's take a look at what it's all about. Where are the points? Where are the prizes? IX Gaming still sitting on top, and now Omen Elite and IX Circles are in tied joint second place with 70 points, with IX Circles making a huge leap today in trying to catch up in their group. I think that this group is hotting up in competitiveness, and I cannot wait to see, assuming we have the same format next month, I cannot wait to see how this group does again. Again, we'll have to see if the same teams qualify, but that could be insane. Well, after this incredibly extended day of Brawl Stars. I believe that we are all but finished. I hope that you have all enjoyed the show. I'd like to give a huge thank you to the wonderful casters, Ark, Tridd, and Woody, and of course, our fantastic production team at ESL Poland, and also to Supercell for having this tournament continue. But for now, keep on playing Brawl Stars at home, and we will see you again for the next month's monthly finals.